Prynam da, cwestiynau nawr i'r diproi brif weinidog a'r gweinidog cabinet dros gyfiawnder cymdeithasol a chydreddioldeb. Senedd Williams, cwestiwn 1, Helen Jenner.
Diolch, Llywydd. What assessment has the Welsh Government made of whether Wales currently has sufficient childcare capacity to deliver its early years ambitions?
Llywodraeth hon yn cyflwyno cynnig gofal plant sy'n trawsnewid y sefyllfa i bob teulu. A mae gwaith ar y gweill i adolygu capasiti'r sector ac i gynllunio'n fanol y staff a fydd yn ofynol wrth edrych i'r dyfodol. A dwi'n gweithio'n agos gyda grŵp lliwio arbenigol a'n tasglu gofal plant i bennu camau pendant ar gyfer y cynnig gofal plant newydd.
Deputy First Minister, your government has just announced a further 55 million for childcare, including additional funding to expand Flying Start and increase capacity. Expanding Flying Start childcare to all 2-year-olds was a commitment made by Welsh Labour and Plaid Cymru under the cooperation agreement, yet that expansion is still being delivered in phases. Before asking the sector to deliver a further expansion of funded childcare, can you tell us whether the Welsh Government has identified exactly how many additional childcare places and how many additional childcare practitioners will be needed to deliver those ambitions, and if so, will you publish those figures? Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr. Ie, wel, rydych chi wedi adnabod fyna bod angen i wneud y gwaith yma fesul cam, a dyna beth i ni wedi bod yn glir amdano fe ers y dechrau, a chi'n hollol iawn i danlinellu na naeth yr ymrwymiad nath y Llywodraeth ddiwetha i rhoi y llefydd gofal plant trwy'r model dechrau'n deg i bob plentyn 2 flwydd oed am 12.5 awr yr wythnos, dyw hynny ddim wedi cael ei gyflawni. A dyna beth mae'r arian yn y gyllideb atodol yn mynd i ganiatáu yw cwblhau yr cam yna. Dyna'r cam cyntaf wrth i ni adeiladu at ein helgais ni o ddarparu 20 awr o ofal plant i bob plentyn yng Nghymru o 9 mis hyd 4 blwydd oed. Dyma'r cam pwysig cyntaf. Gan bod y gwaith yma wedi dechrau'n barod, felly mae'r arian sydd yn y gyllideb yn mynd i helpu i ni gyrraedd y targed o gyflawni hynny'n llawn, a wedyn wrth gwrs ymestyn ac adeiladu ar ben hynny.
Sarah Rees.
Minister, the focus in this chamber thus far has been on the cost of childcare plans rather than recognising childcare as a critical lever for reducing both poverty and inequality. Childcare is a complicated issue. Just ask any parent attempting to fill out an eligibility form. But it's essential economic and social infrastructure. And this is where we across the political spectrum must scrutinise your work. This policy will reduce child poverty, support women who've been forced out of the workplace by the motherhood penalty, which impacts everything from your pay packet to your pension. And we saw on the doorstep how many people cared about this issue, which is why they voted for Plaid Cymru in their droves. The UK Labour government took their eye off the ball, which is why we've ended up with the most expensive childcare here in Wales across the UK. And my parents have said to me that they're moving out of Wales simply to make ends meet. 27 million was reallocated out of the childcare budget in the last term, along with 140 million in Barnet consequentials that were lost due to the expansion of childcare in England. They haven't been spent on childcare. Credit has to be given to Jane Dodds, who secured 30 million for Flying Start expansion. And that helps support the rollout of Flying Start in Merthyr. But I wish to ask why you, Minister, have made childcare a key priority for this Plaid Cymru government, and specifically, given that money that has been stripped from the childcare budget in the last term, what concrete milestones you have, particularly in the next 6 months, to ensure that we're not just planning reform, but actively reversing the damage done to Welsh families.
Diolch, Sarah. Do you know, I am so glad to be discussing childcare. Almost every time I am speaking in this chamber, almost every time that I'm interviewed on the media, and I certainly talk about it a lot in the community and did so on the doorsteps of Brycheiniog, Tawynedd and all the other places that I campaigned during the election campaign, because how long have we waited for a government to make this a central priority? You know, you have campaigned on this, I know, for years, as many others. Many who want to see inequality tackled, many who want to see gender inequality tackled, many who want to see socio-economic inequality tackled, and everyone who wants the best start possible for all our children in Wales. So we know that this is a policy that needs to be front and centre. And this government knows that, and that's why it is front and centre. It is complex and disjointed, the landscape we've inherited, as you pointed out. It has been underfunded, it has been undervalued, but we are going to change the focus. We are changing the focus on that, and my focus will be unrelenting to achieve that change. And as regards your point around the milestones, I will be setting out the initial phasing next week in my statement to the Chamber, which will include how we will progress towards those important milestones for families. Yeah.
Hugh Thomas.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Byddwn ni'n dweud bod ehangu y mynediad I ofal plant yn uchelgais. Bydde pawb yn ei groesawu. Yn sicr mae darpariaeth o ansawdd uchel yn gwella outcomes I blant, yn helpu I daclo anheddfaleddau ac mae'n cefnogi rhieni ac yn enwedig menywod I unau aros neu dychwelyd i'r gweithlu. Ond ni hefyd yn gwybod bod llwyddiant yr uchelgais yma yn dibynnu ar y gweithlu yn ei gyflawni e. Mae darparwyr yn barod yn codi concern am yr heriau o amgylch recrwtio a chadw sgiliau o fewn y gweithlu. Childcare workers do hugely important work, supporting children at the most important stage of their development. And if we want to grow the workforce, we also need to ensure it's a profession where people feel valued and can build a career. A universal childcare pledge cannot be delivered on low pay and goodwill. I'm sure you'd agree. So, Minister, will your government commit to ensuring that the childcare workforce is supported through training, progression and committing to fair work principles? And I'd particularly like to see where we are funding expanded childcare, that we expect childcare providers to be accredited as real living wage employers. Will you support that?
Gweinidog Cabinet.
Diolch yn fawr, diolch am y cwestiwn. Mae'r gweithlu, fel dwi wedi dweud eisoes, yn gwbl ganolog i'r cynlluniau yma sydd gyda ni ar gyfer gofal plant. Mae ehangu gofal plant ar y ddarpariaeth sydd gyda ni ar hyn o bryd yn hollol ddibynnol ar y capacity yna, ar y sgiliau ac o ran y gefnogaeth wedyn sy'n mewn lle mwyn delifro yr darpariaeth ansawdd uchel yna. Dyn ni'n gwybod mae ein plant ni yn ei heiddi. Felly rydyn ni ar hyn o bryd yn darparu ystod eang o gefnogaeth ar gyfer recrwtio, ar gyfer cadw gweithwyr gofal plant o fewn y gweithlu, yn gynnwys cyllid ar gyfer yr cymwysterau sydd ei angen ac ar gyfer hyfforddiant mandadol, ond oherwydd bod fi moyn ehangu ar beth sydd gyda ni, dwi eisiau rhoi mwy o fri ar y proffesiwn yma, ar y proffesiynau gofalu sydd wedi cael eu tanbrisio drwyddi draw, dwi'n meddwl, gan gymdeithas. Dyn ni wrthi yn edrych ar beth mwy allwn ni wneud I sicrhau bod ni yn galluogi ein gweithlu drwy enghraifft gwneud cymwysterau yn fwy hyblyg, ond fe fydd ein cynllun ni, yr hyn dyn ni'n trafod gyda'r grŵp arbenigol ar hyn o bryd, fel ni'n gweud, sy'n gwbl ganolog i'r cynllun, rydyn ni yn mynd I adeiladu ar yr hyn sydd gyda ni'n barod, gyda'r ffocws clir yna fodd bynnag ar gynyddu y gweithlu, ond hefyd ei cefnogi.
Prynhawn da chi, Gweinidog. I also feel the same as you. It's really encouraging to hear so much focus that there is on childcare. But with the greatest respect to Helen, it does, in my view, take some nerve for Reform UK to demand answers on childcare when your entire Senedd manifesto contains nothing on it at all. In a nation with nearly 1 in 3 children living in poverty and around 1 in 10 in deep material deprivation, Reform UK had nothing to say on it. The public are not confused at all about what's at stake here, despite Reform UK never mentioning it. They're very, very clear. A recent survey from Public Health Wales tells us that 70% of people in Wales believe more affordable, accessible childcare would meaningfully reduce child poverty. I'm grateful that we're going to have a statement next week, Minister. Could I ask that that statement is made available to the spokespeople and those of us who are in smaller groups before, so that we're able to have an opportunity to be able to scrutinise it and to be able to ask you about it? Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn fawr, Jane Dodds, am y cwestiwn, a dwi'n cytuno'n llwyr gyda'ch dadansoddiad chi o ran y pwys, neu'r diffyg pwys Mae rhai pleidiau yn y siambr hon wedi rhoi ar y polisi gwbl ganolog, gwbl trawsnewidiol yma. A felly dwi'n rhannu'ch dadansoddiad chi fyna. A dwi'n cytuno hefyd, chymod, mae hwn yn rhywbeth tymor hir, yn rhywbeth sy'n, fel o'n i'n sôn, mae'r tirlun yn un cymleth. A wnaethoch chi sôn am nid yn unig fforddiadwyedd, ond hefyd y pwysigrwydd medru cael mynediad at hyn, a nath Sir Rhys hefyd gyfeirio at hyn, yr cymlethdodau sydd yna o geisio ffeindio'ch ffordd rhwng y holl systemau a dulliau gwahanol o fynd at ofal plant. Felly, dwi'n gwbl argoeddiedig y gallwn ni gyflawni gwelliant a rhywbeth trawsnewidiol i deuluoedd a phlant Cymru yn fan hyn, ac o ran eich pwynt diwethaf chi o ran rhannu hynny, byddwn ni'n falch o wybod am eich, fel o'n i'n sôn, chi'n un o'r bobl sydd wedi ymgyrchu am well ofal plant ac am bwysigrwydd gofal plant, felly byddwn ni'n falch iawn o fedru rhannu datganiad yna gyda chi o flaen llaw.
Cwestiwn 2, Elin Stevens.
Diolch, Llywydd. A wnaeth y dirprwy brif weinidog roi'r wybodaeth ddiweddaraf am gynlluniau Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer y taliad cynnal i blant.
Diolch yn fawr am cwestiwn. Gan weithio i gyflawni un o ymrymiadau ein can diwrnod cyntaf, dwi wedi sefydlu y grŵp arbenigol i gefnogi'r gwaith o gynllunio, gweithredu, monitro a gwerthuso cynllun peilot cynnal. Mae'r grŵp yn tynnu ynghyd arbenigedd o bob ran o'r sector i sicrhau bod y cynllun yn ymateb i dystiolaeth ac yn cael ei werthuso mewn ffordd gadarn ac yn seiliedig ar realiti bywydau teuluoedd.
Diolch am yn ateb. The cynnal payment has the potential to make a real difference to families facing the sharpest end of child poverty, particularly in communities like Afon or Rhondda, where levels of deprivation are among the highest in Wales and household budgets are already under enormous pressure. But for it to work, families need clarity and confidence that this support will reach them directly. Now, we know there are clear precedents for additional payment being disregarded within the benefit system, including the Scottish Child Payment and local welfare provision. But the Welsh NHS and social care bonus showed that without DWP protection, the value of a government payment can be reduced through the universal credit system, as it's then classed as earnings. If the DWP is unwilling to provide that protection for an anti-poverty payment aimed at children, does the Dirprwy Brif Weinidog agree that this underlines exactly why decisions affecting poverty in Cymru should be made in Cymru by a government that understands and prioritises communities in Cymru? And will she set out what discussions the government is having to ensure the cynnal payment is simple to access and protected in full?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn atodol. Mae'r cyfarfod cyntaf y grŵp arbenigol nes i sôn amdano fe'n cael ei gynnal yr wythnos nesaf, a dwi'n siŵr bod fi'n gwybod bydd hwn yn un o'r pethau y byddwn ni'n trafod. Yn y grŵp arbenigol yna, mae ac ymwydyddion a gweithwyr proffesiynol rhengflaen fydd yn deall yn iawn y cymlethdodau hyn o ran y ffaith bod lles heb ei ddatganoli, a bod ni'n methu, fel wnaethoch chi sôn, wneud y penderfyniadau yna lles ein pobl ein hunain o ran y gefnogaeth hanfodol yna sy'n galluogi teuluoedd i fyw gyda pharch ac urddas. Felly fydd hwn yn rhywbeth fyddwn ni'n trafod yr wythnos nesaf. Ond hefyd, wrth gwrs, dyn ni wedi sicrhau bod ni wedi dechrau y trafodaethau hynny gyda Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol i archwilio'r berthynas yna rhwng y taliad a threthu a buddiannau. Dwi eisoes wedi dechrau trafod hyn gyda Andrew Weston AS, y gweinidog Trawsnewid, ac fe fydd mae gyfarfodydd pellach yn y dyddiadur, ond fel fi'n gweud, mae hwn yn rhywbeth i ni'n gwybod sy'n mynd i fod yn rhywbeth dyn ni angen edrych arno'n fanol, ac wrth gwrs hefyd dwyn y pwysau ar Llywodraeth Deyrnas Gyfunol i wneud y peth iawn o ran plant Cymru.
Reports suggest that the Canal Child Payment pilot could cost around £10 million and support around 15,000 children across Wales. But there's still a lack of clarity about whether that funding has been formally allocated and whether it is generally new investment or funding redirected from existing anti-poverty programmes. For families in Bridgend and the Vale of Glamorgan, the important question is what this means for them in practice. Constituents facing the pressures of the cost of living crisis will want to know whether their children will benefit, whether their communities will be included in the pilot, and what difference the payment is expected to make to household finances and child poverty locally. So can you confirm how many families in Bridgend and the Vale Glamorgan are expected to benefit, where those areas will be included in initial rollout, and what assessment has been made of the impact on child poverty in our communities? Finally, will the government publish local figures so members can judge whether the canal is delivering real benefits for families and value for public money?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn. Tasg a gwaith y grŵp arbenigol fydd wneud yn siŵr bod ni yn cynllunio'r taliad yma yn ofalus peilot yw e, felly fydd e ddim yn cyrraedd pob teulu sydd mewn angen yng Nghymru, achos dyna natur y peilot yn amlwg, ond bydd y grŵp yma yn chwarae rôl hanfodol wrth i ni lunio'r cynllun y peilot yma, i wneud yn siŵr bod yn effeithiol, i wneud yn siŵr bod yn ymarferol, a bod ni yn gallu dangos yr effaith a'r canlyniadau i deuluoedd yn glir. Felly fe fydd sicrhau bod ni'n deall sut mae gwerthuso, beth fydd y broses gwerthuso yn rhan gwbl ganolog a hanfodol o'r gwaith yna, ac fe fydd hynny wrth gwrs yn cael ei gyhoeddi. Ac wrth dyna bwriad cynnal peilot, yn dyfe? Mynd rhyw cynllun peilot o'i hanfod angen dangos bod yn gweithio neu beidio. Felly mae angen i ni gynllunio'r gwaith yma yn falus, meddwl sut gallwn ni asesu, sut gall y taliad plant yma gefnogi teuluoedd yn y ffordd orau, adeiladu wedyn y sylfaen gref yna o dystiolaeth gadarn mwyn lliwio penderfyniadau ynghylch camau i'r dyfodol.
Jane Bryant.
Oh, diolch Llywyd. And families across Wales are waiting to find out when exactly they will receive the child payment. The work needs to have been done with the DWP to make sure that it does fit with the UK welfare benefits, and also with the use of data that can be done across with the UK government. But it's also critical that it's done with local authorities on issues such as council tax reduction scheme. So can the Minister confirm when the child payments will start and that it will not affect families' eligibility for other financial support?
Yeah, mae rheina yn bwyntiau pwysig iawn. As I said earlier on, as soon as we came into government, I wrote to the Secretary of State for Department of Work and Pensions seeking that early engagement on Cynnal, and obviously, again, setting out our wider ambitions around welfare and the Welsh benefits system. And the end of last month, I met with Andrew Weston, MP Minister for Transformation, where we had those early initial discussions specifically on the Cynnal pilot. And as I said, we've agreed to meet shortly again to continue those discussions. As regards the involvement of local authorities, absolutely agree. And again, those are we know we have key partners in this work as regards delivery and interaction with other Welsh benefits. So that is, again, what will be completely under the consideration of the expert steering group, which we'll be meeting next week.
Galwad fy nawr ar lefarwyr y plaidiau i holi'r gweinidog Cabinet, Llefarydd Reform UK, Sarah Cooper-Lysau.
Thank you. So on the childcare offer, could the Minister tell us exactly how many additional childcare places the pledge actually requires, whether there is a specific figure?
For the full expansion, I don't know if you mean for the full expansion or for the full expansion. Well, we are obviously looking at, we have to model 100%, but as I say, that is, it does very much depend on demand. But that's the work that we're currently doing now with the expert steering group.
And could I ask on that, if demand is hugely higher than you could possibly ever anticipate, have you done modelling on different scenarios, including the worst case scenario that could occur?
I wouldn't really want to characterise this as the worst case scenario. The whole point of the policy is trying to make sure that every family and child in Wales who wants to access funded childcare to be helped with the cost of living, because we know we have the highest cost of childcare of anywhere in the UK. We know this is impacting families, this is impacting them in their pockets. It's making especially women make decisions, not voluntary decisions, around whether they have to withdraw from the labour market or unable to take up further hours, which is pushing many families into poverty. And we also know that it's impacting children where, this could be very beneficial for their development. All international research shows that early years education can be delivered obviously through childcare in childcare settings is beneficial for children for the whole of their lives, transforms their potential and their opportunity. So I wouldn't say, I wouldn't want this to at all be characterised as a worst case scenario, and I'd ask you perhaps to reflect on why you said that. But we are absolutely modelling, as I said, for 100%, knowing obviously being able to look across what happens in similar areas of demographic and deprivation levels, what the likely take-up would be. So we're looking at all those different modelling, factoring them all into the costings then that we will need to find year on year.
I think I just come back on that. I think it's normal whenever you are delivering a childcare pledge, you do think about whether uptake is genuinely going to be extremely high. And in this circumstance, I think it's going to be extremely high. So that was my question. But my final question is, in terms of the data, is there a consistent national framework for measuring early years development outcomes across all 22 local authorities, if this is how we want to track early years outcomes in relation to the childcare pledge?
Yes, something I'm working currently on with my colleague, the Cabinet Minister for Education, is that benchmarking, because currently we don't do that well enough. So we are not being able to measure the difference in Wales that having that early years education makes. We can see it later on. We can see it come through in all kinds of ways, but we want to have a much more definitive and clearer set of data around that. They do it in other countries, and that's why I've said that having looked at international research, and there's been many research studies done on this, and I took part in 2 of them myself when I was a member of the Equality and Social Justice Committee in the last Senedd. We took international evidence and could see there is a clear correlation between children's development and early years provision. But we do recognise we need to get better at this in Wales, and my colleague, the Cabinet Minister for Education, and I are already taking action on that. Diolch.
Taj.
Diolch, Llywyd. I'd like to bring the Cabinet Minister's attention to an issue that I know that she is very much familiar with. And sadly, we are still waiting on clarity on this issue, and that is the issue of pay for health visitors in Cwmtaf Morgannwg Health Board. Now, they are being paid still at Band 6 for doing Band 7 jobs, costing them between £8,000 and £9,000 every year. And Minister, this is a workforce that is female. It's a female workforce, and I and my colleagues and many others have been speaking to workers on a regular basis. They've been outside, of course, yesterday as well. And now this is a dispute that has just been rumbling on for far too long, and the reason actually is very simple. Cwmtaf Morgannwg, they've refused completely to honour the job evaluation process, which makes it very clear that there is an issue here, and the previous Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care made a clear statement in the Senedd.
To link to this to
yes,
the Cabinet Minister?
I promise you I am getting there. Despite all of this, of course, the Health Board says that they have had clear instruction. So as the Equality Minister, Will you now give us clear instruction that you expect, of course, the Health Board to finally end this dispute and pay these crucial workers the level that they deserve? And also, would you join me in taking up the request of meeting with these women workers who really need this matter to be resolved as quickly as possible? Like I say, we've had this issue before. It was predominantly men. It was men before, and this is a women workforce. We just need this to be resolved. You know, we're going to have the summer period. There won't be any eyes on people. We need that support.
Diolch, Siaf, thank you for the question. The responsibility for this matter lies with my colleague, the Cabinet Minister for Health and Social Care. I appreciate the link you're making with equality, but the specific responsibility for how health boards interact with their employees is not in my portfolio. But I, of course, as a standpoint of equality, would, you know, I would be obviously willing to have that conversation with my Cabinet Minister, but that the resolution of this issue doesn't lie within my portfolio, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Llywodraeth y Caedwadwyr Cymraeg, Natasha Ashka.
Thank you so much, Presiding Officer. Minister, fuel poverty has been and remains a huge concern for many residents across Wales, and it's something my former colleague Mark Yw'r campaigned on tirelessly at his time here. We have heard warnings previously that the former Labour government warm home scheme was nowhere near what it needs to be and provided what was required to tackle fuel poverty. A report by the Equality and Social Justice Committee back in 2025 found that it would take more than a century to improve the energy efficiency of all fuel-poor households. Cabinet Minister, Citizen Advice Cymru has reported that fuel debt is the #1 debt issue facing people using the charity services in many areas across Wales, including my own constituency of Newport and Islwyn. We know the Plaid Cymru government has vowed in its first 100 days to plan to review the existing warm home scheme, but many people, including my constituents, want and need action now. So with the price cap having just increased and no prediction is in place for it to come down anytime soon within the autumn, so what support does the Welsh Government intend to provide people who will be experiencing fuel poverty? Yeah. Thank you.
Diolch am y cwestiwn. We currently provide support for those in fuel crisis, as you know, through the Discretionary Assistance Fund, and also through the support that has been given to the Fuel Bank Foundation to build their network in Wales, and that includes enhanced support for those using off-grid fuel in light of the impacts on energy prices arising from the conflict in the Middle East. And it's excruciating, isn't it, to see the actions of President Trump again today. You know, no ceasefire, the terms in which this conflict is still being allowed to escalate. We know those harms are going to the result of that, especially in terms of fuel poverty, and especially in terms of what that's going to do to the fuel price cap, and what that's going to do in terms of inflation, is going to hit the most vulnerable people in Wales the hardest. So we are already providing, making sure that we are providing crisis support. But you know, I know that the level of the price hike is already unaffordable. It is something that I worked closely with your former colleague Mark Yw'r on in the last Senedd. And as I said, the Prif Weinidog has called on the UK government, many of the levers around this, as things like the social tariff, which is something that this government would really like to see, which would really help those families in need who are finding their fuel bills unaffordable. He's asked for a four-nation summit to ensure robust plans are developed to support low-income households with those unavoidably high energy needs and who will be most impacted by higher energy prices when winter approaches. And as regards the Warm Homes Plan, that sits in the portfolio of my colleague, the Cabinet Minister for Local Government, Housing and Planning. I think I got that right. But of course it is, you know, fuel poverty is very much in my portfolio, so we'll be working together on those plans, and I know there's already action afoot as regards the Warm Homes Plan.
Thanks for your response. Cabinet Minister, households across Wales are facing further cost of living pressures as prices keep rising. Also implies 100 Days document was a commitment to review Welsh benefits, such as the Discretionary Assistance Fund. The Welsh Conservatives have always advocated for struggling families to be able to access the support that they're entitled to, something which sadly did not happen under Labour. In 2023, the Welsh Government made £90 million available to support people with the cost of living when it came to fuel, yet less than £65 million had been spent. Whilst 427,000 households were eligible for sport, only 316,000 households applied. Labour failed to properly inform the people of Wales about the assistance that they could indeed receive, and I sincerely hope that doesn't happen here under Plaid Cymru's watch. So what plans does the Welsh Government have to review the Welsh benefits system and help prevent households from being in crisis in the first place?
And it's on when I think the first member legislative proposal that I won in the ballot after being elected in this place was on exactly that, on making sure that every pound that is available to those families in need reaches their pockets as quickly as possible and as easily as possible, because we know too many people are not taking up their entitlements. And so this is, as you say, a pledge that we have had in our manifesto and is in the 100-day plan. Work has already started on that. I've already had conversations with experts in the field and also with the Welsh Local Government Association on this to see how we can progress further. I agree with you that the progress was disappointing under the last Labour government as regards this. So we are taking that work apace because this is money that is there that people are entitled to. And we have to make sure that it reaches their pockets, especially as we see, as I've said, there seems no abatement to the global shocks that can impact especially the most vulnerable people in Wales.
Question 3. Siaf Taj.
Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the work of the Welsh Government in preventing and responding to child sexual abuse?
Diolch. Work to implement the strategy for preventing and responding to child sexual abuse continues. We are working with partners to strengthen prevention, improve early identification and response, and enhance support for victim survivors. New arrangements are being established to drive implementation, strengthen accountability, and coordinate action across sectors.
I very much welcome the fact that Wales was obviously the first UK nation to publish the 10-year strategy to prevent child sexual abuse under the previous Labour government. And we know, of course, that when it comes to this harm in particular, it's not just children that are impacted, but many family members and others as well. And preventing abuse and supporting those who have been harmed is, of course, therefore, and should be an absolute priority, and I'm sure it will be for this government, because we have that shared moral responsibility. Minister, I acknowledge that, of course, the Welsh Government does also fund a hub platform as well, and that the digital resilience team has produced some really good bilingual materials for teachers. But hosting resources on a website can become a bit of a passive strategy if you don't actually have ring-fence funding. And also, you can't always expect exhausted teachers to log on and become like equipped to battle a lot of the global sophisticated AI deepfake networks and the sextortion, etc., and the rings that currently exist. We do really need to consider ring-fencing some funding there for specialist training, and also without a central cross-sector entity coordinate this further as well.
Diolch yn fawr, and thank you for raising this really important question. The strategy for preventing and responding to child sexual abuse, which runs until 2036, was published in March. Alongside a 3-year delivery plan. I just want to draw your attention again to the fact that the Deputy Minister for Social Care, Mental Health and Women's Health leads this work, but it's everybody's business. And our vision as a government is that all children in Wales live free from sexual abuse, and that those affected receive the protection and support they need. And the strategy, as you'll know, focuses on 4 priorities: prevention, obviously, as well as effective protection and response and support for children and families. So we are working with partners, including the CSA Centre, NSPCC and the Lucy Faithful Foundation, to strengthen that prevention and early intervention piece. There are new delivery and oversight arrangements being established to support the implementation of the strategy. And that will be informed by the voices of children. And your point about hub, again, that would be a matter for the Cabinet Minister for Education, but I'm certainly willing to have that conversation again with her to raise the points that you raised with me this afternoon.
Becca Brown.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Mae oedolion sy'n grwmio plant a phobl ifanc er mwyn eu camdrin yn rhywiol yn achosi niwed a phoen pellgyrhaeddol i'r unigolion rheini, gan gynnwys niweidio ei gallu i ymddiried, ei hachosi i feio eu hunan, effeithio ei iechyd meddwl ac achosi trafferthion wrth adnabod ffiniau iach. Mae'n drosedd sy'n dwyn plentyndod a glas lencyndod ac yn aros efo dioddefwyr a goroeswyr ar hyd i hoes. Mae'n holl bwysig yn bod yn arfogi ein plant a'n pobl ifanc i adnabod arwyddion o grwmio a grymuso y rhai sydd yn gweithio efo plant a phobl ifanc i wadnabod ac i adrodd amdano yn syth a gyda hyder. Sut fydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn cefnogi plant, pobl ifanc a'r gweithlu o'i cwmpas i adnabod a galw allan arwyddion o grwmio gan oedolion?
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y cwestiwn eto, yn gwestiwn pwysig iawn yn dilyn lan o gwestiwn siaftaj. Un o'r gwersi mwyaf clir dwi'n meddwl y gallwn ni gymryd o'r adolygiadau diweddar sydd wedi bod yw bod rhaid i ni ddod yn well o ran adnabod ymddygiadau sy'n gallu peri niwed ymddygiadau fel grwmio, yn wneud hynny yn gynt, a bod ni'n gallu creu amgylchedd lle mae plant a phobl ifanc yn teimlo wedi ymgrymuso i medru siarad allan a siarad lan pan dyw rhywbeth ddim yn teimlo'n iawn. Felly, dyn ni'n gweithredu mewn dwy ffordd yn syth. Hynny yw yn gyntaf trwy y cwricwlwm a'r RSC. Wrth gwrs, mae hwn yn portffolio gweinidog dros addysg, ond rydyn ni moyn drwy hynny cefnogi plant a phobl ifanc i ddeall perthnasau sydd ddim yn rhai iach, i adnabod ymddygiad sydd ddim yn briodol, i fedru hefyd yn gwbl bwysig herio pan mae ymddiriedwaith yn cael ei gamddefnyddio a'i danseilio a sicrhau hefyd, wrth gwrs, lle maen nhw'n gallu dod o hyd i gymorth. A mae lleoliadau addysg yn un o'r llefydd cyntaf lle mae y fath yna o bryderon yn gallu dod yn weladwy, felly mae e'n hollol ac yn gwbl hanfodol bwysig bod dysgwyr yn cael ei harfogi, ei hymgrymuso gyda'r gwybodaeth a'r hyder mwyn gwybod os ydyn nhw yn siarad mas i adnabod yr arwyddion a hefyd siarad allan a gwybod bydd rhywun yn gwrando arnyn nhw ac y bydd na weithredu yn sgil hynny.
Paul Moore.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, what assurances can you offer that no child victim of sexual abuse is denied timely access to counselling or therapeutic services because of potential postcode differences in provision?
Diolch am y cwestiwn. As I said earlier, our vision is that all children in Wales live free from sexual abuse and that all those, no matter where they are, no matter what their postcode, receive the protection and support they need and they deserve. You know, we are committed to strengthening safeguarding arrangements across the piece, ensuring, as I just outlined, that children's voices are at the heart of decision making. And as I said, we have committed to introducing mandatory reporting duties for child sexual abuse in order to make sure that that happens.
Darren Miller.
No society should tolerate child sexual exploitation in any way, shape or form. But unfortunately, Cabinet Minister, we do know that grooming gangs have been operating in Wales. We know that from victims, brave victims who've come forward, victims who often have been blamed for inviting abuse and being complicit in it. We know from the work of previous inquiries and independent investigations that Swansea, Rhyl and some places in mid-Wales have been cited in evidence and that people have been trafficked from Wales to other parts of the United Kingdom. And yet, in spite of this, in spite of an England and Wales grooming gang inquiry now being underway, not a single location in Wales has been identified for a local investigation as of yet. That clearly is a matter of concern for people in Wales who want to hold people to account for their failures to protect vulnerable young people, particularly young girls. What discussions have you had with the chair of the inquiry about making sure that Wales features prominently in its work? And, if necessary, will you commit to a Wales-wide grooming gang inquiry for those areas of devolved responsibility?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn. The former Welsh Government, as you'll know, welcomed the announcement of an inquiry into grooming gangs across England and Wales, and they sought assurances from the then Home Secretary that Wales would be fully involved in the inquiry. Since then, the Welsh Government has consulted on the terms of reference for the inquiry to ensure the unique Welsh context is captured. And I want to talk, as you did as well, Dan and Miller, about the experiences of survivors, how they need to be front and centre. It's crucial that their experiences are centred and heard in this inquiry, and my officials have been meeting monthly with the inquiry team. We have been assured that there will be multiple opportunities for Welsh survivors to contribute fully. But as we set out in our manifesto, and it remains the position of this government, if we believe further action is required, we will take that further action.
Question 4, Ciara Marshall.
Diolch, Llywydd. What steps is Welsh Government taking to ensure that survivors of violence against women, domestic abuse and sexual violence can access the support that they need?
Diolch yn fawr. Supporting victims and survivors is a priority for this government. We are taking a whole system, prevention-led approach, protecting specialist, survivor-centred services and strengthening pathways so people can access the right support when they need it.
Diolch, Gwynidog. For the last 3 years, Time to Act have been campaigning to eliminate sexual assault and harassment alongside supporting survivors of sexual violence in Cardiff University. This has been done completely in their spare time alongside their studies, and they're a tribute to how students campaign for what is right, and it's really commendable what they're doing. In England, there are currently regulatory consequences for institutions that fail to address harassment and sexual misconduct. And in Wales, we currently don't have that equivalent protection, despite nearly a quarter of students experiencing sexual violence, according to the OFS, which leaves our Welsh students behind. So I'm really glad to hear about the support that the government's putting in place for survivors generally. But I do wonder if you could let me know what the government is doing to afford the same support to students on our campuses and improve data reporting methods so that we can really understand the scale of this problem.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you for raising this important question. All learners, including university students, should be able to study in safe environments free from violence, free from abuse, free from harassment and free from intimidation. And I recognise Time to Act's significant contribution to tackling sexual violence and harassment on campuses. Their work has supported survivors and has advocated for improvements to reporting and support arrangements. And I think it shows the powerful role that students can play as leaders for change, helping to create safer, more supportive university communities. So I welcomed MEDR's recent publication of a VAWDA SV self-evaluation framework for universities and higher education providers in Wales. That was developed in partnership with Public Health Wales, with Welsh Government and the higher education sector through the VAWDA SV blueprint. The framework supports a whole university approach to prevention and as regards response. I understand the importance of robust data in helping us understand the scale and nature of these issues, and the toolkit provides a practical framework to assess the current approach and to importantly look at the gaps and the risks, identify those gaps and risks and the gaps in data, in practice and also in support. So alongside with the Deputy Minister for Skills and Tertiary Education, I will work closely with MEDR to continue to assess and strengthen their arrangements, as you pointed out, for prevention, improving support for students. And the next VAWDA SV national strategy, which I'm currently working on, will apply that whole system approach to ending VAWDA SV, and that means there will be an important role for tertiary education in tackling the scourge of sexual violence in universities.
Question 5, Mark Jones.
Anaeth o gweinid y Cabinet ddatgan i'r arleddu cloddi plant yn Wrexham, a Flint Wrexham.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Rydyn ni wedi cyhoeddi buddsoddiad ychwanegol gwerth 55 miliwn o bunnau mewn gofal plant gyda Wrexham ymhlith yr ardaloedd cyntaf i ymestyn ddarpariaeth gofal plant sy'n cael ei hyriannu i bob plentyn dyflwydd oed, ond rydyn ni hefyd yn datblygu taliad plant cynnal a strategaeth tlodi plant newydd gyda thargedau clir mesuradwy i wella canlyniadau i blant a theuluoedd.
Diolch Gweinidog. Cabinet. Fel da chi wedi dweud, mae Wrecsam wedi ymuno chynghora Abertawe, Casnewydd a Merthyr Tydfil i ehangu'r cynnig gofal plant i bob plentyn dwflydd oed yn dilyn y buddsoddi ar y 55 miliwn gan Llywodraeth Cymru. Ar hyn o bryd mae bron i 8,000 o blant yn Wrecsam yn byw mewn clodi ac yn amlwg bydd y rolat yma'n help garw i'r rieni'r ardal a dwi'n falch bod y Llywodraeth yma yn mynd i'r afal ar broblem ar frys. Dyma'r gwahaniaeth mae Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru yn medru gwneud. Felly pa asesiad mae'r Llywodraeth wedi gwneud ar effaith y cynnig gofal plant ar leddfu tlodi?
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y cwestiwn. Mae hwn yn bolisi cymleth, fel dwi wedi sôn y prynhawn yma a droion o'r blaen yn y siambr ac ar gyfweliadau, ond mae buddsoddi mewn gofal plant yn arwain at enillion ar draws yr economi. Mae fe'n lleihau pwysau ar gyllidebau teuluoedd. Mae'n helpu teuluoedd i dynnu eu hunain allan o dlodi drwy medru manteisio ar gyfleoedd gwaith a hyfforddiant. Ac wrth gwrs mae e'n helpu taclo effeithiau tlodi hefyd o ran datblygiad plant. Dyn ni'n gwybod bod y costau ar hyn o bryd yn gallu atal rhieni rhag gweithio, a mae lleihau costau a symud i gyflogaeth yn ddwy elfen bwysig iawn o ran y gwaith i helpu taclo tlodi. Felly mae gofal plant sy'n cael ei ariannu yn gallu gwneud gwahaniaeth enfawr i deuluoedd drwy leihau eu costau, fel o'n i'n sôn. Mae effaith y rhaglen gofal plant sy'n cael ei ariannu yn mynd i gael ei fonitro a'i gwerthuso'n fanol drwy gydol y cyfnod ehangu mwyn i ni helpu ddeall canlyniadau ac effeithiau tymor hirach, ac fe fydd nifer ohonyn nhw yn effeithiau tymor hirach. Dyna pam mae'n rhywbeth eitha dewr i'w wneud yn wleidyddol, achos i ni'n gwybod falle na welwn ni effeithiau hyn, chymod fydd yn ymestyn dros cyfnod oes plentyn, ond dyn ni'n gwybod o'r ymchwil dyn ni wedi gweld yn rhyngwladol bod yn rhywbeth sy'n gallu gwneud gwahaniaeth gwirioneddol i effeithiau ar effeithiau tlodi plant.
Yn ola ar y cwestiynau yma, cwestiwn 6, Jason O'Connell.
Diolch Llywydd. What is the Welsh Government doing to support community safety across Pontypridd, Cynrychioli?
Thank you. Rydyn ni'n cydnabod y gall atal ac ymyrryd yn gynnar stopio troseddau rhag digwydd yn y lle cyntaf. Felly rydyn ni'n gweithio'n agos gyda plismona yng Nghymru, awdurdodau lleol, partneriaid trydydd sector ac eraill i sicrhau bod pob cymuned ledled Cymru yn teimlo'n ddiogel.
Thank you, Minister. Now, residents in my constituency have raised concerns about antisocial behaviour, specifically at Aberdare bus station, a very niche area, but with locals calling it a hotspot for crime. Now, given the pain and disruption caused, many local businesses and residents are feeling unsafe. People want to see a strong and consistent police presence on their streets. So what conversations has the Minister had with local police and council regarding their strategy for lacking antisocial and violent behaviour in the area?
Diolch yn fawr. Wel, mae'r manifesto wnaethon ni cael...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, just for you to be able to understand the answer. Mae'r manifesto cawson ni yn hethel arno yn cadarnhau ein hymrwymiad i gefnogi ymyrraeth gynnar cyn bod problemau yn dechrau yn ein cymunedau ni, hefyd cyfiawnder adferol a strategaethau dargyfeirio i ostwng lefelau troseddu a gwneud cymunedau yn fwy diogel. O ran, wrth gwrs, dyw plismona ddim wedi datganoli, rydyn ni'n trio cael lot o sgyrsiau ynglyn â hynny ar hyn o bryd, fel bod ni'n medru gwasanaethau ein cymunedau fel eich etholaeth chi o ran hynny, achos dyw'r grymoedd yna ddim gyda ni ar hyn o bryd, yn wahanol i nifer o ddinasoedd yn Lloegr a chenhedloedd eraill y Deyrnas Gyfunol. Ond dwi yn cadeirio y bwrdd partneriaeth Plismona ac fe wnes I hynny yn ddiweddar, ddiwedd y mis diwetha, lle rwy'n gweld fy hunan yr gwaith partneriaeth cryf yna sydd rhwng Llywodraeth Cymru, Plismona yng Nghymru a rhanddeiliaid allweddol eraill. A mae ein manifesto hefyd ni wrth gwrs yn cadarnhau ein hymrwymiad ni I gynnal cefnogaeth I swyddogion cymorth cymunedol yr heddlu. Mae hwn yn fuddsoddiad uniongyrchol gan Lywodraeth Cymru yn niogelwch cymunedau Cymru. Mae e'n dangos hefyd I ni fel Llywodraeth bod plismona cymunedol yn bwysig iawn I ni, wrth gwrs fel o'n i'n dweud mae cyfiawnder troseddol a phlismona yn fater sydd wedi cadw yn ôl ar hyn o bryd.
Diolch Gweinidog Cabinet. Eitem 2 nawr, cwestiynau i'r Gweinidog Cabinet dros wydnwch gwledig a chanlyniad dwywedd. Lly'r Griffiths, cwestiynau i Lly'r Griffiths. Cwestiwn 1, Hugh Thomas.
Sut fydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn cefnogi cymunedau yng Nghaerdydd Penarth I addasu I newid hinsawdd?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn. I ni wedi ymrwymo wrth gwrs I gefnogi cymunedau ar draws Cymru I addasu i'r newid yn yr hinsawdd ac I leihau effeithiau tywydd garw. I ni eisoes wedi dechrau ar y gwaith o ddatblygu cynllun gweithredu hinsawdd a natur newydd ac uchelgeisiol a fydd wrth gwrs yn canolbwyntio ar gyflawni ac yn adlewyrchu'r reality mae bobl yn ei wynebu ledled Cymru.
Diolch yn fawr. Last week, I visited the Treescapism exhibition in my constituency, which looked at how communities like those I represent, with some of the lowest level of canopy tree cover in Wales, can become greener, healthier and more resilient places to live. One of the most powerful messages from that exhibition was that street trees are not simply decorative additions to our communities. They're essential climate infrastructure. They clean out air, they support biodiversity, they reduce surface water flooding, and during extreme heat events, like we might be facing again this week, they provide shade and cooling. Research commissioned by Coed Cadw in Cardiff showed that surfaces shaded by urban trees can be around 20 degrees cooler than those in direct sunlight. But access to these benefits is not equal, and too often it's the communities facing the greatest challenges from air pollution and extreme heat are also the communities with least tree cover. Now, Cardiff Council has tried to do this, something about this. We established Coed Caerdydd 5 years ago as a specific initiative that has planted over 150,000 trees in the last 5 years. But here's the rub. Only a fraction of those are street trees due to issues around pressures on highways, underground utilities and maintenance long-term care. So what Cabinet Secretary will the Welsh Government do to support local authorities to accelerate street tree planting in the communities that need them the most?
Again, for that question, it's oddly enough, it's something we've been discussing recently. I'm a big fan of increasing urban canopy cover for trees for many of the reasons that you outlined in terms of providing that shelter and that shade, you know, by biodiversity benefits, drainage, and flooding mitigation as well. So there's a lot to be said for that. We're woefully underachieving in that space. And when we look at the broader issue of tree planting levels, you know, yes, farmers and land managers can do more, public and government-owned land can do more, but we can do so much more when it comes to urban cover as well. So I'd be happy to pick up with yourself and to learn more about what's happening in Cardiff, because we need to be replicating any good examples across the whole of Wales. Isn't just trees as well, of course, pocket parks and other green areas have a big role to play as well.
Joe Martin.
My thanks to the member for raising this question. Minister, temperatures in classrooms a few weeks ago reached 39 degrees in my constituency, making attendance impossible. So should the UK and Welsh Government success in reducing our CO2 emissions prove insufficient in forestalling global climate change as a result of CO2 emissions from countries like China and India, would the Government consider a cost-benefit analysis of intermediate measures such as the installation of air conditioning in schools in Caerdydd Penarth?
Short answer is we need to move in that direction, because clearly the Climate Change Committee, the UK Climate Change Committee, in its recent report outlined that one of the biggest challenges now isn't keeping people warm, it's keeping people cool when the weather, as we have seen of late and today as well, is what it is. So we do need to look at investing in future-proofing the infrastructure that we have, particularly in public buildings. People's homes as well, you know, we need to address this, elderly people's homes, schools, hospitals, etc. So it's very much on our radar, and it's very much something that we need to be thinking more about, because these are the challenges of the future. We can't bury our heads in the sand. It's coming, and we need to be ready for it.
Anthony Slaughter.
Diolch.
Community-led solutions to climate change have been proven time and time again to be far more effective than top-down imposed programmes. This was at the forefront of my mind when I also visited, alongside you, the inspiring treescapism exhibition led by Splot community volunteers together with Coed Cadw last week. And there I spoke to one of the volunteers who passionately told me that she and her neighbours were tirelessly dedicating as many spare moments as they could find to this invaluable community work. This experience is echoed across my constituencies. Examples like Gwyddio Penarth Greening, which I believe I should declare an interest, I chaired for 6 years, or Benthyg Library of Things. These organisations create multiple environmental and social co-benefits. Local repair cafes tackle the escalation of waste and put money into the pockets of families by avoiding the need to buy new. Planting a community orchard is a well-being act, one where I have felt the benefits firsthand. Local projects like this matter. They are what got me into politics in the first place. Community-led climate action works. It is almost always led by people juggling multiple roles and responsibilities, time-pressured, passionate individuals that care deeply about what they do. How will it needs government to practically fulfil its role and show leadership on its part to assist these organisations? How will the government work together with local authorities and communities to facilitate and enable climate-led community action?
Diolch yn fawr. I couldn't agree more. Local ownership, local involvement in this work breeds empowerment. It ensures that people cherish and value the work that's happening. They're invested in it. They will look after it. And it will be achieved in a way that, you can artificially try and make happen from the top down. So that bottom-up approach is absolutely the approach we want to see. I am aware that the Welsh Government has certain schemes to support that ground-level activity. We're always looking for opportunities to increase and provide further support, albeit mindful of who sat next to me. It's challenging at times, but we are serious about making sure that that's where the heavy lifting happens, because that is a more sustainable answer as well. Because long after, organisations, companies, sponsors have gone, the community themselves, if they take ownership of something, will continue to do that. So in principle, we support it. In practice, we do what we can, and there's always more that we can and wish to do.
Question 2, Sarah Edwards.
What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the Cabinet Minister for Enterprise, Connectivity and Energy regarding the environmental impact of pylons in Sir Gaerfyrddin?
Well, as we know, current policy sets out a presumption in favour of the undergrounding of grid infrastructure, and I have regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues, as you can imagine, on much of these issues. And the Cabinet Minister for Enterprise, Connectivity and Energy will be setting out further details on our policy, building on the evidence, of course, collected about the costs and impacts of new networks, including, of course, on the environment.
Constituents impacted by proposed pylons across Carmarthenshire continue to tell me that they feel ignored by the very decisions being made about their communities. This also includes the environmental impact of proposed pylons, in which we see loss of habitat, disturbance during construction, and pylons often eroding natural landscapes and scenic views. In your role as Cabinet Minister for Rural Resilience and Sustainability, you have a role in the environmental impact side of pylons. In light of this, what specific action will you take to ensure pylons don't ruin the natural landscapes and scenery that our constituents love and call their home? Diolch.
Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. There is a responsibility on all of us to consider the multifaceted impacts that this kind of large infrastructure has. The environmental one is one in particular. You may be aware, of course, that planning policy reform, hopefully, is on its way, where the government will be reviewing and updating national planning policy so that we can better enable some of these decisions to be done in a way that aligns all of these considerations that need to be taken on board when it comes to energy policy, the planning system, clearer spatial guidance, the environmental impact as well. So it's work in progress. It's something we're very mindful of, and it's something we're serious about addressing.
Galwol fy nawr ar lefarwyr y pleidiau I holi'r gweinidog Cabinet, yn gyntaf Llyfarydd Reform UK, Laura Ann Jones.
Diolch, Llawn. Minister, can I take this opportunity to firstly urge you to make any key policy announcements before the Royal Welsh Show here in this chamber, in this Senedd, in the right and proper place to do so, that everybody across this chamber has the opportunity to scrutinise any key policy before the summer recess. Minister, Plaid have previously backed carbon budgets that explicitly state that achieving net zero by 2050 requires a reduction in livestock numbers. The former Climate Change Committee recommended that livestock numbers in Wales be reduced by 19% by 2023. The UK Government Climate Change Committee has just taken this even further now, which has been accepted by the Westminster Government, outlining that post-2033 that meat consumption should be reduced by 25% by 2040, 35% by 2050, that dairy consumption should be reduced by 20% by 2035, and that cattle and sheep numbers should also be reduced by 27% by 2040 and 38% by 2050. Can you give Welsh farmers today a cast iron guarantee, either way, that Plaid and you will or will not be accepting or adopting the recommendations of both of these climate change committees as I've laid out? Yes or no, Minister?
Well, there's no agenda from this government when it comes to driving down livestock numbers. I can give you that assurance. Agriculture is central to the strength of our rural economy, and it's absolutely critical to the resilience of our rural communities. And this government is clear that Wales needs a strong, sustainable and productive livestock sector. We want to see Welsh farmers producing high-quality food in a way that's both economically and, yes, environmentally sustainable, and the Sustainable Farming Scheme is a part of achieving that, including through the Sustainable Production Optional Action, which will help farmers improve productivity and long-term resilience whilst continuing to produce Welsh meat to the high standards that we all expect. Now, when we look at agriculture's climate impact, we have to look at the whole picture. The agriculture inventory records emissions doesn't fully reflect the wider contribution the sector makes through carbon sequestration, for example. There's a huge contribution that is being made and more that can be made in that space. And we need to be looking at maximising those opportunities to take pressure off other elements within the sector. So there's no agenda to drive down livestock numbers from myself or this government, because the kind of food system that we want to see, the kind of food economy that we want to see in Wales will be based on local production, local processing and local procurement. And we therefore need to maintain and strengthen each element of that. So, processing and livestock numbers, the throughput numbers, is part of that so that we can deliver a strong, a sustainable and productive livestock sector, because that is a big, big priority for me.
Well, that's surprising, Minister, considering your obsession with hitting left-wing ideological climate targets, that you wouldn't adhere to those recommendations by particularly the UK Government Climate Change Committee. But I'll take it. That is good news, that we will hold you to account on that, Minister, that you have no intention to reduce livestock numbers, and openly or through the back door, because that obviously flies in the face of past Plaid policy and what your Westminster colleagues are saying. Does that mean instead that we can look forward to an announcement before next week, before the Royal Show here in the Senedd, on how you will encourage more food production, more consumption of meat in Wales, as well as increasing livestock numbers, because both the farmers and the unions and Reform want that? Perhaps, Minister, we can always also look forward to an announcement next week that you will tackle TB once and for all, and that perhaps you'll also introduce a suckler cow premium, which would really help the industry in this regard. Is that your intention?
There's about 4 questions there. I'll try and answer as many as I can. First of all, that quip about, sort of left-wing ideology. It's your colleague 2 questions ago was asking me about heat in schools and the consequences of climate change and the need for air conditioning and improved infrastructure. Maybe you should talk to each other about where you stand on this, because I'm hearing very different messages coming from these sides, these benches over here. On bovine TB, you know my view. My view has been clear, and it's aligned with the view of the TB Programme Board, which has explicitly said in its policy position that we need to tackle TB both in the human population, in livestock and in wildlife. I am awaiting advice from the technical advisory group that's been considering that approach, and as soon as they report, I will then be in a position to consider options. Until we see their evidence, until we see the signs that they've been perusing, then I'm not in a position to make a definitive statement on that. But as soon as I am, I will, because for me, it's a priority amongst the number, but it's certainly up there, high up on the list. On cyclical premium payments, I'm aware of an approach that's been adopted in Scotland where there are direct headage payments. I'm aware of a policy document published by NFU Cymru a few months ago because I attended the launch. There's much to be looked at in that space. I'm also aware that numbers are dwindling, and it isn't actually it isn't sensible in an environmental sense if you don't get that level of controlled grazing happening, in certain parts of Wales. So there's a lot to consider. It's on my radar, and if we can use the Sustainable Farming Scheme to try and meet that challenge in some way, then we will do so.
Thank you, Minister Diolch. Farmers need that reassurance, and I agree with my colleague across the chamber that they need that reassurance, preferably before the Royal Welsh Show on TV, because it is absolutely decimating our industry and it has farmers crying on their knees. It needs to be tackled, and it needs to be tackled now. Now, an easier one, Minister, sheep scab. Sheep scab is a highly contagious disease caused by mites that costs the sheep industry millions in Wales and remains a significant threat to animal welfare, our environment and productivity. And not helped, of course, by the not controlling the spread of bracken. The current dip wash used for sheep that has clear risks attached to it given the toxic chemicals in it. But I'm aware of new technology, Clear Dip, that would take the chemical out and the risk out of sheep dip, treating it at the point of use with diazinon being captured for safe disposable on site, which is better for farmers, better for sheep. I'm sure you'll agree, Minister. Having talked to the NSA last week, it seems to be a viable alternative and not that expensive, better in the environment and better for sheep welfare. Minister, is Clear Dip something that you think the Welsh Government should support and you think that should be rolled out across Wales? Well,
I also met the NSA last week, and I'm very aware of concerns that they've expressed more widely on disposal of sheep dip and all sorts of challenges. And it does come down to animal welfare at the end of the day. So it is something that we are looking at, and hopefully there will be new and further developments in that space as well that we can utilise, because I think there's a practical reality in terms of the way that you treat animals in this space, and at the minute, whilst there are certain safeguards environmentally in place, and rightly so, I think there are different ways of achieving what we all want to achieve.
Llywodraeth Cymru, Vicky Howells.
Minister, this week is Wales Nature Week, but like the rest of the world, Wales is in the grip of a nature emergency. I'm proud that the previous Welsh Labour government was the first in the world to recognise this formally by declaring a nature emergency in 2021, introducing a wide range of policies and initiatives to help improve the condition of habitats and reverse biodiversity loss by addressing the root causes and drivers of decline. Yet the global target to halt the loss of nature by 2030 looms ever closer. 1 in 6 species in Wales are threatened with extinction, and we have only 5 years to meet our ecosystem target of 30 by 30. Now, one of the last initiatives established by the previous government was Nature Estate Cymru, bringing together organisations responsible for significant areas of land. It's a great way of making the most of large areas of land as we strive to meet our restoration targets. And linked to this are the Naturva sites, 4 announced by the end of the last government. So, Cabinet Secretary, what is your assessment of the value of these 2 projects in contributing to our targets for nature restoration, and will you commit to continuing them?
I will be honest with the member, I'm not fully versed on the work of those, so I'm grateful that she has flagged them, and I can see from the passion in her question that she appreciates the contribution they make. I will take that away, I will look at it, and I will write to the member with my reflections as well. But I will say, of course, we do have an aspiration within our Climate and Nature Action Plan, which we're working at and working on, which will, of course, hopefully meet and support some of the aspirations that these groups and herself, I'm sure, will share.
Thank you, Cabinet Minister. I'd be happy to meet you and talk at length passionately about those two projects. But my second question is about the fact that a crucial part of protecting and restoring nature in Wales is making sure we have the right regulations in place. Now, Minister, you recently announced a review of farming bureaucracy. And let me be clear that farmers are the custodians of our land. They work incredibly hard, and I know they are very passionate about protecting the environment. So, of course, reducing unnecessary bureaucracy is a worthy aim. But not all regulation can be badged as red tape. Many of the regulations for the agricultural sector serve an important environmental purpose. For example, the regulations in place to reduce agricultural pollution and improve the water quality of our rivers and seas. So, Minister, can you guarantee today that regulations designed to protect water quality won't be slashed or watered down as part of the review?
Well, thank you for the question. It gives me an opportunity, I think, to reiterate an important point here, which is, I think, the thrust of your question. Whilst we are keen to reduce bureaucracy and red tape, that in no way takes us away from the importance of many of the regulations and protections that we have, because they're there for a purpose, and we need to make sure that they are respected and carried through and delivered upon. What I'm not happy with is the bureaucratic burden that comes with some of those processes. So I've said from the start, you know, if we can take duplication out of the system, and there is duplication, we're already seeing that a few weeks into this red tape review, that there is duplication. If the government is asking for data and information, then are we confident that we're using it? Because if not, frankly, why are we asking for it? These are the questions that we need to ask. Not fundamentally, do we want to roll back on some of the standards, the high standards that we insist on across the piece in Wales? And those high standards are important because they're a big part of what Welsh food and Welsh produce is about. You know, it's high quality, high environmental standards, high animal welfare standards. You know, we need to retain those. Where I'm persuaded that we need regulatory change, it'll be on the basis of making life easier and more practical, but I won't be sacrificing some of those fundamental principles that we have around, you know, environment, animal health and welfare, etc. You know, that's not the driver here. That's what I'm trying to say. The driver here is to make life easier for farmers whilst fulfilling the regulations and the aspirations we have for the outcomes we want to see.
Llywodraeth Cymru, Andrew R. T. Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, you would have been included in a letter that was sent to spokespeople from the NSA about issues at HCC, an issue you'd be very familiar with from your time as opposition spokesperson. The Economy, Trade and Rural Affairs Committee did a detailed report on this issue and the governance at HCC. Its first recommendation was that it should be returned back to the producers and actually be run by the producers and the levy payers. And I declare an interest as a levy payer. Are you minded, now that you're in a position to effect that change, to do that and return HCC to the levy payers so that governance drives the organisation to the success we all want to see it have, which is promoting quality Welsh beef, lamb and pork on the world stage, rather than paying solicitors and HR advisors to deal with ludicrous accusations levelled against many individuals within that organisation?
I have met with the Chief Exec and the Chair of Hybiki Cymru recently, and you know they know what my view is and my aspiration is. I want a fully functioning, firing on all cylinders Hybiki Cymru. I feel that under the new Chief Exec and the Vision 2030 strategy that's been published recently, that they are now on a positive trajectory. I will be a critical friend of theirs, but I will support the work that they do, because I honestly think that they are the organisation to move us forward in this space. You know, levy payers' voice is critical, of course it is, but we need to strike the right balance in terms of making sure that we have an organisation that is functioning, delivering. If we rip it up and start again, I fear we'll do nothing but sort of look at internal structures for time to come. I think we're beyond the point now where we're looking back. For me, it's about looking forward and building Hybiki Cymru into what it could and should be.
With respect, Minister, that letter only came 4 weeks ago from an organisation that would be very familiar with the workings of HCC, and they said the culture has not changed. And you didn't answer the question that I put to you, that you supported in opposition and your spokesperson supported in that report that was put together. And it does not mean ripping up all the governance in the organisation. It really means returning the organisation to the producers and levy payers who pay the bills. And as I said, many of those levy payers have been paying high hourly rated solicitors and HR advisors to deal with issues rather than put into the marketing of the quality produce that comes off Welsh farms. So here's your opportunity, Minister. Yes or no, will you allow the levy payers to take ownership of HCC and deliver an organisation that can be world-beating on the world stage?
Let's not forget the Welsh Government brings a lot to the table here as well. So the Welsh Government has to be represented in the organisation. And I believe that they are on the right trajectory now. So I don't believe in changing the current structure. I will, of course, keep a watching brief on things as they develop. And I've spoken with NSA Cymru and others, on a myriad of issues around this. But I've also spoken to the people running HCC, leading HCC, and they are giving me confidence that they are on the right track, and I will support them.
3. Liz McLean.
Question 3.
Pa drafodaethau mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cael gyda Llywodraeth Deyrnas Gyfunol ynglŷn â diogelwch ac adfer tipiau glo?
Ar y cwestiwn, ni wrth gwrs wedi ymrwymo a fynd i'r afel a chanlyniadau ein gorffennol diwydiannol ac i sicrhau cyfiawnder wrth gwrs i'r cymunedau y meysydd glo yma yng Nghymru. Mae'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros gyllid wedi codi hyn gyda prif ysgrifennydd y trysorlus mis diwetha, dwi'n meddwl oedd y sgwrs gafwyd. Ddyle Cymru ddim fod yn cario y baich yma ar yn pen yn hunain ac i ni wrth gwrs wedi ymrwymo i sicrhau y bydd buddsoddiad yn dod mwyn cadw'n cymunedau ni ddiogel.
Diolch. Yn ystod y Senedd diwetha, roedd cefnogaeth gref ar draws pleidiau i deddf tomenni mwyngloddiau a chwareli nas defnyddir Cymru 2025. Ac rwy'n falch y bydd yr awdurdod tomenni nas defnyddir newydd wedi leoli ym Merthyr Tydfil gan greu 60 o swyddi yn fetholaeth i. Ac fy mod yn gwerthfawrogi bod Llywodraeth Cymru a Llywodraeth Deyrnas Gyfunedig wedi buddsoddi mwy na 100 miliwn yr un i sicrhau diogelwch tomenni glo, mae'n amlwg brwpderon bod hyn yn ddigon i fynd i'r afael ac edifeddiaeth a diwydiant glo yma yng Nghymru. Felly, a yw gweinidog y Cabinet yn cytuno nad yw'r gwaith adfer sydd wedi addo gan Llywodraeth Deyrnas Gyfunol ar hyn o bryd yn ddigonol i fynd i'r afael ar heriau mae'r cymoedd yn wynebu o dan cysgod hanes y diwydiant glo.
Ydw, a dwi eisiau diolch i'r aelod am y gwaith mae hi'n neud i geisio cyfiawnder i'r cymunedau o dan sylw. Mae yna lawer iawn o waith i'w wneud. Mae hon yn her hir dymor. Mae'r heriau cyllidol wrth gwrs yn sylweddol ac i ni yn mynd i fod yn pwyso, fel o'n i'n dweud, ar Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig i chwarae rhanw. Ddyle Cymru ddim fod yn cario'r baich yma ar yn pen yn hunain, fel o'n i'n dweud, a mae yna waith i'w wneud i sicrhau y tu hwnt i'r ymrwymiadau ni wedi derbyn hyd yn hyn, y bydd na gyllid yn dod, oherwydd gymaint i ni wedi derbyn, ac wrth gwrs i ni'n ddiolchgar am yr arian na, ac wrth gwrs yn cydnabod y cyfraniad mae Llywodraeth Cymru hunain yn rhoi i'r gwaith yma. Mae yna lawer iawn mwy i'w wneud ac mi gymerith i ddegawdau, dwi'n meddwl, i ni gyflawni'r gwaith yn llwyr, a dwi'n siŵr tra byddwn ni'n gwneud y gwaith, bydd yr aelod yn parhau i fod yn codi'r cwestiynau yma.
David Hughes.
Cabinet Minister, having grown up in Merthyr Valley in the 70s and 80s, I had many work colleagues, teammates and friends whose lives were devastated by the tragedy in Aberfan. Communities in Ponty, Cynon and Merthyr, along with many others across Wales, continue to live alongside legacy coal tips. Can the Cabinet Minister provide an update on discussions with the UK Government to ensure that these communities receive the long-term investment they need to make those tips safe? Because I, for one, believe that after nearly 60 years, since the Aberfan disaster, we still haven't received sufficient funding needed to make these tips clear and to make these tips safe. Diolch.
Yes, thank you very much. So, as I said, the Cabinet Minister for Finance raised this issue with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on the 16th of June. Now, joint Welsh Government and UK Government investment means more than £230 million has been committed to coal tip safety since 2020. That's supported the development of a 3-year multi-year grant programme, which of course has supported local authorities and other partners to plan, to develop and to deliver larger and more complex schemes. And that includes, by the way, Merthyr's grant award of nearly £10 million in capital funding and £1.8 million in revenue funding. But I can assure the member that making our coalfields safe is a long-term programme. As I said, it will take the best part of decades, 10, 15 years and beyond, but we will strongly be making the case for the UK Government's funding contribution to be extended into future years at the next UK spending review, particularly, of course, so that funding extends beyond 2029-2030 when the current funding settlement comes to an end.
Paul Rock.
Diolch, Llywydd. Wales has already taken crucial steps to ensure that coal no longer has a place in our clean energy future. The closure of Aberthorpe Power Station was a stepping stone on the pathway towards a green energy independent Wales. The UK Government agrees that coal should no longer be part of the UK energy strategy, as is evidenced by its commitment to ban new coal mining licences in the forthcoming Energy Independence Bill. However, that draft legislation, as it stands, risks leaving coal tip extraction outside the scope of the ban. Whilst this isn't a devolved matter, there are some simple amendments to the Act that will fix this by explicitly stating that coal tip extraction is included in the ban. These amendments need to be discussed with the UK Government. The implications matter for Wales. Projects such as the current proposal to remove bedwas tips in return for the commercial rights to hundreds of thousands of tonnes of coal would undermine Wales's climate commitments and reopen the door to an extractive and dirty industry. Will the Cabinet Minister discuss the need for a coal tip extraction ban in the UK Government's Energy Independence Bill with his Westminster counterpart?
Thank you for that. It is a concern that's been highlighted, in my time as chair of the Climate Change Committee. In the last Senedd, there were concerns. Whilst rightly, the need for clearing these tips is important, there are concerns about the extraction of any residual coal in the tips and what happens to that. I will happily make representations to the UK Government, and maybe I could have a moment of the member's time as well to lean on his experience or the information that he has that maybe could support us to make that case.
Question 4, Jane Bryant.
What action is the Welsh Government taking to prevent flooding?
We will deliver a dedicated flood forum for Wales to assist risk management authorities, emergency responders and communities across Wales to strengthen resilience, to improve preparedness and to support coordinated local action. Our flood programme will take a whole catchment approach, prioritising, of course, nature-based solutions wherever possible to deliver robust and future-proof investment.
Diolch, and I know it seems to be strange talking about flooding during the summer and what is one of the hottest days. However, for people who have been flooded or who are at risk of flooding, that concern lasts all year round. The £25 million Stevenson Street scheme in the Liswerry area of Newport was completed last autumn. It reduced the flood risk from the River Usk to more than 2,000 homes and businesses. Upstream, a tributary of the River Usk at Cael, the Avon Clwyd, poses a flood risk to nearby homes and sports clubs. And I've met with residents and Natural Resources Wales and sports clubs, and local people are still waiting for clarity from Natural Resources Wales about planned flood defences. The Welsh Labour Government invested record levels of funding for flood defences. So can the Minister reassure my constituents that this government will invest in flood defences to protect our communities?
Well, I can give you that assurance. We are serious about meeting the challenge that communities are facing head on. Of course, it isn't just about mixing concrete, as I was saying, and as I know you appreciate. There are nature-based solutions that we can utilise and implement on a catchment level basis as well. And of course, it isn't just then direct flood funding that can help mitigate some of these issues. There are other sources of funding that can contribute in their unique ways. If the member would like to write to me about the particular investment programme that she was referring to, then I will certainly have a look at that for her as well.
Zainab Akbar.
Llywed. Flooding continues to have a devastating impact on communities across my constituency too of Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf. I have heard directly from constituents about the damage and disruption caused by recent flooding. Along the River Taff, Taff's Well and Nant Garw face particular challenges. Their steep valleys, dense development and ageing infrastructure mean traditional flood defences alone are no longer enough. The Taff Catchment Programme recognises that reducing flood risk requires a whole catchment approach, combining natural flood management, long-term investment and community resilience. As the River Taff is just one of many rivers flowing through my constituency and Cardiff, this reflects a much wider challenge facing our local communities. Will the Cabinet Minister outline how the Welsh Government is supporting catchment-scale flood management to better protect communities such as Taff's Well and Nant Garw?
Yes, thank you for that. Clearly, I agree, as you will have gathered from my previous answer, that it is, a big part of the answer for us when it comes to meeting the challenge of flooding. We've invested more than £5 million actually in 26-27 to support natural flood management, much of which obviously takes that catchment approach. We need to look strategically at how we can slow down water flows, how we can store water, intercept surface water as well, especially when it comes to those steeper surfaces within catchments before it reaches communities and before it hits critical infrastructure that we have. And those approaches, of course, can also deliver at the same time, I hope, wider benefits when it comes to biodiversity, water quality, and as well some of the economic opportunities around doing some of this work.
Benjamin Hodge McKenna.
Diolch, Llywydd. Between 13,000 people in Afon Rhondda are at risk of flooding from rivers and surface water. In December of 2025, communities in both Neath Talbot and Rhondda Cynon Taf were disrupted by flooding. The Section 19 flood investigation report in Pentra identified that tree felling by Natural Resources Wales was the main cause of flooding in the area, and Natural Resources Wales admitted responsibility and promised to make improvements to their practices. What meetings have you had, Minister, with Natural Resources Wales to ensure that their practices and standards have improved so that tree felling operations will not place residents at risk?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, this was before my time, but I am aware that that had been identified as, a critical issue. My understanding is that now there are agreements in place. The other issue, as well, of course, which was highlighted to us in committee in a previous life by the leader of RCT Council at the time, was that council workers actually needed to remove and fell trees to allow debris and water to run away from flooded properties. But of course, some of those trees needed applications for licences to remove. So my understanding again is that the bodies involved are now in agreement about a pragmatic way forward. Members may gather that I am a big fan of practical and pragmatic approaches to these kinds of things. And I would be very disappointed if having this been highlighted a long time ago now has not been addressed, but I will double check and I will report back.
Question 5, Carrie Harper.
Diolch, Llywydd. What is the Welsh Government's policy on the regulation of landfill sites?
Good question. Our policy, of course, is to phase out landfill by moving waste up the hierarchy through prevention, through reuse and recycling, while of course ensuring that operational landfill sites are independently regulated to the highest environmental standards by Natural Resources Wales.
Diolch yn fawr. I know you've long shared the frustrations of residents around the Hafod landfill site in Johnstown and have stood alongside campaigners who've endured this nuisance for far too many years. Families have repeatedly told us they can't open their windows, enjoy their gardens or simply live normally because of the persistent smell. And of course there's growing frustration, particularly because the licence still has decades yet to run. Despite Wrexham's excellent recycling record, local communities continue to bear the burden of a landfill that receives much of its waste from across the border, leaving residents to live with persistent odour that affects their health, well-being and quality of life. Will you outline what further action Welsh Government can now take to improve the transparency of monitoring at Hafod, and what milestones you expect the operator to meet before the Government concludes that this long-running nuisance simply cannot continue and that closure to stop the stink at Hafod should be pursued?
Well, can I thank the member for raising this, because I know that she has been a strong advocate of action around the Hafod landfill site for a long, long time. And I recognise the work that she's done over many years, actually. And I also recognise the strength of feeling locally around this issue. Now, you will be aware that the Senedd Petitions Committee published a report recently, and the government, of course, has responded to the recommendations of that, and we are working closely with Natural Resources Wales to strengthen monitoring and to improve transparency. We've allocated funding this financial year to support further work on enhanced odour monitoring at landfill sites in Wales, including, of course, importantly, Hafod, so that we can assess how monitoring data can be collected, interpreted and used effectively within the regulatory framework. But I will say something else as well, because as part now of our wider move away from landfill, I've asked officials to explore options for restricting biodegradable waste to landfill. This could help reduce the generation of landfill gas and therefore associated odour issues, whilst also, of course, reducing movement potentially of some waste from outside of Wales into these sites. In relation to closure, clearly decisions on the operation of Hafod landfill, including any permit review or restrictions or revocations, are matters for Natural Resources Wales, and as ministers we can't prejudge or direct those decisions, but looking at the bigger picture, particularly the piece around biodegradable waste, I think we can do something there.
Cwestiwn 6, Anna Nicol.
Diolch. Pa gamau y mae'r Gweinidog Cabinet yn ei cymryd i gyflawni strategaeth fwyd Cymru?
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am y cwestiwn. Dwi wedi dechrau ar y gwaith o sicrhau bod na rhyw fath o joined-up approach gyda ni pan mae'n dod i ddatblygu strategaeth fwyd genedlaethol ar gyfer y dyfodol. Mae'n swyddogion ni wedi bod yn edrych ar sgôp a approach strategol. Y gwaith yma, dwi yn ymgysylltu wrth gwrs gyda rhanddeiliad allweddol yn cynnwys yr undebau ameth busnesau. Dwi wedi cael cyfarfod hefyd efo Comisiynydd Cenedlaethau'r Dyfodol mwyn dechrau siapio y gwaith yma a'i ddatblygu ymhellach. Mi fydd na grŵp gweithredu gweinidogol yn cael ei greu, a gobeithio hefyd mi fyddwn ni yn cyhoeddi pwy fydd yn arwain y gwaith ac yn cadeirio'r gwaith yma cyn bo hir.
Diolch. I welcome the Government's ambitions in developing a national food strategy, including strengthening supply chains and food processing capacity. Food processors in Ceredig and Pembroke have told me how excited they are by the opportunities these commitments are already creating for our rural economy. Food processing plays an important role in the West Wales economy, including, for example, Puffin Produce with a £15 million turnover and Pembrokeshire Creamery with a £60 million turnover, who together employ over 300 people and support numerous farming businesses in rural West Wales. Businesses want to work with government to keep more of the value of Welsh produce within Wales while supporting sustainable and regenerative farming. So could the Minister outline how the Welsh Government will work with producers and processors to turn ambitions into reality and ensure that rural communities across Wales share in the benefits?
Yes, well, growing those kinds of enterprises, of course, is a cornerstone of much of the business activity and growth we want to see. As a government, we'll be supporting food and drink businesses of various sizes, of various stages in maturity, so that they can grow and thrive through different schemes that we are providing. Our support programmes as well provide tailored expert advice and guidance through their business journey, because every business, of course, faces different challenges, so that agility and ability to adapt to those particular needs, I think, is important as well. It's a big part of the kind of rural economy I want to see being grown here and strengthened in Wales. I made the analogy previously, I think, in this chamber that the local economy too often is like a leaking bucket. There's too many holes in the bucket and a lot of the wealth is flowing out of our communities. We need to be plugging those holes so that we can keep the pound circulating in our local communities. And it brings me right back, I think, to where I started this session when I was talking about the aspiration to max out on local production, local processing, and supported, of course, by local procurement as well. If we crack that nut, then I think we'll have plugged a few of those holes in the bucket.
Cwestiwn 7, Christiana Emsley.
Diolch, Howard. How is the Welsh Government ensuring that its policies on biodiversity, wildlife management and rural resilience are informed by practical land management experience and scientific evidence?
Well, the Welsh Government develops policies through a combination of scientific evidence, stakeholder engagement and practical land management experience. Programmes such as the Sustainable Farming Scheme, of course, have been shaped through consultation with farmers, land managers, scientists, environmental organisations, ensuring policies are evidence-based, locally informed and, of course, support the resilient ecosystems and rural communities that we all want to see.
Thank you. Minister, conservation is not achieved by leaving nature entirely to itself. Farmers, gamekeepers and organisations such as the British Association for Shooting and Conservation understand that protecting biodiversity often requires active habitat management and, where the scientific evidence supported, lawful control of predator or overabundant species to safeguard vulnerable wildlife. Will the Welsh Government commit to working with BACS and the farming community as equal partners in developing wildlife policy, or will it continue to sideline those with decades of practical conservation experience?
Well, on a personal level, I've done a lot with BASC over many, many years and appreciate the contribution that they make. In fact, this government recognises the contribution shooting makes to the conservation ecosystem in Wales, and it's something I don't foresee changing.
Cwestiwn 8 yn ola, Ciara Marshall.
How is the government working to support food producers to donate surplus produce to food banks and charities?
Well, the Welsh Government supports, of course, surplus food redistribution by providing funding to Fair Share Cymru and other organisations to work with food producers and businesses so that we can redistribute that surplus food to charities, to community groups, food banks and more.
Diolch, Weinidog. As you mentioned, charities like Fair Share ensure that food banks all over the country can access surplus food from producers and traders, and this is an essential source of food for them. Schemes like Surplus for Purpose that Welsh Government does ensure that good food doesn't go to waste and can be used for a good purpose. I previously volunteered with Food Cycle in Ely and Riverside, who provide free community meals from surplus food and aim to reduce food waste, hunger and social isolation. It's estimated that each year around 400,000 tonnes of food waste happens in Wales, which is so shameful because I've been to the Dusty Forge in Ely where Food Cycle is based, and I've seen the empty shelves there and what they're trying to make meals out of. So I'm grateful to the Minister for outlining how the government will support traders to donate, food producers to donate surplus food. But could you outline how you'll also support projects like Food Cycle to ensure that food doesn't go to waste and they get the support they need to maintain their projects?
Yeah, well, thank you for your question. I mean, I can confirm that we will absolutely work with these groups and organisations to make sure that they're sustainable and that their programmes support those who have, particular needs when it comes to accessing food. And officials across the food division and tackling poverty actually are working closely with stakeholders to develop a common set of objectives and performance indicators for local food partnerships around this, and this work of course will bring together then the cross-portfolio priorities of the combined funding from food, from social justice as well, because of course it traverses a number of portfolio responsibilities here, from health to social justice, poverty, food, farming, etc., and it's another example of where we get it right, we can achieve a multitude of benefits through one single investment.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Eitem 3, ni dderbynwyd unrhyw gwestiynau amserol, felly symud ar ymlaen I datganiadau 90 eiliad. Natasha Ashka.
Thanks so much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to use my 90-second statement to pay tribute to a constituent of mine who's been fundraising for the Forget Me Not Chorus, a charity which organises singing sessions for people with dementia. My constituent, Andrew Davis' life changed in January 2025 when he was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. With so much uncertainty about the future, Andrew decided that he wanted to embark on a mammoth fundraising mission whilst he still could. He decided to drive from Land's End to John O'Groats in just one day to raise money for the Forget Me Not Chorus, which have been supporting Andrew through and through. This wasn't just the first time he has completed the journey, having done the same 30 years ago in aid of a different charity. Andrew raised an impressive £1,300 with more cash coming in. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm sure the entire Chamber will join me in congratulating Andrew on his efforts alongside all of those people across our nation of Wales who carry on with these incredible fundraising initiatives, and wish them all the very best in their future endeavours. Thanks.
Diolch. Francesca O'Brien.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Member. As a member representing Gower and Swansea, I recognise the fantastic effort that many of our local rugby clubs do, not just on the pitch but off the pitch too, in our wider communities. For many young people, they strive to achieve regional goals, such as being selected for the Ospreys and the ultimate goal of representing Wales. I'm very pleased to say to those members that are not aware that we actually have the Wales under-20s currently participating in the World Rugby Junior Championships in Georgia at the moment, so do tune in. They've won 2 games so far against Georgia and Uruguay. Unfortunately, they lost against South Africa yesterday, but I'm sure the team will pull it around this weekend against Australia. On behalf of the Chamber, we wish all of the team the best of luck. Thank you.
Diolch. Siaf Taj.
Tomorrow afternoon, we will see the unveiling, the long-awaited unveiling of the Rhodri Morgan statue outside here in the Senedd, and I hope that everyone will join us to come and see, because ultimately, who was Rhodri? Rhodri was a socialist, and more than anything else, he just loved Wales. He was a very proud Welshman, and he was very clear in terms of what devolution meant. And many of us actually look to Rhodri as, being the godfather of Devo. And, many of us remember as well how hard he debated and fought for us to really stay in Europe. And I remember a time when we were holding a debate in Cardiff University, and he showed up with 2 Tesco bags and flung them onto the table and started looking for papers to make his case for why this was important. And he, of course, did a lot of work in promoting brand Wales and attracting inward investment. And he would walk into a room and he would start talking about something that was completely unrelated, but still walk off, and those individuals would go, "Where's this place called Wales? And we must visit." And so he was very unique in that sense, and he did it all with so much style and with such great humour as well. So I hope that you will join me in, coming to the unveiling tomorrow, because he reminded us very clearly that we may be small, but we are mighty, and, we govern. It's important that we govern ourselves regardless, and there will be lots of discussions that we will have in this chamber going forward, of course, but always remember, what would Rhodri say and do?
Diolch. Liz McLean.
Dwi am rhannu gyda chi heddiw stori am ffrind annwyl I mi, Jamie Bevan, sydd ar hyn o bryd yn cerdded yr holl ffordd o Ferthu Tydfil I Istanbul. Tua D90 dwi'n meddwl yw e. Siwrne o 2,000 o filltiroedd, dros 11 o wledydd yn cynnwys Ffrainc, Gwlad Belg, yr Almaen, Awstria, Hwngari, Serbia a Bulgaria, a bydd yn cymryd 4 I 5 mis. Pam ydy yn neud e? Dwi'n siŵr bod yna sawl rheswm personol pam mae am wneud hwn, dwi'n siŵr, ond mae e wedi dewis cyfrannu at ei gymuned trwy codi arian I cylch meithrin y Gyrnys. Wrth wneud hwn, a mae'n barod wedi codi dros 10,000 o bunnau tuag at datblygu'r Gymraeg ym Merthyr Tydfil. Mae'r cylch meithrin wedi lleoli yn y Gyrnys, un o'r llefydd mwyaf difreintiedig yng Nghymru. Mae'n rhoi cyfle I blant cael mynediad ar addysg Gymraeg mewn ardal bydde byth wedi cael y cyfle yna o'r blaen, so mae'n ei gwaith ffantastig. Ond I jyst eisiau dweud, dwi am ddiolch I Jamie am ei waith aruthrol, ei gweithrediad dros y Gymraeg yn ein cymuned ni, am ei ymroddiad I ganolfan Zowar, oedd e wedi rili adeiladu hynny gyda fi, a hefyd, yn fwy pwysig na hynny, am ei gefeillgarwch a'i gariad dros y blynyddoedd. Rydym wedi gwynebu sawl her ar hyd y flynyddoedd o ran y Gymraeg a'n cymdeithas. So dwi am longyfarch ar beth mae'n wneud a diolch iddo fe a dymuno pob hwyl iddo fe ar weddill ei daith.
Diolch. Ac yn olaf, Hyw'r Anca Davies.
Deputy President, I rise today to mark a momentous milestone in the history of Welsh maritime rescue, the 60th anniversary of the Port Talbot RNLI lifeboat station, which first established its vital inshore presence on Aberavon Beach back in 1966. For 6 decades, the brave men and women of Port Talbot have been protected our coastal communities. When the pager sounds, day or night, they leave the safety of their homes to brave the unpredictable waters of the Bristol Channel. They embody the very best of public service and selflessness. But a lifeboat station is far more than its heroic sea crew. It's an entire ecosystem of dedication. So we extend the deepest thanks of this Senedd to every single individual who keeps the service running. The shore crew, the fundraisers, the shop volunteers, the trustees, their unwavering commitment behind the scenes saves lives. So we pay tribute to the station's present and past presidents and all the supporters who have steered Port Talbot RNLI through challenges and triumphs. Whether navigating the treacherous surf or raising vital funds to keep this station running, the community's generosity has never faltered. 6 decades of service is a remarkable legacy of lives saved and families kept together. Diolch o galon i'r wirfoddolwyr Bad Ucheb Port Talbot. Thank you all for 60 years of bravery, dedication and unwavering service to Wales. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch o'r iawn i chi. Eitem 5. Dadl deddfwriaethol aelodau o dan reol sefydlog 11.1 ar hugain 4, bil ar rianta corfforaethol. Galwaf ar Sarah Cooper-Lasad i wneud y cynnig.
I would like to record my profound thanks to my friend Terry Galloway. Terry is a care leaver whose guidance has been absolutely invaluable. I bring this debate forward to ensure care-experienced children in Wales benefit from corporate parenting protections at least as strong as anywhere else in the UK. This Senedd proudly took the lead to remove profit from children's care, a defining choice where we rightfully diverge from England. But while we led on removing profit, we have lagged behind on statutory protection. The Children's Wellbeing in Schools Act 2026 places strict statutory corporate parenting duties on non-devolved bodies like police and youth justice. A care leaver is legally protected by them, yet our own devolved bodies, crucially our local health boards, are left completely off the hook, bound only by a voluntary charter which they sign only if they choose to. The government's policy is to demand devolution of policing and justice to Wales. Set aside whether one agrees, devolve those forces tomorrow and the statutory duty to look out for a care leaver simply falls away. Whatever you believe about where power should sit, this isn't about this. Our most vulnerable children should not pay the price. So I challenge the Deputy Minister to answer, would devolution carry this protection across or dissolve it into a charter? I understand the government say the voluntary charter is better because it can reach private and third sector bodies that legislation cannot. But let us be honest about how private organisations behave. They follow the law, not a leaflet. So the charter's breadth is precisely its weakness. It reaches widely because it demands less. Keep it for the bodies we cannot compel. But for our health boards and NHS trusts, the bodies we can bind, a care leaver deserves the duty the law enforces, not a promise quietly set aside. We do not leave safeguarding to goodwill, so we should not leave corporate parenting to it either. The Council General leaned heavily on one specific defence, that Part 6 Code of Practice is being revisited with a new chapter on corporate parenting to be laid later this year. I must tell the Chamber this defence is a dead end. By law, its scope is strictly limited. It applies solely to local authorities exercising social services functions. It cannot legally impose a single duty on a health board. Local authorities are already under a statutory corporating parent duty. This achieves absolutely nothing for a young person failed by the NHS. The government cannot expand the scope of this code. Only primary legislation passed by this Senedd can. And I hope no one offers me yet another review. Because in 2023, this Senate's own committee looked at exactly this and asked a question titled, if not now, then when? 3 years on, we are still answering, not yet. The legal reality is clear. The most robust mechanism is an act of the Senedd, one that either imposes duties directly or requires ministers to bring regulations that we can subsequently shape together. Section 23 of the English Act already provides wording that could be adapted for our devolved bodies. The power is ours. It was always ours. No duty is entirely immune from judicial review, but that risk is not managed by inaction, but by drafting duties clearly with ascertainable standards and robust targets. That is a reason to legislate carefully, not an excuse to avoid legislating at all. The risk we face by doing nothing is we are simply paying different parts of the system to manage a crisis we failed to prevent. We are not saving money by relying on voluntary charters. And far, far, far more importantly, we save a life from avoidable suffering. Because this, above all else, is not a monetary question, but a moral question. These are children who do not have what we had. The average young person in Wales leaves the parental home at 24, but many care leavers are forced out at 18. It is a sheer cliff edge which I would have faced, with no parents to catch them when they fall. Leaving care is a predictable route into destitution, with 1 in 4 care leavers ending up homeless. The Children, Young People and Education Committee asked us, would any of us claiming the system works be happy for our own child to be cared for by that system? I certainly would not, would you? I will be honest about the journey this motion has taken to reach the floor today. When I first tabled it, I did not feel the broad support across the chamber. But that has since changed, and I am genuinely deeply grateful to those who broke rank, did the right thing, and put their names to it. I single none of them out, except to thank them sincerely. But I would gently say this. The moral case for strengthening care-experienced children's rights did not suddenly become true last week. It was always true. The reaction to this week has shown that the public appetite for this is massive. It is the very reason they need statutory duties. The system is legally bound to honour, not a voluntary promise it may choose to keep. Some may ask whether this is the moment, whether amongst all the pressures on the Senedd, whether this is the priority. But my answer to them would be, if not now, then when? For a care-experienced child at the cliff edge, there is no later. Their childhood is not on hold while we find a better time. Each year we wait is another year of young people falling through a gap we already know how to close. After all, it is not just about words, but about actions, signalling to care leavers in law that they matter. Sometimes you do have to legislate in order to send a signal to care leavers that their rights are enshrined in law, and I believe that is really significant no matter what the voluntary charter says. Remember, the law is our living word, our living promise, and the law ultimately outlasts us all.
Becca Brown.
Ga i ddiolch yn fawr iawn i ddechrau i Sarah Cwpelesad am ddod ar ddadl yma ger bron heddiw yma. Mae pobl ifanc sydd â phrofiad o ofal ymhlith y mwyaf agored i niwed yn ein cymdeithas. Mae llawer ohonynt wedi profi caledu sylweddol, trauma ac ansefydlogrwydd cyn iddynt hyd yn oed gyrraedd oedoliaeth. I ormod ohonynt, nid yw'r heriau hynny'n bodoli ar wahân i'w gilydd. Yn aml mae eu profiadau yn groes toriadol wedi'u lliwio gan ffactorau megis tlodi, anabledd, anghenion iechyd meddwl, ethnigrwydd, hunaniaeth ac amgylchiadau eraill a allgreu rhwystrau ychwanegol drwy gydol eu bywydau. That is why corporate parenting is so important. It is not simply a statutory responsibility or a set of duties to be completed. It is about recognising that, as a society, we have a responsibility to stand alongside care-experienced children and young people, to advocate for them and create opportunities for them, and to provide the consistency and the support that every child deserves. However, we must be honest about whether our current arrangements are meeting that ambition. A young person does not stop needing support simply because they reach a particular birthday. The transition to adulthood is challenging for any young person, but for those who have experienced the care system, that transition often comes with additional pressures and without the family networks that many of their peers rely upon. We can see the consequences of that reflected in the evidence. Around 1 in 4 adults in prison in Wales has a care background, and research has found that by the age of 24, around 15% of people who have been in care have received a custodial sentence, compared with just 1% of those who have not. Those figures should concern every one of us, and they are absolutely not a reflection of the potential of care-experienced young people, and they are a reminder of what can happen when vulnerable young people do not receive the consistent supports they need as they move into adulthood. Our ambition should be to ensure that no care-experienced young person loses access to meaningful support simply because they reach a certain age. Extending the age at which local authorities retain formal responsibility to 25 for all care leavers, rather than limiting extended support to those in education or training, would better reflect the realities of the transition to adulthood and provide a more consistent and a more compassionate offer of support. We should aspire to a system in which every local authority consistently delivers the highest standard of support for care-experienced children and young people, with clear accountability where those standards are not met. Care-experienced young people have been asking for years who is held accountable when these duties are not fulfilled. Corporate parenting must mean more than words on a page. It must mean a genuine commitment that every care-experienced child and young person receives the support, stability and opportunities they need to thrive. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Nigel Williams.
Diolch Llywyd, diolch Sarah and diolch Becca as well. Llywyd, the measure of any parent is simple. When a child says they are being hurt, do you listen and do you act? One young girl, the answer from too many adults was no. I want to speak today about corporate parenting and what it really means in practice, not as a policy, but as a responsibility. I want to begin with a case. It's anonymised, but it's real and it's deeply personal to me and my family. In fact, it's the actual reason I became involved in politics in the first place, many years ago. A young girl grew up in a household defined not by care, but by control of violence and abuse. Like many children living in fear, she did not always have the words to explain what was happening, but there were signs. Changes in behaviour, fear without explanation. Those signs were seen, but they weren't acted on. When she finally disclosed what had happened to her, the system should have stepped in to protect her. But instead, she encountered disbelief, pressure and silence. At one point, she was even persuaded to retract her statement. Years later, she found the courage to come forward again, this time with evidence from another child. And still, no prosecution. No day in court, just a decision, no further action. Llywyd, this is not simply a failure of process, it is a failure of responsibility. Because if the state acts as a parent to vulnerable children, then it must do what every good parent would do, and that's listen, notice and believe, and where necessary to act. That's why this debate today matters. Children do not experience services in silos, far from it. They don't care whether it's a local authority, a health board, the police or another agency. They simply need someone to protect them. And in the case I've described, warning signs existed across the years and across agencies, but no one joined the dots together. No one acted decisively enough. That's exactly why stronger corporate parenting duties matter, because this is not just about structures, it's about culture. A culture that listens to children, a culture that understands trauma, and a culture that does not wait for a perfect evidence before stepping in to protect the child. Because behind every policy is a child who is either heard or ignored, a child who is either believed or dismissed, a child who is either protected or left to face harm alone. And when we get that wrong, the consequences can last a lifetime, as I know. So if we're all to call ourselves corporate parents, we must meet the standard that word demands. Because a good parent doesn't look away. A good parent does not wait for someone else to act. A good parent protects their child. That's the test before us today, and that's why I support your motion, Sarah. Thank you.
Lynn Neagle.
Thank you. And can I thank Sarah for tabling this debate today and for the way she's using her lived experience to drive change for care experienced children and young people. I would have signed in support of it, but was advised that as I'd submitted a legislative proposal, that would not be possible. I do want to acknowledge the work that was done by the government in the previous Senedd on the transformation of children's social care, on the elimination of profit, but also the work to listen to young people and to co-produce solutions. Now, I attended all the summits the previous Welsh Government held with care experienced young people, and it was a privilege to have them share their experiences with us, but it was also a salutary, frustrating and sometimes deeply upsetting experience. In the first one I attended, a workshop on mental health, I met one young person who had had nearly 20 social workers, and it was very clear to me that there is considerable work to do to prevent the care system re-traumatising care experienced young people. As Cabinet Secretary for Education, I got the opportunity to hear about care experienced children's experiences in education. I met a young person who had moved to a different foster care placement and as a result had to move school rather than their local authority fund their transport costs. That to me was a powerful example of a young person being shoehorned into a system rather than a system being designed to meet their needs. The settled education of an already traumatised child was disrupted because of the cost of transport. Now, I think the test for all practitioners should be, would it be good enough for my child? And if the answer is no, then it shouldn't be happening. This is what I think genuine commitment to corporate parenting should be about. Now, we do have voluntary charters, but for me, on something so fundamental as the responsibilities we all have to care experienced children, voluntary is not good enough. All local authorities and health boards have signed up, but if you look for any information on what they've committed to as part of their charters, it is very hard to find. It is not published, and I certainly couldn't find the information for my own health board. So I think it is now time to look at how we strengthen the protections for looked after children and care experienced children and young people. I don't know how the government intends to vote today, but I hope that the government will listen to the debate, listen to the strongly held view that we need to do more for our children, and they are all our children, and will commit to working with Sarah on this vital issue. Diolch.
Sam Rowlands.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Welsh Conservatives want to begin by recognising the importance of the proposal in front of us today and commend the member for bringing it forward. I had the privilege, Deputy Presiding Officer, of serving on a fostering panel for nearly 10 years in a previous role, and it gives you a real insight as to the importance of work that takes place in local authorities currently. And of course, corporate parenting at its best is about the state acting when required as a responsible parent should, with consistency, care, attention, love, compassion, and a genuine focus on that child's long-term future. All the things that a birth parent should do, but in all areas, and it is reflected on the motion in front of us today. It's quite striking that this seems to be required to take place. I think many people, our constituents, would assume that this role of corporate parenting is already embedded within public bodies across Wales. I think they would be surprised to see a motion like this having to be tabled here today, so certainly commend the member for bringing it forward. I also want to acknowledge the positive role that the 2026 legislation referenced at UK level affecting young people in England. The recognition of that's improving those life chances of care experienced children, and it requires a whole system approach. It's absolutely right that Wales now considers how best to achieve the same ambition. If stronger corporate parenting responsibilities across public bodies are helping those children in England, then why should we expect anything less for children here in Wales, and we absolutely support the principle that every part of the public sector should play its part in improving outcomes for looked after children and care leavers. I think it's the very least that people would expect. I just want to touch on a point. I appreciate time really is flying for this matter today. It's a 30-minute debate for such an important item today. I'm not sure that's usual for member legislative proposals, but it does feel quite a tight time scale. Because whilst I hope there's support for this legislation in this place today, there's also a conversation needed around implementation of this as well, because we know public services are stretched at the moment, and it's essential that any new duties are backed by resources, workforce capacity and clear guidance to make it meaningful in practice as well. So I'll be interested to hear the government's views on that, because we cannot simply place new statutory responsibilities on already stretched services and expect better outcomes without giving them the tools to succeed. I think we've seen that happen time and time again when things are agreed in this place, when the resources don't follow to enable things to be enacted fully and properly. So I will conclude, Deputy Presiding Officer, by saying that we will support this legislative proposal, but also really keen to engage constructively as it progresses to ensure that the duties are matched by the resources and workforce capacity needed to make it effective as well. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Ac yn olaf, Jane Dodds.
And I do really want to start, as many have, by really praising Sarah and the work that you've done. I heard you on Radio Wales this morning, and what an advocate you are. Amazing interview, and you really put it across so clearly. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. I totally support this bill. Let us just be clear, though, in passing this bill, it does not require the government to adopt it, which is a travesty and a tragedy. So the least I expect the Deputy Minister to say is that this will be taken forward formally by the government. And may I just say about the Deputy Minister, I do totally respect you. You have an amazingly broad brief. We've called for a minister specifically for babies, children and young people. And that is what our babies, children and young people here in Wales deserve. So I hope the Welsh Government will take this back and create another cabinet role at a very senior level for that brief specifically. I've worked, as many of you will know, with children over 25 years as a social worker. Most were lost, traumatised, desperate for love, and many of them, sadly, could only react by kicking out and feeling in a corner. Why do they do that? Many people ask. Because it's actually easier to reject straight away than think they are going to be loved and then find out later that they are not. So they are immediately judged, they are rejected, they are damaged even more. They are our children. They belong to us, and we in this Senedd are responsible for them. There are currently more than 7,000 children in Wales who are looked after. Yet their futures are shaped not just by social services, but by our schools, our health service, our housing system, and the wider public sector. Imagine what it feels like to be cared for by a series of agencies. That's not how it should be. They are our children, and we need to provide them, as we've heard, with the highest level of care. You've heard that much of this is agreed across the chamber, and it's really encouraging to hear that. But I do appeal specifically to the Deputy Minister here today. We must see this enshrined in legislation, and we must see you take forward the seriousness that you take, and I know you do, for our babies, children and young people by adopting a ministerial role that actually we can then give all of the issues that we want to give to that specific role. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister, and once again, I pay tribute to Sarah. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Galwaf ar y dipri weinidog gofal cymdeithasol, iechyd meddwl ac iechyd menywod, Delyth Jewel.
Diolch, Dipper Lywyd. Well, I'd like to begin as well by thanking Sarah for bringing this prominence to corporate parenting, and I think that your work in this area has been a credit to the Senedd. So diolch, Sarah, for that. I want to work with you to make things better in this area. It is a tremendously powerful thing that the needs of care experienced children and young people have been placed on our agenda so early in this Senedd term. We can't underestimate the difference we can all make to the lives of care experienced children. And this is where our collective corporate parenting role is vital. Supporting a child to navigate the transition to adulthood, and that requires the active involvement of key agencies and partners, as that's been laid out in this debate. I was struck by the contribution that Becca Brown made last week in another debate by saying that it takes a village or community to raise a child, and how that phrase has to mean something. Because what is our society other than that? That collective responsibility we share to ensure everyone is given a fair chance at life. Now, I have an open mind about what happens in this space. I'm still learning. I want to work with people who have lived this. Legislation is clearly an important lever. I'm absolutely willing to consider that option. The two choices would be, I don't see them as necessarily binary either or. I don't see it as a right versus wrong. I see it as right versus right. Because they are very positive aspects to the Welsh setup. We have two that we wouldn't want to lose, no matter what happens in the future. It's being voluntary, gives it more flexibility, able to encourage innovation, creativity, and true buy-in to the concept, rather than simply being an obligation without organisations possibly truly doing more than the statutory minimum. I'm not saying that that means that we should not consider legislation. I'm just saying what we don't want to lose if we do that. There are also complications, of course, that we would need to get over arising from what is devolved and what is. So what I would want to do is to make sure we get the right balance between strengthening our situation, which we absolutely need to do, and also ensuring we don't lose that good that's been nurtured in the system that we have, that flexibility that allows organisations to shape their own pledges to go further than statutory obligations, though I do take the point that Lynn made that actually if those pledges are not being communicated very well, then they're not doing the job that they're meant to be doing, are they? Again, yes. Yes.
Thank you very much for doing that. Just on that point about should it be voluntary or should it be statutory, if you're a young person and you want to actually hold an agency to account and it's not statutory, what powers does that young person have? Yes. Would you agree that surely is where we should be?
No, absolutely. And I mean, in terms of some of these, in terms of local authorities, they are statutory obligations. Of course, this is about... Yeah, I don't disagree at all with what you're saying. I don't. Again, I'm not seeing this as an either or. I want to make sure that the system that we develop has the good of both. And that's why I want to make sure that we are doing this with care experienced young people as well. So no, I don't disagree at all, Jane, of course. Now, mae ein siarter corfforaethol yn ymwreiddio rianta corfforaethol a'r sylfaen lawer ehangach na'r deddfwriaeth yn Lloegr. Dim canolbwyntio'n syml ar gyrff y sector cyhoeddus ydyn ni. Rydyn ni hefyd yn meithrin partneriaethau ar sector preifat, a'r trydydd sector, i adlewyrchu'r ffordd mae cymdeithas yn gweithio. Oherwydd mae Cymru yn genedl o gymunedau. Mae'r siarter wedi cael ei ddatblygu ar y cyd a phobl ifanc sydd â phrofiad o fod mewn gofal. So ni eisiau gweithio yn amlwg gyda'r grwpiau hynny hefyd. A mae pob gwyddor yn cyd-fynd ag erthyglau Confensiwn y Cenhedloedd Unedig a'r hawliau'r plentyn. Hyd yn hyn, mae dros 70 o sefydliadau wedi llofnodi'r siarter gan gynnwys pob awdurdod lleol a bwrdd iechyd. Nawr, ydy, mae llofnodi'r siarter yn wirfoddol, a mae rhaid i ni edrych ar hyn. Ond mae gofyn hefyd i bob sefydliad sydd yn llofnodi i wneud adduned sy'n nodi'r hyn a bydden nhw'n ei gynnig. Gyda'r cafiat mae Lynn wedi dod mewn a'n gynharach, mae yna rai enghreifftiau wir sydd yn ragorol. Fi eisiau rannu rai o'r rhain. Mae gan Gyngor Caerdydd strategaeth rianta corfforaethol sy'n canolbwyntio ar 5 blaenoriaeth. Maen nhw wedi cynnal digwyddiad yn ddiweddar ar rianta corfforaethol yn benodol yn cael ei gynnig i ddangos y gwaith sy'n mynd ragddo. Mae Premier Forest Products, y cwmni sector preifat cyntaf i lofnodi yn cefnogi unigolion trwy leoliad y gwaith sy'n cynnig cefnogaeth gan fentoriaid a chymorth addysgol i symud ymlaen yn llwyddiannus I fyd gwaith, a mae Bwrdd Iechyd Cwm Taf Morgannwg wedi gwneud adduned I ddarparu tîm iechyd sy'n benodol ar gyfer unigolion a phrofiad o fod mewn gofal. Maen nhw hefyd wedi addurnedu I gyflwyno raglen bontio a fydd yn cyflawni distrategol sy'n ystyriol o droma. Mae profiad gwaith a phrentysiaethau yn cael eu cynnig ganddyn nhw ac maen nhw'n gwarantu y bydd plant sydd â phrofiad o fod mewn gofal yn cael y cyfle I gymryd rhan mewn prosesau I ddewis ymgeiswyr. These are some of the examples of what the creativity, the innovation that I would not want to lose. And we need to find a way, I think, of making sure that where we move to still encourages that innovation and that it's being nurtured from the ground up as well, potentially, as being from top to bottom. Now, this autumn, as we've heard, Sarah had referred to this, we will strengthen table guidance through a dedicated chapter on corporate parenting within the Code 6 Code of Practice, and that will set out a strengthened strategic and partnership approach to corporate parenting. That isn't to say that that is enough. I know we can improve things further. That is why I very much welcome this constructive scrutiny and cross-party dialogue that is fostered through motions like this. This government is committed to expanding the corporate parenting network in Wales as part of our future vision for children's services. Now, for the purposes of today's debate, the government will abstain from this motion, and we will keep this position under close review. I do not intend for this to be the end of this conversation. We are in no way ruling out possible statutory options. I'm keen to see and to make sure that we get this right. And I'm also determined to make that we make sustained progress in building upon that great work, that enthusiasm, that goodwill that's already in evidence amongst our committed partners. And I would very much welcome further discussions with Sarah so that we can work together to improve opportunities and outcomes for the children and young people of Wales. Diolch i'r Brydwydd.
Diolch i'r Prwy Weinidog. Galwaf ar Sarah Cwpl Asad I ymateb i'r ddadl.
I thank members for contributing to this important debate, and I thank the breadth of the discussions. They have been truly deep and insightful. Becca Brown put it exactly right. We must be honest about whether our current protections, how strong they are, and whether they are fit for purpose, and who is held accountable. I think that's one of the most key and important questions to this. Nigel Williams reminded us that children do not experience services in silos, and it's about a culture that listens. He is right, and you cannot build that culture on a voluntary promise that some bodies keep and some don't. Lynn Eagle, I mean, it says it all that you couldn't even find on your own health board's website information about what the duties did and what the duties didn't. This is precisely the difference in some cases between a charter and a law. I also thank Jane Dodds for her intervention. She is exactly right about lines of accountability, and this is why we're having this debate today. And yes.
Will you accept an intervention?
Yes.
Thank you, Sarah. Hopefully we can all agree that corporate parenting is one of the most important responsibilities that we hold for every child in our care. This does include unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, whereas sadly many members in this chamber just last week voted against the nation of sanctuary concept. So I'd be very grateful if you could clarify if the needs of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children do fit into your proposed bill. Thank you.
I would say that I'm going to work with the Minister on this to shape how legislation going forward. I thank the Minister for her openness on this to working with me, and I want to work in that spirit. I think that's really important. Voluntarism is a wonderful part of our Welsh culture, and we don't need to lose this, but I think we can have a hybrid approach between a statutory obligation and also a voluntary action as well. So I look forward to working with the Minister on this.
Thank you. Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly dibynir y cynnig yn unol â'r rheol sefydlog 12.36. Eitem 6 ar yr agenda heddiw, dadl aelodau o dan reol sefydlog 11.124, gwasanaethau ophthalmoleg, galwaf ar Gwyn Williams I wneud y cynnig.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dilynwch. Arai, first of all, have to declare a very obvious interest in this, which you all can guess anyway, but for the record, I myself am a consultant ophthalmic surgeon at Singleton Hospital, as is Safa, who is a co-submitter. And I have to thank as well, not just Safa, but Jane Dodds, who also is a co-submitter, although to the best of my knowledge, she does not have any formal ophthalmic surgical training. I want to thank, though, everyone around this chamber from all parties who supported the motion and allowed it to get to this debate. Thank you, everyone. I don't see this as a party political thing at all, really, but something for everyone who wants our people to see better. Because eye care affects everyone. Individual people from this chamber have come up to speak to me, though I will not mention their names, patient confidentiality and all, who have had surgery for sight-threatening eye conditions. Perhaps you'll hear from them later. But I wanted to break this down into 3 sections. What the problem is and why I've brought this, the background to the possible solution, and then the actual solution itself. First of all, as we heard before, medicine evolves. The system we have now is perfectly set up for the 1980s and 1990s, where ophthalmic surgeons pretty much could do all the operations, apart from extremely rare, complex ones, and high technology didn't really exist for things such as advanced tube surgeries for glaucoma. Injectionable agents for age-related macular degeneration didn't exist. Services weren't needed anywhere near to the scale they have now. But now we have subspecialisation, expensive equipment, and it isn't possible anymore for every health board to do everything in every hospital. If they could, it wouldn't be very efficient, it wouldn't be very safe, because the systems are too small. So in Wales, we have too many small hospitals and small health boards attempting to do everything, and not enough tertiary hospitals, unfortunately. The health boards are not joined up to each other at all. There is great walls separating the flow of patients and staff between the health boards. And I know, because I've attempted to break the walls down, and they are insurmountable barriers of bureaucratic Sovietness in the worst kind of way. So people go blind because of this. This is the problem. I was going to illustrate an example of a patient of mine who came to see me in Swansea and lived, or had the misfortune of living, just the other side of the bridge in the Hywel area, just over the bridge in a place called Binia. Very nice place. But the fact that it's the other side of that river caused a huge problem, because I couldn't order any scans in my hospital properly without filling out an IPFR, it's called, an independent patient finance form, for every single interaction. If I wrote to Hywel Dda, the people there rightly would say, who are you, working in a whole other health board to tell us what to do? And everything is delayed by 100,000%. That's the problem. Another thing, retinal detachments. Because the health boards are all siloed, and we've heard of the evil of silos just now, because the health boards are siloed, vitreoretinal surgeons, who are the only people who can treat retinal detachments, can't work properly together. So say you have a retinal detachment, it's just random serendipity if you can have your operation that day, and you need to be operated on urgently for this. Otherwise, it's a long journey to Bristol, to Oxford, to Moorfields in London. And if you have a retinal tear in need of surgery, you have to posture for that time, which usually involves lying flat with where the tear is, lying at the most inferior part. Otherwise, the retina slowly peels away as you reach help. And if you have to travel to Oxford, you obviously cannot drive in an upside-down position in the back seat of your car. And it is stressful for people as well, having to put up with such awful long journeys, whereas if the system was joined up within Wales itself, they wouldn't have to do that. Uveitis. I tried a long time to set up a tertiary referral centre within Wales for uveitis, and I've been to many, many NHS-style meetings, as I know other people have as well. And the NHS loves meetings to discuss things. It does meetings very well indeed, but rarely do actual solutions come from simply meetings? Because I've been to many regional meetings about the health boards working closer together. The end result, uveitis patients still go to Bristol as a tertiary referral centre, which is far away. Photodynamic therapy for a condition which is called central serous chorioretinopathy. There's only one laser that does that in South Wales, which is in Cardiff. We can't get access to it from Swansea, and we can't buy our own laser. And the lasers are very expensive, and the drug is very expensive. It makes sense to join everything together. Corneal transplants. Not every health board has a corneal surgeon. Cross-linking for a condition called keratoconus. It's completely a postcode lottery as to whether you can get to it. Even cataracts. We do 500,000 cataracts a year in Britain. Cataracts, the commonest operation. Everyone in this room will end up having cataract surgery. Would it be a wonderful thing if they could have it done in a timely way? If we could, one day when I need cataract surgery, in a timely way within Wales itself, rather than having to pay out of my own pocket to have it done privately, or wait 100,000 years to have it done in my local hospital. We need to adapt with the times, and we need surgical hubs, efficient surgical hubs, but also we need the free flow of patients. It's a wonderful thing, for example, having a wonderful surgical hub in Swansea, but if you live in Carmarthen and you can't get to it because it's in a whole different health board, we have to have the free flow of patients. And this, what we've ended up with, is from decades of neglect of the NHS in general, and including ophthalmology. A part of this is due to the lack of an electronic patient record. If there's no light shone on anything, bad things fester. If proper numbers aren't being collected as to the delays in surgery, the delays for transplants, the delays in injections, the delays in treatment for diabetic eye disease, the commonest cause of blindness in working-age people, if it's not recorded, it goes unanswered, unchallenged, untested. And it's been terrible trying to set up this, because I've been again to 100 billion NHS meetings trying to get this organised. And whereas the Digital Health and Care Wales mandates the open eyes, unimaginatively called the electronic patient record, it has to go to every single health board separately. And even though the same risks would be present everywhere, every single health board has an onion-like layers of accountability and different forms of managers and people who would say, well, this isn't right, that isn't right, we need to adjust this, adjust that. And the curious thing is, whereas the problems should be the same everywhere, each health board comes up with a whole different list of problems that needs to be addressed independently, which is inefficient, expensive, and sadly leads to blindness. That is the thing. So the health board system is letting us down on multiple different fronts. So that's the background to it. People going blind in Wales because of a lack of access, because of artificial boundaries and an out-of-date system. But then comes the background, and this is where another conflict of interest comes in, because the current llywydd of the Royal College of Ophthalmologists in Wales, the inestimable Rhiannon Reynolds, has called for just this very solution. An EPR, joined up ophthalmology, the breaking down of the health board barriers, and the implementation of the National Clinical Strategy for Ophthalmology, all of which really were suggested by another inestimable person who chaired the Health and Social Care Committee report, which was published last year, into the failings of Welsh ophthalmology. But now comes the time to putting this all into action, because people out there are relying on us. And I also feel very guilty myself, of course, because I've caused direct harm to my own patients by being in this place. And there are many skills required of a person being in here, but an advanced knowledge of ophthalmic surgery isn't really one of them. So that aspect of my training is perhaps for this debate alone. But so I feel guilty for that as well. So I want to show on multiple levels that our being here, not just me, but Safra as well, is making some sort of difference to things. We need joined up working. And if we can't, if it was up to me, I would take all of ophthalmology out of all the health boards and merge it together, cull the hideous levels of managerial excess and overlap, and grow the system again. This is what I would do. This is the best thing. And many people would say, but this would apply to other specialties in medicine as well. And I'd say, yes, there's a whole issue with the health board system duplicating things everywhere. If it is not possible for whatever reason to break down the health board barriers, let's just think of some way of squashing them together so that we don't have these hard and fast blocks to patient and staff flow. Otherwise, we will repeat the mistakes of the past. And I trust Mabon ap Gwynfor to deliver the goods, to see the thing through. So we need three things in summary, because my 10 minutes is coming to an end. The implementation of the National Clinical Strategy for Ophthalmology to break down the health board barriers and, in my view, merge all of ophthalmology into one single health board to escape from those barriers altogether and to get rid of expensive, duplicative administrative work that isn't really administrating anything because we don't have an electronic patient record for which we need to track things. Thank you very much.
Diolch, Gwyn. Jane Dodds.
Sorry. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi, Gwyn. Dyma'r un o'r rhesymau yn dydy bod pobl yn gwneud gwaith cyn iddyn nhw bod yn dod i'r byd gwleidyddiaeth achos mae'n bwysig iawn bod ni'n clywed y profiad dych chi wedi dod i ni. I've got a very personal story. In 2016, I was a candidate for the Welsh Senedd in Maldwyn. Suddenly the sight in my right eye went. I couldn't see anything. It was the day of the election, so I was slightly busy. And I was in Newtown, and I really didn't know what to do. I did listen to that phrase, though, you should have gone to Specsavers. And I did. I went to Specsavers in Newtown and saw an optometrist. Very brilliant person who was able to almost immediately diagnose what my situation was. And she told me it was urgent. And I had to then attend Shrewsbury and Telford hospitals the days after that. I won't tell you that I might have driven in between, which I was told very clearly I shouldn't have done. But I'm just saying that there are really qualified people who can, at the front line, actually help people with sight problems, and we need to include them as well in this debate. I'm very grateful for them saving the sight in my right eye. The electronic records didn't work. They didn't work across the borders at the time. So if we're aiming to get electronic records being shared in Wales, we also have to consider how they're going to be working across the border with those English hospitals where those of us who live in the border use. And I know the Health Minister is thinking of that. We want to see a change in the approach here in Wales to sight. I wanted to also tell you about a gentleman who came to the Health and Social Care Committee. His name was Edward McKenna, and Edward had macular degeneration. I'm sure some of you had heard of his situation. Edward was sadly in a terrible place and wasn't able to save his sight, but he gave very clear evidence to the committee that changes should be made. I want to set out three things I want this government to do differently in this arena. I want honesty, geography and follow-through. Firstly, honesty about harm. Between 2021 and 2023, as the number of patients waiting beyond safe timeframes climbed past 70,000, Wales managed to record only 45 incidents of harm. This was not because sight wasn't being lost. RNIB Cymru, the Royal College and the health boards themselves all told the committee that harm was almost certainly going uncounted, and that is unacceptable. If we cannot count the harm, we cannot be honest about the scale of the crisis. Secondly, geography, and you won't be surprised that being in a very rural area of Powys, I need to mention the rurality issue here. Being in a rural area means that we have particular challenges. I was very lucky. I found my Specsavers in Newtown and a very qualified person was able to help me. But Powys, as we know, has no DGH, and we have to, in Powys, make other arrangements. And I would like to hear from the Minister how we're going to deal with geography and rurality in this issue. And finally, we need to see follow-through. Too many patients are never once offered support. Not emotional, not practical, not a single person to tell them where to turn to. We don't need a new idea to fix this. We need an eye care support pathway with ophthalmology and optometry lying at the heart of it. That already exists, but we're not seeing it followed through. And as we've heard, what we want to see is a single agency for ophthalmology that actually operates across Wales and actually offers our residents here and those who use across the border a really high quality service. People losing their sight in Wales today are not losing it because we lack the medical knowledge to help them. They're losing it because of where they live, because we have not trained enough people to treat them, and because too often, when they have tried to tell us something is wrong, nobody has been listening. I hope that through this debate, and I know that there is no burden on the government in order to take this bill forward, but I do hope that through this debate, the Health Minister will listen and look at what options there are in order to make sure that we deliver better on this. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch. Saffael Hassan.
So I too begin by declaring my interest as a practicing consultant ophthalmologist. My remarks today are both informed by my professional experience and my role as a member of the Senedd. And throughout my career, I've had to tell patients that their sight can't be restored. And these are amongst the hardest conversations any clinician has to give. That is why preventing avoidable sight loss matters so much. And I'm pleased to second this motion. As a consultant ophthalmologist and a member of this Senedd, I believe that everyone in Wales deserves timely, high-quality eye care, regardless of where they live. When we talk about ophthalmology, we're not simply talking about eyesight. We're talking about independence, dignity, and quality of life. We're talking about a person's ability to work, drive, read, and to remain active within their community. Whether it's a child that's struggling to see the whiteboard at school, or a grandparent that wants to recognise the face of their grandchild, timely eye care makes a difference between living independently and losing that dependence, and that's why this debate matters. My message is simple. Ophthalmology in Wales is under immense pressure, and those pressures will continue to grow as our population ages. Ophthalmology is the busiest outpatient specialty in NHS Wales, with 66,000 people waiting for treatment. And too many people are still presenting with advanced disease that could have been treated earlier. And if members want any evidence on the scale of the challenge, they only need to look at the Welsh Government's eye care measures. The target is 95% for high-risk patients to be seen within a clinically determined time frame, and all of Wales figures it's 49.7%, and no health board is meeting that target. So too many patients whose sight's at risk are not being seen in a timely manner. A major reason for this is workforce capacity. Simply, Wales does not have enough ophthalmologists. The Royal College of Ophthalmologists recommends 3 consultants per 100,000 people. Wales has 1.97%. That's the lowest ratio in the UK. Retention is also challenging, with many resident doctors leaving Wales to complete their training in England. We should have an all-Wales recruitment pathway that will help retain more doctors in NHS Wales. Recruitment alone won't solve this problem. We have very highly skilled team of optometrists, orthoptists, nurses. We need to provide local opportunities to develop and upskill this workforce. Meeting this challenge requires reform, and this is why I support the proposal set out in this motion, particularly the focus on dedicated surgical and diagnostic hubs. And concentrating expertise, we can improve efficiency, increase capacity, and deliver better outcomes for our patients. So these hubs can help reduce the reliance on outsourcing to the private sector, allow us to invest in Welsh services, Welsh staff, and Welsh hubs. Patients don't really care which health board provides them treatment. They just want to receive safe, timely, high-quality care. Alongside that, we need better workforce planning, stronger digital infrastructure, and a long-term strategy to match these growing demands. To conclude, this debate is far more than waiting lists. It's about protecting people's sight, protecting their independence, protecting their confidence, and protecting their quality of life. Both as a clinician and a member of the Senedd, I know that the expertise exists in Wales. And our responsibility now is to ensure that the system enables those professionals to deliver the care patients deserve. And the motion provides a practical roadmap to achieving this. We have the expertise, we have the evidence, and we know what works. Now we must match the evidence with action. Because in ophthalmology, every referral matters, every appointment matters, every member of the clinical team matters, and most importantly, every patient matters. So I'm pleased to second this motion and I urge members across this chamber to support it.
James Evans.
Well, Presiding Officer, during many of these debates, people get up and make very grand speeches, but, you know, I think the best speech I've ever heard was just made by Gwyn. Actually, I think he said everything I wanted to say, so I don't intend to repeat everything that went on, because I agree with almost 99% of what you put forward. I do want to pay tribute to you for all the work that you have done in your professional life, and also your wife as well, you know, serving the people of your health board area, and thank you for your service to our NHS. And thank you for your service to this Senedd as well. I know your expertise are going to be really welcome, but I don't want to go over old ground. You know, we agree on a lot of the matters which you talked about, especially about how managers and different people in the NHS are very good at identifying what the problems are, but can't actually put nothing in place to try and simplify things. You know, that's something that we support very heavily. And also, what else we talk about, Gwyn, about the fragmentation across health boards. We see that too often. We don't see the sharing of best practice. You could be doing absolutely something phenomenal in Swansea Bay, but just up the road in Cardiff and the Vale, they won't copy what you're doing because they've got their own structures, their own bureaucracy, and it doesn't work. So we support the motion in the way it's called. You also called for surgical hubs. That's something that our party has called for also, because we do know that surgical hubs can really help get waiting lists down across the NHS. It's not a new concept. It's been happening in England for a very long time, except we've never actually grabbed the metal here and got on with it. So we support that, and also the government's view of doing that. It's about delivery, though. It's how quick these things can come online to make sure we're getting waiting lists down. Because I sat on that Health and Social Care Committee with actually the current Cabinet Minister putting those recommendations forward, and I hope he, as a co-author of that report, will implement all the recommendations in full and not leave one out or just accept them in principle, which the government's quite handy for doing over the years. But I support you, Gwyn, in what you're doing, and we support you in this motion. I'm not going to go over all ground because I don't think there's need to, but thank you very much for what you brought forward today, and we're very look forward to supporting this motion when the vote comes later. Diolch.
Diolch. Sarah Crowley.
For the record, I wish to declare a personal interest. I previously gave evidence to the Health and Social Care Committee's inquiry into ophthalmology services based on my lived experience of sight loss, and I remain a patient under ophthalmology services. I grew up knowing that as somebody with type 1 diabetes, sight loss was a very real possibility. By the age of 26, that possibility had become reality when I experienced a vitreous hemorrhage whilst on holiday in Italy. Losing my sight was frightening. Waiting to find out whether it could be saved was in many ways even harder. After 18 months of treatment, referrals and uncertainty, my surgeon told me that when I finally underwent surgery, I was likely only a week away from permanent sight loss. I can't say that I was suicidal, but there were many times where I genuinely questioned how much more waiting and how many more setbacks I could endure. That experience showed me something that statistics alone never can, what it actually feels like to live on a waiting list. But if we only measure the wait, we miss the experience of waiting. So perhaps we should ask not only how long people are waiting, but what is happening to them whilst they wait. For me, the impact went far beyond my eyesight. Discrimination at work, unfair dismissal, my mental health deteriorated into severe depression. I had to pay my way for a tribunal because of a Tory government in UK at the time, and I became overwhelmed by anxiety, thinking I'd never be employed again. Every day, I woke up questioning whether I would permanently lose my sight before the system reached me. But today, I want to challenge us all to think differently about waiting lists, because I was not simply waiting for treatment. I was waiting to know whether my sight could be saved. The waiting itself causes harm. The silence causes harm. And the lack of communication causes harm. When you're on a waiting list, every gap in information is filled by fear. Has my referral gone through? Has it been lost? Have I been forgotten about? What's happening while I wait? I remember receiving an appointment letter and a cancellation letter for the very same appointment on the same day on more than one occasion. Every appointment brought hope. Every cancellation brought further fear. Soon, even letters citing unforeseen circumstances become predictable. And that fear has a cost, a human cost, a social cost, and ultimately a financial cost too. I do not believe for one moment that healthcare professionals do not care. My experience has shown me the exact opposite. The problem is that too often they are working within systems that leave people waiting too long with too little information, too little support and too much uncertainty. I am beyond grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Of course we need to reduce waiting times and of course we need more capacity, and we should be looking at surgical hubs, centres of excellence and more consistent services across Wales. But I would also ask the Minister a simple question. If we cannot eliminate every waiting list tomorrow, can we at least ensure that nobody feels forgotten while they are on one? What if every patient on a waiting list had access to someone who understood not just the condition, but the experience, someone who had walked the same path, faced the same uncertainty, and come out the other side? Because good healthcare does not begin when treatment starts. Good healthcare begins the moment somebody enters the system. Some of us remember when Twitter was a good place, a place where support saw no health board or border boundaries. Over the years, I lost count of the number of people who contacted me through social media, distraught after receiving a letter telling them that they had background retinopathy. Often, all they needed at that point was reassurance that they were not alone, guidance on questions to ask, and understand what might happen next. Many understandably assumed the worst without realising that with the right intervention and support at that point, the condition at that stage can be stabilised. Their anxiety did not disappear, but it became more manageable. They felt informed, more confident, and better able to engage with their care. We rightly value experts by occupation. Our clinicians, nurses, and healthcare professionals do remarkable work every day. But we should also value experts by experience. One understands the condition, the other understands what it's like to live with it. And the strongest systems recognise the value in both. I needed that support and I gave it to others because they needed it too. Llywydd, there are people in Wales today who are, there are people in Wales today who are where I once was, waiting, frightened, isolated, uncertain, and this is why this motion matters, because ophthalmology waiting lists are not just administrative backlogs. They are people's independence, mental health, jobs, futures and lives. And we owe them a system that recognises a simple truth. We often focus on the length of the wait, but we rarely acknowledge the damage that waiting can do. The waiting list was not only the only thing harming me, the waiting itself was harming me. Today, I am grateful for the opportunity this Senedd has given me to speak out about an experience that for a long time I struggled to talk about. And again, I'm going to say I believe this chamber is strongest when it listens to lived experience, confronts difficult truths, works together for the people of Cymru and turns motions into meaningful change. That is why I ask every member to support this motion today. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Natasha Ashgar.
Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank Gwyn for bringing forward this debate today. I must say, I don't say it very often, but I thoroughly enjoyed your contribution, and I just, on behalf of the Welsh Conservatives, we can confirm we will be supporting you in today's vote. Ophthalmology waiting times and lists are indeed unacceptably long. It's something that we all know, and it's something that often makes us all very sad to hear of. There are more than 11,600 patient pathways open in Wales who are waiting more than a year for ophthalmology treatment. Of the 11,600 waiting more than a year for treatment, around a third of them are indeed within the Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board, which again highlights the need for urgent improvements at the Trouble Board. Whilst the figures are lower in my local health board, with just shy of 1,000 patients pathways waiting more than a year for treatment, it is clear that we need to see action across the board, because all of these delays are putting patients at risk of avoidable sight loss, and with an expected rise in demand for services, the time to act is indeed now. At the end of March 2025, around about 80,700 patients assessed at the highest risk category for irreversible harm are waiting beyond clinically safe timeframes for treatment. Fast forward to just a year and things haven't really improved. The figures have barely moved. At the end of April 2026, the figure was more than 76,000 patients. The lack of progress can be further highlighted by the percentage of people being seen with a target date or 25% beyond the target date itself. In March last year, this was 49.9%, and in April this year, it was 51.1%. Frankly, it's just not good enough. Unfortunately, we didn't see much meaningful action from the previous Labour government, but I hope that this new administration will take this seriously and move with pace to address the issue within ophthalmology services. The Health Committee in the last Senedd term found several systematic issues when it came to ophthalmology, and I know that they've been touched upon. Yet it appears as though very little has been done since then to rectify it. One of the big challenges, and I know many of my colleagues have said this today, was indeed workforce shortages, something which is, of course, having a major impact on the NHS sectors. Wales has just 1.97 consultant ophthalmologists per 100,000 population, well below the recommended 3 per 100,000. When the Minister responds to this debate, I would like to know how his government plans to hit these recommended levels. Also, the crumbling NHS estate, something I've raised on numerous occasions already, was found to be one of the big barriers, as was indeed equipment. Outdated and unsafe hospital facilities with leaky roofs, cramped spaces and broken equipment were disrupting surgery and extending waiting times. Not too long ago, Newport patients arrived at the Royal Gwent Hospital for a pre-arranged surgery at the ophthalmology unit. However, when they got there, they were turned away and told to go home because there was an error in ordering equipment for the hospital's theatres. Lessons must be learnt, as incidents like these will hamper efforts to drive down the waiting times that we speak of. So how is the Welsh Government ensuring equipment and NHS estates are going to be fit for purpose? The Welsh Government's response to the committee's findings sparked a wave of concern and disappointment, including from the Royal College of Ophthalmologists. The college accused the government of deferring or avoiding making key commitments that would deliver the committee's recommendations. Now, I'd like to quote Rhian Reynolds from the Royal College of Ophthalmologists, and I quote, said the Welsh Government needs to show more ambition to tackle the huge challenges facing ophthalmology services. To meet the needs of patients now and in the future, we must invest to improve our dilapidated estates and provide the workforce and digital infrastructure necessary to deliver the best care. End quote. My question is simple. Will this Welsh Government do what the last one didn't and show the ambition to tackle the mammoth challenges that lie ahead of us? The debate is indeed rather timely here today, Deputy Presiding Officer, as it coincides with Glaucoma Awareness Week, and there are warnings that glaucoma prevalence is expected to rise over the coming years, with 100,000 cases expected by 2033. Research earlier this year found that as many as half the people with glaucoma are yet to receive a diagnosis, which is especially concerning given the irreversible damage it can cause if left untreated. Glaucoma is a leading cause of irreversible blindness worldwide, and yet many people don't know they have it, but optometrists can play a vital role in early detection as it can be picked up via a routine eye test. And we have two advocates who I'm sure can agree with this. Worryingly, a briefing from Glaucoma UK and Specsavers revealed that a fifth of the population still didn't know how often they should visit either their optician for a routine checkup, and the same percentage either can't remember their last eye examination or have never had one at all. In light of that alarming statistic, I'd like to know, how does the Welsh Government plan to turn that around? And I'd be interested to know if the Welsh Government plans to look at further bolstering community eye care. Deputy Presiding Officer, let me conclude by once again thanking Gwyn Williams for bringing this debate to the forefront. And I'd also hope to see the Welsh Government act swiftly when it comes to implementing the points raised in this motion to address the challenges when it comes to ophthalmology here in Wales. Thank you.
Donna Cushing.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to also declare an interest in this subject, but basically I will be supporting my colleague Gwyn Williams on his contribution today. I work for a deaf charitable organisation for over 20 years and know how important that ophthalmology is for an individual with hearing loss. 1 in 6 of the adult population has hearing loss in Wales. With hearing loss, their eyes, whether it's lip reading or British Sign Language, are their ears. With an older generation and the increase of macular degeneration, which is the commonest cause of blindness in the UK, cataracts and glaucoma, it is important that individuals suffering hearing loss become a priority on detection and treatment. So that's my wish. I'm not making demands, I just wish.
Christiana Emsley.
Herewith, I'd like to begin by thanking Gwyn Williams for securing this important debate. Whatever our political differences, I believe protecting people's side is something that can unite this chamber, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Now, you might find this difficult to believe, but today I think every member in this chamber will agree with me on 2 things. First, never take your health for granted. And second, you never know what's around the corner, not just politically, but health-wise too. 4 years ago, I discovered just how true those words are when, over the course of just 48 hours, I went completely blind in my right eye. It was terrifying. Before joining the police in Romania, I trained as a nurse, and something told me that it wasn't just simply blurred vision. I suspected I had retinal detachment involving the macula, the part of the eye responsible for our central vision. It was very unusual at my age, and I remember telling the optometrist, the Specsavers, what I thought it was. To their credit, they examined me immediately. I was right. It was a macula-off retinal detachment, a genuine ophthalmic emergency. Within hours, I was referred to Wrexham Mailer Hospital, where the diagnosis was confirmed before I was transferred urgently to the eye unit in Abergele. I still remember that miserable Thursday afternoon in January. The following day, the consultant phoned me. Can you get here for surgery on Monday morning? Absolutely, I replied. Then came the preoperative assessment, and finally, on the surgery day, the injections to numb the eye. Now, I have enormous respect for ophthalmic surgeons, but when the anesthetist said, this is going to hurt, I can confirm that I was the most accurate diagnosis that week. But in keeping in line with parliamentary standards of conduct, I shall not repeat exactly what I said when I both felt and heard the needle passing through the tissues around my eye to get to the back. Suffice to say, when the doctor tells you it's going to hurt, believe them. Thankfully, the surgery was a complete success. I remember being wheeled back to the ward afterwards. A lovely nurse handed me a slice of buttered toast. To me, it tasted like caviar. That was the moment when the relief finally caught up with me. But recovery wasn't easy. For a week, I had to remain in one position for 50 minutes every hour, 50 minutes every hour, 16 hours a day, so that the gas bubble inside my eye could do its job. I wasn't upside down, thankfully. I also want to thank my husband, whose love, care and support made all the difference during my recovery week. So much so, I was secretly hoping the consultant might prescribe another week. But unfortunately, he said that I was making excellent progress. It was exhausting, but it worked. My eyesight returned. I generally struggle to put into words what it feels like to regain something that you generally thought you might have lost forever. But unfortunately, the story didn't end there. Like many patients following this type of surgery, I later developed a cataract. Cataract surgery is one of the most successful operations the NHS performs, but timing matters. In Wales, the waiting time in many areas stretches to around 2 years. Just 10 miles from my home, across the border in England, patients can often receive surgery within weeks. I was fortunate. I could afford to pay privately. So last summer I had the operation, and once again it restored my vision. But most people cannot make that choice. The pensioner who has stopped driving because they cannot safely see the road. The grandparents struggling to recognize their grandchildren's faces. The self-employed tradesman whose livelihood depends on precise eyesight. The child whose education depends on being able to read the board in school. They cannot simply buy their eyesight back. Their only option is the NHS. And that is why today's debate matters. This motion is not simply about organisational structures, consultant numbers, or waiting list statistics. It's about preserving people's independence, protecting livelihoods, preventing avoidable blindness. Giving people back one of life's greatest gifts, the ability to see the people they love. No patient should lose their sight because the system moved too slowly. No family should spend months wondering whether permanent damage could have been prevented. And no matter where someone lives in Wales, they should expect the same timely, high-quality ophthalmology service. If establishing centres of excellence, reducing duplication and implementing the committee's recommendations help achieve that, then this chamber should unite behind those ambitions. Because when it comes to protecting someone's eyesight, there should be no government benches or opposition benches, only patients. John.
Ac yn olaf, John Davis.
Diolch, Diploedd Llywydd, Minister. It's difficult it is always difficult to follow Gwyn. In some ways, he's always been my warm-up act, but I've always been a flop. Some of the people that spoke today have been absolutely fantastic with a lived experience, and it shows the depth of the problems that exist. To a very minor way, I ended up having to go to England to have an operation about 8 years ago, because my eyesight got so bad for a number of reasons that I had new lenses put in, and I just couldn't work. It reached the point that you can't work. So these things really do matter, and they improve life dramatically. A few things about Gwyn. I mean, Gwyn obviously knows exactly what he's talking about, and same as Safa. But what possibly people also know is he's really passionate about what he does. However, as an ornithologist, he is one of the top people that you would ever get. He travels internationally to show how to do things, and he does also go abroad, to help wherever he can. So in that respect, he's what he's pushing here really does need support, and I'm glad everybody so far has come this way. I'm going to be a bit of a damp squib. I mean, everybody's talked so well, and just like James, there's no real point in pushing those things over and over and over again. What I'm going to do is bring it down to brass tacks, and the whole thing, apart from being absolutely fantastically wonderful to do, it is essentially something that's going to save the NHS money. It's going to produce huge amounts more productivity, and as a lovely byproduct, it's going to affect so many people's lives. Plaid Cymru have a fantastic part of our manifesto, which is essentially the hubs, a place where specialists can stand alone beyond all the battle that's going on in the NHS, where they can focus and they can rely on predictable methods, because people are coming in, everything's controlled, which leads to the productivity gains. These are the simple things that really change. What you do, you get more people through, you get more pleasant working, because it isn't that stress that you've got in accident and emergency, and people can focus on the specialisms, and therefore everything increases in terms of the ability to do what you can do. Substantial productivity gains offered by surgical hubs, which is what we're proposing, Minister, is something I've experienced quite recently. My wife had an operation, and the ability to move through the process is so slick. It's like a production line. That's the only way I can describe it. So it actually does work. Implementing this across Wales is without doubt the solution to the problems that we have. Surgical hubs also means there's less outsourcing. We're saving money. I had to go private when I went abroad, to England, to England to have it done. But other people will have to, previous Labour have been paying quite heavily for money to be outsourced, and people have operations privately but paid by the NHS, which isn't anywhere near a long-term solution. Staff retention in the NHS, and in this particular sort of area as well, is massively difficult, and the very fact that you've got good working conditions, you've got high productivity and happy people, means you've got to have better productivity just as a result, and people will want to stay. Safa mentioned in a talk a few days ago that of a cohort of 7 ophthalmologist doctors coming in to, I assume it's Singleton Hospital, within a very short time, 4 of them had left, just because the systems were dysfunctional. They weren't happy. And it really does make a difference. This not just affects health, but it also can affect what we do outside. You've got people who are far more productive. With me, I could not work. I couldn't drive. And from not knowing I couldn't even see colour, all of a sudden being able to see colour and a clock on a wall was mad. Totally mad. But these things do change people's ability to be productive so much, and it had a huge impact on me. The brain drain that we've got because these doctors are leaving here, we just cannot allow to happen. And in my opinion, the hubs that we have and the way and the systems that we have to work will facilitate people to be happier and to stay.
Are you happy to conclude, John, bearing in mind the clock on the wall?
Yeah, okay. I would like, possibly, Minister, for you to consider that of possibly 3 hubs. I've been told that maybe coming for eyes, I don't know. But as a Swansea Jack, I'd like to put my hand up for one. And the reason for that is, apart from Gwyn and Safa being around, and the specialisms that we got, it's the geography and it's transport that we can cope with in West Wales. Swansea Health Board has lost, or
John, I'm sorry to push you, but it is a 5-minute limit.
Okay. I'll finish on the basis that eye care here can transform people right across Wales, and it's a win-win position both from a care perspective and from an economic perspective. Thank you.
Diolch. Galaf ar y gweinidog Cabinet dros Iechyd a Gofal, Mabon ap Gwynfor.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd. Yn y Senedd dwytha, ro'n i'n aelod o'r Pwyllgor Iechyd a Gofal Cymdeithasol a ganhaliodd yr ymchwiliad i ophthmoleg, ac mi glywes i'n uniongyrchol am yr heriau y mae gormod o bobl yn ei profi. Mi nath yr adroddiad 17 o argymhellion, a rheini'n ymwneud â llywodraethiant, gweithredu, y gweithlu, trawsnewid digidol, diogelwch cleifion, data, cyflenwi gwasanaethau a seilwaith. Roedd yn cydnabod bod y strategaeth glinigol genedlaethol ar gyfer ophthmoleg yn gosod y cyfeiriad cywir, ond nad oedd y gwaith gweithredu na chyflymder y trawsnewid yn ddigonol. Dwi'n benderfynol o newid hyn. Dwi'n cydnabod y pwysau sydd ar wasanaethau ophthalmoleg, ac mae'r amseroedd aros sydd wedi hetifeddu oddi wrth y wynyddiaeth flaenorol yn llawer rhy hir. Mae lleihau arosiadau yn un o flaenoriaethau'r llywodraeth hon yn syth. Dwi eisiau cydnabod y staff ymroddedig sy'n gweithio yn y gwasanaethau hyn, rhai ohonyn nhw tu ôl i fi. Dydy'r angen i gryfhau'r capasiti'r gweithlu ddim wedi cael y sylw mae'n ei heiddi. Mae'r galw am wasanaethau gofal llyged yn debygol o gynyddu'n sylweddol dros y degawd nesaf wrth i'n poblogaeth heneiddio, a bydd hynny'n ei gwneud yn gynyddol anodd i ddarparu mynediad amserol i wasanaethau arbenigol os byddwn ni'n parhau i wneud pethau yn yr un ffordd. Mae yna agwedd ataliol i hyn hefyd, gan fod cyfnodau hir o aros am driniaeth gofal llyged yn gallu cynyddu costau a gweithygu cyflyrau fel y clywson ni gan Sarah Crowley. Ar ddiwedd mis Mai, roedd llwybrau ophthmoleg yn cyfri am 11% o'r holl lwybrau agored, gyda bron i 150 yn aros mwy na 2 flynedd. Mae hynny'n ormod o bobl yn aros am yn rhy hir, a dwi'n benderfynol o leihau'r niferoedd yma. Yn ein cynllun 100 diwrnod, rydyn ni wedi ymrwymo i adolygu perfformiad yr NHS, gan gynnwys yr effaith mae aros hir yn ei gael ar gleifion. Sight loss has profound consequences for individuals, families and communities, affecting a person's independence, ability to work, education, mobility, mental well-being and participation in everyday life. Preventing avoidable sight loss is about maintaining independence, reducing health inequalities and enabling people to continue living healthy, fulfilling and productive lives. That is why timely access to eye care remains such an important priority for this government. The national strategy remains the agreed blueprint for transformation of eye care services. It sets out a model based on regional working, workforce transformation, clinical networks, digital enablement and more effective use of capacity across the whole system. But the challenge has been and is implementation. Patients experience better care only when strategy is translated into delivery. I want a renewed focus on implementation and outcomes. Work is underway to establish a clearer understanding of progress across Wales, identify variation and provide a stronger basis for future delivery. I expect clearer implementation planning so progress can be measured against defined priorities, milestones and expectations. Digital transformation is essential to future success, ensuring we rectify the mistakes of previous years. Better information sharing and integrated digital services will support safer, more efficient and connected care. We're encouraging health boards to work more collaboratively, building on the regional work already underway across parts of Wales. Working with NHS P&I, health boards in Wales are increasing activity. Many organisations are treating 6 or 7 patients on a cataract list as standard, closer to the GIRFT expectations. This national approach will ensure services benefit from improved capacity and more consistent pathways supporting timely delivery. We must provide staff with the facilities to do what they do best, to see and treat patients. Our focus remains building a system that can meet demand sustainably and deliver timely care. We're launching an ambitious programme to expand elective capacity, developing up to 10 surgical hubs across Wales to focus on delivering the high-volume, low-complexity procedures to reduce long waits for procedures such as cataract surgery. And it's good to hear cross-party support for this plan. So I look forward to seeing cross-party support for our supplementary budget in order to achieve this next week. Infrastructure alone is not the solution. Sustainable improvement requires workforce development, service redesign, digital transformation and implementation of the national strategy. Health boards need to share the available resources and work together on a regional basis. One of the strongest examples of service transformation is community optometry. Through Wales General Ophthalmic Services, optometrists with additional postgraduate qualifications are increasingly managing patients closer to home, improving access, allowing hospital services to focus on those with greatest clinical need. This approach is making a difference. Mae mwy na 2,000 o episodau gofal bob mis yn cael eu rheoli gan optometryddion rhagnodi annibynnol yn y gymuned, sy'n lleihau galw diangen ar wasanaethau ysbyty a meddygon teulu. Ond mae rhaid i ni fynd yn bellach. Mae dyfodol gofal llygaid yn gofyn am fwy nag ehangu gwasanaethau ysbyty yn unig, mae'n golygu creu system integredig, lle mae optometreg ac ophthalmoleg yn gweithio efo'i gilydd i ddarparu'r gofal cywir yn y lle iawn ar yr adeg iawn. Ond trafod na wella sylweddol wedi bod mewn optomeg, rhaid rwan gweld yr un cynnydd a'r un pwyslais ar y gallu ophthalmoleg. Mae'r aelod yn sôn am y posibilrwydd o ddatblygu bwrdd iechyd Cymru gyfan ar gyfer ophthalmoleg. A dwi'n deall pam. Ac yn cytuno bod achos cryf dros leihau cymhlethdod biwrocrataidd a sefydliadol fel mae'n cael ei adlewyrchu ar draws ein hagenda bolisi. Dwi'n cydnabod rhwystredigaeth llwyr yr aelod. Mae gormod o lithro wedi bod ac mae'r methiant yma i weithredu'r strategaeth yn arwain at awydd i weld newidiadau cyflym. Dwi'n rhannu'r rhwystredigaeth honno a dwi di ymrwymo i'r gwaith gweithredu, felly gadewch i ni weld y gwaith hwnnw cyn ystyried unrhyw beth arall. Un genedl ydy ni, un NHS, a dwi'n benderfynol o leihau amrywiadau ac anghysondebau rhanbarthol diangen. Fel mlaenoriaeth i yn syth ydy sicrhau fod sefydliadau presennol yr NHS yng Nghymru yn gweithio'n fwy effeithiol gyda'i gilydd i gyflawni'r strategaeth genedlaethol a gwella canlyniadau. Dwi'n croesawu'r diddordeb trosbleidiol yn y mater yma ac yn bwriadu parhau i drafod gydag aelodau. Dwi eisiau sicrhau fod y gwaith gweithredu'n symud ymlaen yn gyflym am bod ni'n cynnal trosolwg clir o'r cynnydd. Rydyn ni wedi ymrwymo i sicrhau bod pobl yn cael mynediad amserol at ofal o ansawdd da. Roedd adroddiad y pwyllgor yn herio'r Llywodraeth i symud y tu hwnt i gydnabod y broblem a chanolbwyntio ar sicrhau'r datrysiad. Dwi'n rhannu'r uchelges honno. Mae'r weledigaeth gynnon ni, rydyn ni'n deall yr her ac yn gwybod beth sydd angen i newid. Rhaid i gam nesaf y gwaith yma rwan ganolbwyntio ar weithredu ac ar sicrhau gwelliannau mesuradwy i gleifion ledled Cymru. Bydd y Llywodraeth yn atal eu pleidlais felly gan ganolbwyntio'n ddiflino ar weithredu y strategaeth genedlaethol a thorri lawr y ffiniau rhwng y byrdau iechyd. A dwi'n hapus i weithio gyda'r sawl sydd wedi cyflwyno'r cynnig a llefarwyr y gwrthbleidiau mwyn monitro y strategaeth. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Mae'r Gwyn Williams i ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. A diolch yn fawr iawn Gwynidog hefyd. I'm very grateful, and I don't think there are any words in English or Welsh to express how happy I am to see the unity in this chamber today over this purpose. I'm grateful to everyone. Thank you. I'm especially grateful to those who spoke of their personal experience. Thank you so much. And to hear of NHS toast being described like caviar, I've never heard that before, and I don't think I will again. But it was a very beautiful description. Thank you all. I wanted to come to a few very important things that Jane Dodd said earlier. First of all, she said about the optometry side, which is something that was echoed, of course, by the Minister himself. And I hope that she will be gratified to know that I have bored David O'Sullivan, the Chief Optometric Officer, to death over multiple hours over my rumination as to how things should run in Wales, and he is exactly in line with everything. And I hope perhaps, for he asked me what time this would be on, that he might be even watching now to say, David, there's work to be done. Because primary care, as you well know and rightly pointed out, is absolutely a key element of fixing secondary care. There are two sides of the same coin. You can't fix one without the other. And the other thing you said was around, although you didn't say the word datix, but you implied datix forms. They're forms that people fill out when bad things happen. And I completely concede that Welsh people living in Wales, are too stoical for their own good. They don't complain. And a common phrase, in fact, said amongst the ophthalmic community here is that this wouldn't happen in Surrey. I don't know much about people who live in Surrey. I imagine they complain on a more regular basis. But we don't complain very much at all, and it is to our detriment. Stoicism is good in some ways, but bad in others. And I wanted, lastly, to thank the Minister for his hard work in putting together the report last year, and I look forward, and I offer myself, and Safar as well, I'm sure she'd agree, to help you as much as possible to do what needs to be done to fix ophthalmology in Wales. And I'll end by saying, for I'm wearing the tie of the Royal College of Ophthalmologists here, whose motto is, ut omnes videant. And if I was in teaching mode, I would ask, what does that mean to those who speak Latin, so that all may see? Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Diolch i'r aelod. Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Diolch fawr iawn. Gohiriaf y bleidlais o dan yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Ymlaen i eitem 7, dadl Reform UK, y sector twristiaeth. Galwaf ar Louise Emery i wneud y cynnig. Diolch.
Diolch. For the record, I refer members to my register of interests. Deputy Presiding Officer, I move the motion in the name of... Hold on. Llawyd, I move the motion in the name of Llawn Powell. Tourism in Wales is not a nice to have on the margins of our economy. It is one of the load-bearing pillars of it. Welsh Government's own data shows this sector directly supports more than 150,000 jobs, nearly 12% of all employment in Wales, and generates 3.8 billion, 5.1% of our gross value added. These are not abstract statistics on a spreadsheet. This is the guest house in Tenby, the cafe in Betws-y-Coed, the outdoor activity centre in Eryri, the small hotel in Llandudno that keeps its lights on in February because it knows summer is coming. In Pembrokeshire and Anglesey, more than 1 in 5 jobs sits within tourism. This is not a supplementary income stream for those communities. It is the backbone of their local economy. And 4 in 5 tourism enterprises in Wales employs fewer than 9 people. This is a sector of family businesses and sole traders, not international hotel chains that can absorb bad policy and move on. When this chamber legislates without understanding that reality, it is these people who pay the price. So point 1 of this motion shouldn't be controversial. It simply asks the Senedd to recognise what is already true. Now, my colleagues were with the First Minister last Friday on a luxurious cruise ship in Holyhead Port. And we were hearing about the good work that the Cruise Wales and Holyhead Town Council has done to get more cruise ships to stop there on their British Isles tours, around 60 a year at the moment, bringing close to $250,000 to the immediate local economy, not to mention the wider benefits of showcasing North Wales to returning visitors. This is an excellent example of what can be achieved when government work together with the sector. But these examples are few and far between. Wales is currently the only UK nation yet to recover pre-pandemic visitor spend. Scotland's international spend was up 41% on 2019. Ours is still down. If we're serious about Wales being world-class, this chamber must ask why we're the exception and stop making decisions that make the answer worse. First bad decision, tourism tax. A tax on visitors is a tax on the jobs who serve them, a blunt instrument that hits small, rural and coastal operators hardest. And remember, Wales, as part of the UK, already charges 20% VAT on hospitality accommodation, more than double Germany's 7% or France, Italy and Spain's 10%. Layer a visitor levy on top of this, and we're pricing Wales out of the market when we're trying to grow the sector. It's not even been implemented yet, but the perception of Wales taxing visitors, especially from England, I believe, has already had a negative impact on visitor numbers. And I'll let my colleagues expand on this further. Second bad decision, introducing the 182 rule. Nearly 40% of genuine holiday lets are not making this unrealistic high bar of letting days. Independent survey evidence shows 47% of owners are losing money as are being classed wrongly as second homes. England's equivalent threshold is 70 nights, less than half hours. And there is no evidence so far that the higher Welsh bar achieves its aim of creating an increasing number of family homes in local communities. Protecting housing supply and community sustainability can be done through the planning system, not through an unfair fiscal tool. And I'll let my colleagues set out why that number needs to change. Now, we talk about sustainable tourism. What does that mean? Well, to me, my opinion, it means the visitor should bring maximum cash to the local economy for jobs and businesses, with minimum disturbance to daily life and no lasting change to the fabric of a community. But sometimes it feels there are winners and losers in our busy summers. The tourism sector makes the majority of their revenue over summer, but for those who can't park outside their house or find their bins full of visitors' litter, it can feel that they are not benefiting from this surge in numbers, and we totally get that. But this needs not be the case. We can have winners and winners if we ease up on regulation. Let the farmer open his field to cars on busy weekends in certain hotspots. Let residents' associations negotiate a residence permit scheme so locals get parking while visitors pay for theirs. Let a village hall become the ticket office or shuttle bus pickup point for a nearby attraction, taking a fee for the privilege. On this side of the chamber, I have a whole bucket full of ideas to make sure local communities benefit from this sector. But this doesn't include taxing visitors, leading them to go somewhere cheaper, which could literally be a few miles away in a different county that hasn't implemented the tax. Although I do not agree with the policy, if the previous Welsh Government wanted to implement the tourism tax, they should have had the guts to insist it was a Wales-wide policy rather than passing the buck to local authorities. Now, sustainability also means a wide range of accommodation, so people stay rather than just visit for a day in tourism-specific places. So this means relaxing regulations to support more hotels, B&Bs, caravan parks and campsites. For example, we recently changed the law in Wales. We only allow 28 days of permitted development for a landowner to run a summer campsite. In England, it's 60. Nobody will invest in water supply or temporary toilets for just 28 days of business. So let's change that. Sustainability means better transport and coordination around our tourism hotspots. I know on a number of occasions, freezing cold at the base of yw'r, waiting for the Sherpa bus that never arrived, that this system isn't good enough. Now, I know there's a transport plan specifically for the Ewr National Park, but it currently remains a plan. Where is the Welsh Explorer Pass linking public transport to discounts at attractions? Where's the Cadw Castle Pass, where you can visit as many castles as you can in a week and take a selfie at each one and a discount in the shop? This is not a lack of resources issue. These things are often policy and partnership problems. We can do so much more to support the sector without taxing it. And finally, I want to make this point about the tourism and hospitality industry can make a vital contribution to stopping our rising youth unemployment. Almost everyone's first job was in hospitality. It teaches communication, quick thinking, hard work. Major hotel chains and tourism attractions employ lawyers, accountants, engineers, sales and marketing. It's not just making beds and serving tables, but many of those best paid professionals, that's where they started. And I've seen firsthand how hospitality careers are valued across Europe. I visited Swiss hospitality schools, which are world-class, drawing students from across the globe to prestigious courses. I recently set up a Hospitality Excellence Fund with my local college, privately funded to help our students compete nationally to raise their game. We talk about ambition for Wales, so why can't we compete with those Swiss colleges? Why can't we say proudly from the very top that hospitality in Wales is one of the best starts to a career? Where is the drive? Where is the ambition? Well, maybe it starts now. In this chamber, by supporting this motion and removing those two barriers, one fiscal, one regulatory, that the previous government has put in the way of that sector's success. We need to be working cross-party to create an environment that encourages private business to invest in our tourism offer, high-value accommodation, world-class visitor attractions. Let's liberate the tourism sector, not strangle it with taxes and regulation. Llawn, I commend the motion to the Senedd.
Roedd wedi dethol y gwelliant i'r cynnig galwaf ar y gweinidog cabinet dros fenter cysylltyd ac ynni i gynnig yn ffurfiol welliant 1 a gyflwynid yn enw Heledd Fychan yn ffurfiol. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi'n galw nawr galwaf a Anna Nicol.
Sorry, diolch Llawn. I want to start by celebrating the huge contribution that tourism makes to Wales and to my constituency in Ceredigion-Pembroke. Ceredigion-Pembroke is one of the most beautiful places in the world, shown by the millions who visit each year. In Ceredigion-Pembroke, you can travel from sandy beach to rolling hill to ancient woodland, and sometimes find all three in one place. From the only coastal national park in the UK in Pembrokeshire to the remote wilderness of Ceredigion Cambrian Mountains. From Tenby to Trefdraeth and from Aberaeron to Adberth. It's no wonder that people across Wales and around the world want to visit Ceredigion-Pembroke. Tourism accounts for around 13% of all employment in Ceredigion and 23% in Pembrokeshire. So I'm delighted that this government recognises the importance of the tourism industry to Wales. But evidence gathered from the previous government showed that high levels of tourism, if not managed, can have a negative impact on an area. High levels of second homes and short-term lets can impact on local housing markets and the sustainability of local communities, particularly in areas where properties are not occupied for much of the year. It's important that we are promoting tourism that provides maximum benefit to our people, environment, language and culture. And I welcome all of the ideas, there's lots of ideas that have come up in this debate already. So I fully support the government taking steps to enable sustainable tourism that secures jobs and income into local economies and which benefits our communities, environment, language and culture. And I support measures that prevent harm. That's why I support the visitor levy as a choice for local authorities to ensure that local communities reap the rewards of tourism. Funds raised through the visitor levy enable investment in the local environment, the Welsh language and culture and local infrastructure, which also supports tourism. However, it's also important for government to act quickly where good policy intentions are not delivering the intended change. And in the case of the 182 days threshold, may be in danger of taking us in the wrong direction. Since becoming a member of the Senedd, I've met with many constituents who have told me about the challenges that the 182-day rule for holiday lets is creating. I've heard the pressure that the policy is putting on many self-catering businesses and the toll it is taking on people running local businesses. I've heard how it's threatening the viability of some local businesses, as well as jobs and spend in the wider economy. And I've also seen examples where it's not achieving the intended outcome for the local housing market. So whilst I welcome I fully support the intention of the 182-day rule, I also welcome this Plaid Cymru government's commitment to keep the 182-day occupancy threshold under review, and I urge the government to begin this work quickly so that we can find pragmatic solutions that better support the original purpose of the policy. This should include whether 182 days is the right threshold, but also clear and reasonable exemptions, particularly where a property would not qualify as a private home. We need clear guidance to avoid holiday let owners being left stunned by unaffordable backdated council bills, sometimes by 3 or 4 years, or living with the mental stress that they soon could be. So that's why I'm pleased to support the government amendment today, and I urge other members to do so.
Stephen Rodaway.
Thank you, Clywyd. I'm going to echo some of the things we've heard already today, but a slightly different take. So first off, tourism is one of Wales's greatest success stories. It does support around 159,000 jobs, almost 1 in every 8 in Wales. Millions of visitors come here because of our coastline, countryside, history and culture. They support jobs, sustain businesses and bring vital income to many of our rural and coastal communities. Nowhere is that more evident than in my constituency of Gwar Abertawe, where the visitor economy contributes more than 700 million annually and supports around 5,500 jobs. For many communities, tourism is not simply an important industry, it is the industry. It supports family businesses, keeps our high streets alive and helps sustain the very communities that people want to visit. When tourism prospers, our community prospers. But for that prosperity, depends on businesses having the confidence to invest, employ local people, plan for the future. Tourism businesses understand the need to support local communities and recognise the pressures on the housing market. What they need are policies that reflect the commercial realities of a seasonal industry. We all share the same ambition: a successful tourism industry alongside communities where local people can afford to live. Indeed, your own manifesto recognised the importance of tourism, and I quote, "Plaid Cymru recognises the importance of a tourism industry to Wales. We will promote tourism which provides maximum benefit to our people, environment, language and culture." I agree with that ambition. The question is not the destination. The question is whether the route chosen is actually taking us there. The issue I want to focus on today is the 182-day occupancy requirement for self-catering holiday accommodation. Let me be clear. This debate is not about whether there should be a qualifying threshold. The tourism industry accepts that there should be one. The question is whether 182 days is realistic, proportionate and evidence-based. Representatives from across the tourism industry have consistently argued that 105 days is a more realistic threshold for demonstrating genuine commercial activity. HMRC recognised 105 days of actual letting as a qualifying test for furnished holiday lettings tax regime. Ministers may argue the purposes are different, but the principle remains the same: identifying genuine commercial activity. And I have to say, persuading HMRC to agree to anything outside their own way of thinking is no small achievement. It's certainly not an organisation renowned for changing its mind simply because somebody asked politely. So what evidence led the previous Welsh Government, with Plaid Cymru's support, to conclude that 182 days was a necessary and proportionate figure? Why 182? What modelling of economic assessment supported that decision? If that evidence exists, publish it. The government's stated objective was to increase the supply of homes for local people. But intentions do not automatically create good outcomes. The assumption behind the policy was that raising the threshold would return more properties to the residential market. But has that happened to any meaningful extent? Many tourism businesses report that income has fallen off significantly, with some parts of the self-catering sector reporting reductions of around 30%. The Welsh Government's own tourism business barometer highlights continuing pressures within the sector. But reducing holiday lets was never the objective. The real test is whether more homes have become available for local people. So the question remains: how many properties have actually returned to the residential housing market because of this policy? How many homes have become available to local families? What measurable improvement has there been in housing affordability or availability? If the government believes this policy has succeeded, publish the evidence. I understand ministers are considering further flexibility and additional exemptions, and I welcome the fact that they are listening. But there is a certain irony here. A policy introduced to solve one problem is now requiring exemptions to solve the problems created by the policy itself. The tourism industry is not asking for special interest. The message is loud and clear. It is asking for a system that is fair, proportionate and based on evidence. So, Cabinet Minister, if you remain convinced that 182 days is the correct figure, publish the evidence that justifies choosing it. Publish the evidence that shows it has delivered more homes for local people. Because if this policy requires an ever-growing list of exemptions simply to make it workable, perhaps the problem is not the exemptions. Perhaps it is the policy itself. Exemptions are not the answer. Good government is measured by whether policies deliver the outcomes they promise. If the evidence shows that this one is not, then we need real and substantial change. I call on all members to support our motion. Thank you.
Taj.
Diolch, Llawydd. I think we can all agree, of course, that Wales is very much a world-class destination for tourism. That moment when you see someone posing for a photograph outside a castle or looking around at many of our museums or enjoying our national parks, that is a special moment and it should make us all proud. Because, of course, Wales does actually belong to all of us and we're very lucky that we can share our beautiful country with people from all over the world. I often enjoy having family over and taking them up to Penavon and getting them to do that early morning walk up the mountain, and of course the many various other lush waterfalls that we have. Now, but getting back to our capital city for a moment, we've had some incredible success lately in putting Cardiff on the map. In just the last decade, of course, we hosted the UEFA Champions League final, which smashed the previous football record by bringing more than 310,000 people into our great city. We hosted, of course, Clash in the Castle, a real global event, and the company's first stadium event in the UK for over 30 years. Now, most of these spectators came from outside of Wales, and when they were surveyed, they said they just wanted to explore a bit more. Last year, of course, we had the European Rugby Champions Cup, and with the eyes of the world on them, of course, Oasis chose Cardiff to kick off their reunion tour. Now, all of these major events bring thousands and thousands of people who want to spend their time and money in Wales. And this brings me to the topic of this debate. The Visitor Levy Bill, which only became law last year, it isn't even coming into effect anywhere until next April. So we haven't had a chance yet, of course, to assess the positive impact that it can actually have on our communities. Now, to be clear, this gave councils the choice to introduce a small charge on overnight accommodation after they had consulted with local residents and businesses. And in Cardiff, we have chosen to introduce the levy and it will come into effect next April. Anglesey, Conway, Gwynedd councils are currently consulting and they will make their decisions later this year. The challenges and the opportunities, of course, around the visitor economy will ebb and flow, and all councils are, of course, free to make their decisions in the future. And that's exactly the point here. This is a great example of devolving power beyond the Senedd, taking decisions closer to the people who live there. Now, reform would have you believe that this is a tourism tax, and they call it, and they say that it's going to cost people in the future. Now, it is, I would say, somehow, this idea that it is going to deter people from coming to Wales and spending their money here. The truth is, this is a visitor levy where local councils choose to adopt it and decide. Now, £1.30 for a night. I mean, you can't even get a pint and you can't get a coffee for that much money. That's what we're talking about here, a very small contribution from people who have chosen to visit Wales, which will collectively actually make a real big difference. And councils who adopt the visitor levy will spend that money on improving their tourism offer, protecting local nature and landmarks, and promoting Welsh culture. Surely these are objectives that we all support. And most importantly, the people who choose to come to Wales will be happy to support them too. Now, this is a way of making sure that our visitor economy grows, the benefits feed back into our communities, creating good jobs, revitalising our towns and cities, and protecting Welsh culture for future generations to enjoy. Now, this is all about, of course, making sure that the infrastructure works as well. And this government's amendment makes reference to two specific policies. Yeah, go for it.
Just when you talk about £1.30 a night, so you need to add the VAT on that for a lot of businesses, that comes up to £1.57. If you do the calculation, £500 for a cheap week on a caravan in my constituency, that's £65 extra tax for a family of 5 or 6. So that's not just a cappuccino, yeah?
I think well, listen, I think, look, the fact of the matter is it's not something that we're going to agree on, right? So let me just finish off. So the first being, keeping the 182-day occupancy threshold for self-catering businesses under review, we absolutely support. Keeping this policy under review to ensure that it works as fairly and effectively as possible. Second, the visitor levy, I've already set out the benefits. It's common practice, it happens across many parts of the world, and Scotland are now also looking to follow suit. And this is, ultimately, it's all about choice, right? It's about giving choice and power to local people, to local councils, so that decisions that affect their communities can be made in those same communities. So we will be supporting the government amendment, and we will continue to push for a thriving tourism economy all over Wales.
John Clark.
Diolch Llywyd. I strongly support this motion from my colleague Claire Powell. The tourism sector is not just a luxury for Wales, it is a lifeline. It contributes $3.8 billion to our economy and accounts for over 11% of employment. This so-called visitor levy is the wrong tax at the wrong time. It is regressive by design. A £1.30 charge on a £50 room represents a far higher percentage increase than the same charge on a £200 room. Excuse me. It hits cheaper accommodation hardest, precisely the kind used by families, younger visitors, and domestic tourists, the people who keep our smaller businesses alive. Smaller operators, often family-run, already face heavier administration burdens than the large chains. This levy imposes more paperwork, administration costs, and responsibility. It is not progressive, it is a tax on aspiration. Our accommodation providers are already struggling. Visitor numbers haven't recovered to pre-COVID levels. Cost of living pressures are squeezing domestic demand, whilst international visitors have cheap choices elsewhere. Visit our coastal towns and you will see the evidence. Tired frontages, peeling paint, and far too few high-quality new developments. If budget operators could simply raise their prices without losing occupancy, they would have done it years ago. Instead, many are fighting to survive. These businesses are already heavily taxed and regulated. They collect VAT, they pay business rates, they pay corporation tax, they pay national insurance, and they pay income tax on behalf of their staff. They generate additional revenue for the government through alcohol, tobacco, and waste charges. Yet now we ask them to become unpaid tax collectors once again, this time for a levy that in practice frees up council budgets for other spending rather than delivering genuine new investment in tourism. Let me be frank about the numbers in my own area. Conway Council carries £230 million in debt, with annual interest and repayments exceeding £17 million. Conway Council's own impact assessment estimates that the visitor levy would raise £2 million a year. That's a sticking plaster. It's not a solution. Council overspending and poor financial management will... Yes.
Can you confirm that you understand that the money raised from a visitor levy is ring-fenced for visitor purposes, not to pay debt or anything else?
Yep. The reality is that the council will redirect money that they're already using to support tourism. This basically plugs a hole of theirs and allows them to redirect that money elsewhere. And you already know that. We should not take tourism for granted. People choose Wales for our coastline, our castles, mountains and culture, but above all for the Welsh welcome. Wales has the potential for immediate growth in tourism, but world-class status is not our birthright. It is earned every day by thousands of small business owners who invest their savings, time and energy into keeping hotels, guest house, bed and breakfasts and campsites open and attractive. If those operators feel their efforts are being taken for granted, or that the government is determined to stop them from making a living, they will invest elsewhere or simply give up. The combination of this levy, the 182-day rule, and the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit is all sending exactly the wrong message. That Wales is becoming a less welcoming place for visitors and for those who serve them. We have a responsibility, after a clear verdict by the Welsh people, to review the previous government's decisions. Scrapping this regressive levy and lowering the 182-day threshold would send a powerful positive signal. Wales is open for business and values tourism. Let us reject the politics of burden. Let us back growth, investment and opportunity. I urge the Senedd to support this motion. Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd.
Paul Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. As has already been said, the tourism sector is of huge importance to the communities I represent in Ceredigion Penfro, so I'm pleased to speak up on behalf of the tourism businesses and providers in my constituency who are operating under significant financial pressures. Now, today's motion refers specifically to the visitor levy or the tourism tax and the 182-day occupancy threshold. And I've made my views very clear on both of these policies. In fact, one of my very first actions in this Senedd was to appeal to the Cabinet Minister for Enterprise, Connectivity and Energy to reduce the 182-day threshold. And whilst we've heard some commitments from the Cabinet Minister for Finance about introducing exemptions, I do not believe that this goes far enough. I believe that there needs to be a fundamental rethink of this policy so that it's fairer for all providers, not just some. Now, I know the Cabinet Minister recognises the importance of tourism to supporting communities and strengthening local economies, and he's made it clear in correspondence to me that he wants to ensure his engagement with the tourism industry is constructive, evidence-led and focused on supporting businesses to thrive. Well, there's plenty of evidence to show that reducing the 182-day threshold will help the tourism sector and it will help support businesses to thrive. Now, data from the Valuation Office Agency has shown that the number of self-catering businesses is down by 30.7%. And yet in England, over the same period, the fall is only 12.2%. And in my view, the difference is because of the 182-day threshold. We've all heard compelling evidence why the threshold is unrealistic, how the market is changing, and why a one-size-fits-all approach just doesn't work. And so I hope the Welsh Government will now reflect on the evidence that is already out there, showing how damaging this policy really is. And it's not just hurting Welsh business, it's hurting our people and our communities too. 94% of Welsh members of the Professional Association of Self-Caterers have said they are more stressed because of this specific policy. Many holiday let owners in my constituency are also farmers who are already competing with so much red tape and regulation and have been pushed into diversifying over the years, only to face even more red tape and regulation. I've also heard from countless owners about how their family has let their property for 20, 30, even 40 years, sometimes longer, and they are heartbroken that they're having to consider selling it now. These are people with deep connections to the communities where their properties are. Now, I have always believed that increasing taxes and regulations on one group of people does not make housing more affordable for another group of people. If we begin to see more tourism businesses close as a result of policies such as the 182-day threshold, there is no guarantee that those properties will become more accessible to local residents. Indeed, there's a real risk that they could instead be purchased by wealthier buyers from outside the area. And it also impacts our local communities. It could result in fewer visitors, which means reduced footfall and reduced spending in pubs, shops and local attractions, putting many tourism-related jobs at risk. And so for those reasons, I hope the Welsh Government will be sincere in its commitment to reviewing the policy. The evidence is already mounting and action is needed now. The same holiday owners who are struggling with the 182-day threshold are also facing business rate rises, tax changes, and from next April, a visitor levy could be introduced too. This levy does not support business owners and it does not maintain affordability for visitors. It's also highly likely to be applied inconsistently across local authority areas, pitting one county against another and risks worsening an already fragile tourism market. And this will not just only tax tourists, it will apply to everyone who stays overnight in Wales, including people within Wales. Llywydd, the tourism sector has been overwhelmed with additional financial pressures, and rather than pause and consider the cumulative impact of all these policies, the previous government added more burdens on business owners, and so the new Welsh Government has an opportunity here to reset the balance. It also has an opportunity to take a more strategic approach to how the sector is valued and how its long-term sustainability can be secured. For example, how do we properly recognise the contribution made by seasonal workers within our communities or by those who rely on multiple part-time jobs in the tourism and hospitality industries? These are important questions that require thoughtful consideration if we are serious about supporting a thriving tourism sector while delivering sustainable economic growth in our communities across Wales. So, Llywydd, I look forward to hearing from the Cabinet Minister about his views on these issues and how we can create conditions for the sector to grow and flourish in the future. And I can confirm that the Welsh Conservatives will be supporting this motion.
Paul Moore.
Diolch, Llywydd. I rise today to address yet another example of Welsh Government introducing policy without fully understanding the consequences. I refer to the 182-day occupancy requirements for self-catering accommodation providers. The policy was supposed to help tackle housing pressures and the impact of second homes. Instead, it is placing genuine tourism businesses under increasing strain, particularly in Ceredigion and Penfro. Since 2023, holiday-let operators have had to achieve 182 days of commercial occupancy to qualify for business rates rather than council tax. Fail to meet the threshold and they can face significant additional costs, often including second home premiums. In theory, ministers may argue that this sounds reasonable, but governing is not done in theory. It must be rooted in the realities faced by communities in Tenby, Saundersfoot, Newport, St David's, Aberavon, Newquay and countless other coastal and rural towns whose economies depend heavily upon seasonal tourism. Owners cannot control the weather. They cannot control rising living costs which reduce holiday bookings. They cannot control wider economy uncertainty. And they also cannot control the fact that West Wales remains a highly seasonal tourism market. Yet Welsh operators face one of the highest occupancy thresholds anywhere in these islands. Reports suggest that almost 40% of operators have failed to meet the target, while many are now questioning whether their businesses remain viable. These are not large investors. They are family-run businesses which support jobs and local economies. They employ local cleaners, gardeners, tradespeople and maintenance workers. They support cafes, pubs, restaurants, shops and visitor attractions across our communities. What is particularly difficult to justify is the comparison with England. There is the equivalent threshold of 70 nights. In Wales, it is 182, more than double. So where is the evidence that this is a higher threshold is delivering better outcomes? Has housing become more affordable in Pembrokeshire and Ceredigion? Has the housing supply significantly increased? Or has this policy simply created financial pressures and uncertainty for local tourism and businesses? The evidence increasingly points to the latter. The government's consultation generated over 1,200 responses, yet the result was largely administrative changes and technical exemptions. The central issue remained untouched, the threshold itself. This is not about protecting second homes or those who exploit loopholes. It is about recognising that legitimate tourism businesses should not be penalised because they cannot guarantee year-round demand. The realities of Ceredigion and Penfro are not the realities of Cardiff. A one-size-fits-all approach simply does not work. At Reform UK, we believe government should support enterprise, not burden it. If housing supply is the problem, build more homes. If affordability is the issue, reform planning and increase housing delivery. But please do not place the blame on small businesses that create jobs and support one of Wales's most important industries. So I urge this government to think again. Please review the 180-day rule, work with the tourism sector and local communities, introducing a fairer, more flexible approach that reflects the realities of rural Wales. Because good policy should be based on evidence, common sense and economic reality, not arbitrary targets that risk damaging the very communities that they claim to help. Diolch.
Elwyn Vaughan.
Diolch Llywydd, a dwi ddim am amalhau geiriau, fyddwch falch y glywed. Y gwir ydy mae trethi twristiaeth yn normal ar draws y byd, gan gynnwys Amsterdam, Venice, Barcelona, Paris, rhai o dinasau efo mwy o twristiaeth yn y byd yma. Ac wrth gwrs, erbyn hyn, mae rannau eang o Loegr hefyd efo'r dreth yma ac yn yr Alban, gan gynnwys Lerpwl a Manceinion a'r ein stepen drws. Nid yw'r dreth am cosbi y sector dwristiaeth yn hytrach cynyddu incwm i lywodraeth leol i wella'n hardaloedd, i ailfuddsoddi, i wella anoddau ymwelwyr yn yr ardal, gwella naws ein cyrchfanoedd twristiaeth a felly twristiaeth cynaladwy. Rydyn ni fel plaid yn hir wedi ddeall a gwerthfawrogi pwysigrwydd twristiaeth yn economi. Allai ddweud hynny fel un oedd y teulu yn y sector ei hun. Ac yn ymfalchio yn y ffaith ein bod ni'n medru dangos prydferthwch ein gwlad i bobl o draws y byd. Ond rhaid i hwn hefyd fod yn fuddiol i'r rheini sydd yn derbyn y twristiaeth a'n cymunedau. Un ffordd o wneud hyn yw treth twristiaeth. Be sy'n bwysig i nodi, ar adeg pan bod nifer yn sôn am yr angen i ddatganoli grym i Lywodraeth leol, mae hi fyny un llywodraethau lleol i gyflwyno'r dreth, nid i Lywodraeth Cymru. Os nad yw cyngor meddwl ei fod hi'n syniad da, nid oes rhaid iddynt i gyflwyno. Ond mae sicrhau fod ganddyn nhw'r pŵer i wneud os y dymunant mwyn i helpu efo'r pwysau costau arnyn nhw. Mae rhaid i'r arian hon gael ei ddefnyddio ar wella ein isadeiledd, mwyn gwella profiad i dwristiaid.
Obviously, the councils that have a lot of tourism have an enhanced population grant, which is exactly what's there to fund those issues. So we don't need another source of income. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I prefer this as a clear model. Mae rhaid i'n arian hon gael ei ddefnyddio wella un isadeiledd. Dyna di'r reality. A mae hwn yn fater o wella ein cynnig twristiaeth ddim yn gosb i'r sector. Bydd Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru yn hyrwyddo Cymru fel crychfan twristiaeth o radd flyna, gan ganolbwyntio ar sicrhau bod twristiaeth yn gweithio'n gynaladwy i gymunedau Cymru. Gan ddysgu gwersi o'n cefndryd Celtaidd yn Iwerddon a'r Alban, sy'n gwneud y mwyaf o'i cysylltiadau rhyngwladol. Ac yn yr un modd gall Cymru efelychu y llwyddiant hynny a gwerthu Cymru fel lle arbennig, unigryw a diddorol, gan o'i defnydd o'r egwyddor o naws am le, gan ddefnyddio'n iaith, diwylliant, fwyd a diod, anymgylchedd fel ffactorau unigryw. A thrwy hynny sicrhau bod sector dwristiaeth nid yn unig yn gynaladwy, ond bod egwyddorion cynaladwyedd cymunedol yn greiddiol i'r sector hefyd. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr. Hugh Thomas.
Diolch Llywydd. O'n i'n teimlo bod hi'n bwysig fi siarad ar y pwnc yma gan yn rhan fy swydd ddiwetha fel arweinydd Cyngor Caerdydd. Un o'r penderfyniadau olaf i fi gymryd yn ffurfiol oedd y penderfyniad i gyflwyno visitor levy i'r brifddinas. I did so for a very specific reason. Over 20 million people visit Cardiff every year, and we wanted to grow that number further, whilst also recognising and responding to the pressures that those visitors bring to the city. Over decades, Cardiff has built an enviable reputation as a destination for major sporting and cultural events. Every summer, the city teems with live music in our stadium, our castle and our parks. The new indoor arena, now under construction, will bring a further 1 million visitors every year to the city. From the Champions League final that Shav referenced, to the Tour de France, to the European Football Championship in 2028, a Team Wales approach between Welsh Government, Cardiff Council and other partners has allowed Cardiff to secure some of the world's premier sporting events of the years. And I know from my unsuccessful attempt to purchase a ticket to see Oasis, how much visitors are prepared to pay to purchase these golden tickets. Yep. If you've travelled from North America to see Taylor Swift, my guess is you're not going to worry about paying a visitor levy of £1.30. Exactly. And here's the mad thing. For all the visitors that come to Cardiff, often as part of events that the council is delivering, for all the money they spend in local bars, restaurants, hotels, for all the overnight clean-up operations required after 70,000 people have partied in the Principality, the council receives not one penny of income, thanks to the completely centralised taxation system we have in this country. Yep. A visitor levy, estimated to raise about £3.5 million a year for Cardiff, starts to change that calculation so that the council raises revenue from major events to in turn fund a better experience for visitors and residents alike. And it will also allow Cardiff to attract new events to the city and also better market ourselves internationally. That was the calculation in proposing a levy. In the extensive consultation carried out with key stakeholders and the general public, of the 2,000 responses received, 62% supported those proposals, recognising how the money would be ring-fenced to support the visitor economy. It's not a tourism tax, it's an investment in tourism. It's a modest contribution from visitors towards services, infrastructure and attractions that make Wales such a desirable place to visit in the first place. Elwyn Vaughan references cyfeirio at Lerpwl a Manceinion. Byddai'r siambr yn gyda diddordeb I ddeall mae cynlluniau gwirfoddol ydy y systemau sydd yn gweithio fyna. Y cynghorau sir, cynghorau'r ddinas a busnesau lleol wedi cytuno gyda'i gilydd I gyflwyno'r mesur yna. A dwi'n gwybod o siarad gyda'r arweinwyr y cynghorau hynny, eu bod nhw'n genfigenus o'r pwerau sydd gan awdurdodau lleol nawr yng Nghymru. And the member opposite named a number of fantastic Welsh destinations in her opening remarks. None of the councils in those areas have confirmed plans to introduce the visitor levy. In fact, many have already ruled it out. And that's the beauty of this legislation, that enshrines local decision-making. Exactly. They have the freedom to consult, consider the evidence and make a local decision. Cardiff has chosen to do so. Other authorities are consulting on the possibility. But as Paul Maher puts it, a one-size approach does not work. So having local decision-making is key, local democracy working as it should. And I'm stunned that the party there and the party here don't support that principle of local decision-making. Llywydd, rwy wedi bod yn ffodus iawn I dreulio llawer o'n gwyliau dros y blynyddoedd diwetha yng Nghymru, ond mynyddoedd hynafol ni yn treitheg godidog, o ddanteithion ein bwytau I unigrywiedd ein amgueddfau a'n canolfannau diwylliannol. Mae gan Gymru gynnig sy'n gallu cystadlu a'r cyrchfannau gorau yn y byd. Gadewch I ni fod yn hyderus yn y cynnig hwnna ac yn hydrach na scaremongering a shroud waving I wneud pwyntiau gwleidyddol, gadewch I ni hyrwyddo Cymru gyda'n gilydd. Diolch yn fawr.
And we have one late request to speak on this, but if you could keep it very short, please. Stephen Season.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's a basic law of taxation which we understand. Let's have some examples. If you tax smoking, you get less smoking. If you tax jobs, you get fewer jobs. If you tax private education, as we've seen in the last few days, you get less private education. It's about time that we realise that Wales is not exceptional. We do not have large numbers of foreign tourists who will compensate for this. Please, please, think very carefully about that and support the motion of Llawn Powell. Thank you, President Officer.
Fawr iawn, and you did indeed keep it very short, diolch. Galwaf ar y gweinidog Cabinet dros fenter cysylltedd ac ynni Adam Price.
Diolch, Llywydd. Hoffem ddiolch ar y dechrau I Llawn Powell am gyflwyno'r ddadl hon a Louise Emery am agor ac am wneud hynny mewn ffordd cytbwys. Oedd yn cynnwys angytundeb diffiant, craffu, ond hefyd yn cynnig syniadau adeiladol. A dwi'n credu bod hynny Bob amser, yn adlewyrchu'n dda ar yn democratiaeth ni, bod ni'n cael y cyfuniad yna. Byddai'n dychwelyd y rhai o'r prif bwyntiau o angytundeb rhyngom ni yng nghanol fy areth, ond hoffwn ymateb i rai o'r syniadau diddorol. Mae Louise wedi cynnig ac sicr byddwn ni yn barod iawn i edrych ar sut i cryfhau yn yr hyfforddiant lletygarwch sydd yn digwydd, a dysgu oddi wrth y swister yn hynny o beth a'r cysylltiadau mae eisoes wedi adeiladu, hefyd y syniadau ynglyn â'r passes bws a hefyd y passes cadw, ac wy'n gwybod o siarad gyda Louise bod na doreth o syniadau eraill gyda hi, ac i ni'n barod iawn bob amser i edrych ar reini yn adeiladol bob tro. Mae hynny'n wir wrth gwrs ar draws y Senedd. Gadewch chi mi droi yn gyntaf at yr uchelgais, economi ymwelwyr sy'n gweithio dros Gymru, dros yn cymunedau, dros y busnesau sy'n dibynnu arni a dros y bobl sy'n byw yn y llefydd yma'r byd am ddod i'w gweld. Mae'r rhan gyntaf y cynnig yn galw arnom i gydnabod cyfraniad y sector a rwy'n gwneud hynny yn llawen ar ran y Llywodraeth. Mae tua 1 o bob 8 o weithwyr Cymru yn gweithio ym meysydd twristiaeth a lletygarwch, ac yn wahanol i sawl sector arall. Mae tua 1 o mae'r gwaith hwnnw wedi wasgaru ar hyd a lled y wlad yn cynnal incwm mewn cymunedau gwledig ac arfordirol lle mae cyfleoedd eraill yn bryn. Nid ffigurau mewn timeline yw hynny, bywoliaethau ydyn nhw. Ac rwy'n cytuno llwyr ag ail ran y cynnig, mae Cymru yn gyrchfan ymwelwyr o'r radd flaenaf, ac mae hynny'n destun dathlu. Fe gawson ni lwc ryfeddol. Byw mewn gwlad o olygfeydd syfrdanol, arfordir, godidog, anturiaethau, awyr agored, heb i hael, bwyd y diod rygorol a chroeso cynnes Cymreig. Ein gwaith ni yw gwneud y mwyaf o'r lwc o hwnnw. Dyna beth mae Croeso Cymru yn ei wneud, yn cryfhau yn proffil ryngwladol trwy weithgarwch yn Ewrop yr Unol Daleithiau a thu hwnt, gan ddod â gwariant ymwelwyr ar fanteision i bob rhan o Gymru. Llywydd, next year that international profile takes on a new dimension. Wales steps on to one of the biggest sporting stages on earth as we welcome hundreds of thousands of Tour de France fans, and there's a certain justice in it. For decades we've been apologising to cyclists for our gradients, and now the greatest race on earth is coming precisely because of them. It turns out we were sitting on a world-class asset all along. But a great event that leaves nothing behind is just a party. Our ambition is a legacy. So I'm proud to announce today a 4.5 million investment over 2026 and 2027 in tourism-related cycling infrastructure. The peloton will pass through Wales in a matter of hours. What it leaves behind must last for decades. This is about converting a moment of global attention into a permanent national asset, routes, facilities and businesses that serve visitors and communities long after the last rider has crossed the line. And if we're inviting the world in, the welcome must be real for everyone. A quarter of all visitors to Wales are disabled. If Wales says croeso to the world, that word cannot come with small print. It must hold true for disabled visitors, neurodivergent visitors, and people with hidden conditions and barriers. That's why I'm launching Croeso I Bawb, £2 million in grant funding to help tourism and hospitality businesses open their doors wider still. Accessibility is good business, but more than that, it is simply what hospitality means. Let me turn now to the two questions at the heart of this debate. First, the visitor levy. Where tourism happens, there are impacts on the local area. That's not a criticism of the sector, it's a facet of success. Visitor levies are neither unusual nor untested. They operate successfully in destinations across Europe and the world, providing resources for the very infrastructure and services that make places worth visiting in the first place. It's rightly for each local authority to consult and decide, but where a levy is introduced, it's an opportunity to make the visitor economy work both for the sector and for the communities that host it. And this government supports that model. Second, the 182 letting threshold. Tourism matters to our economy, so do homes for local people. Those two truths must be held in balance, and where the balance is wrong, we will act. That's why our manifesto committed to reviewing the threshold and creating clear, reasonable exemptions where self-catering accommodation would not qualify as a private home. The Cabinet Minister for Finance is considering these matters as an early priority and will set out our proposals in due course. So the First Minister has said he is committed to learning at all times, and that will be my approach too. I meet the chairs of the regional tourism forums later this month, and over the summer I'll continue taking evidence directly from sector representatives across Wales. But I do want to go further. Over the course of this term, we are committed to examining whether the form and function of Visit Wales is right for the sector it serves. I believe the moment has come for a proper stocktake, a reset moment between government and the sector leading to a shared vision and action plan, a new deal for the visitor economy. I want the sector to help shape it, and I want the Senedd to help shape it too. The cross-party group, members on all sides, including the parties opposite and the party behind me, for the whole of Wales, built by the whole of Wales. And in that spirit, let me turn now to the contributions members have made this afternoon. I think that Anna Nicol shared some of her constituents' experiences, and I think that in listening and learning, we need to hold those experiences right at the heart of everything that we do. Stephen Rodaway asked us to look at the evidence base, and we certainly will be committed in this and in everything we do to ground everything in the evidence base. And we urge members that want to bring data to our attention to do so, and we will do so ourselves in a transparent manner. I welcome the positive contribution from Shavana Taj. The levy used well in partnership with the sector, as we know from across Europe and the world, can actually be an engine of growth and development for the sector. And I know that's the kind of approach that's been taken by the sector in Cardiff. There could be lessons there for elsewhere in Wales. I am out of time at this point, but the flesh was willing, but the spirit was weak. All I would say in closing is, look, every nation tells the world a story about itself, and tourism is how the world comes to hear ours. Let's make sure that story is worthy of the country, and the country worthy of the welcome. Croeso yw'r gair cyntaf mae Cymru yn ei ddweud wrth y byd, gadewch i ni wneud yn siŵr ein bod ni'n dweud bob tro o waelod calon. Diolch.
Galwad fy nawr a Tom Montgomery ymateb i'r ddadl.
Thank you very much, Llawed, and thank you all members who have contributed so far. Minister, can I also welcome your announcement mere minutes ago of extra millions of pounds for the tourism industry. You've made me rewrite the start of my speech quickly, but I have to welcome that announcement, and I'm so glad that it was reforms debate today that has enabled you to bring that money forward for the tourism industry. Tourism is an essential part of the lifeblood that sustains towns and villages across our great country. I think of towns like Llawn, Rhyl, Prestatyn, Llangollen, Llandudno, Barmouth, and so many others where this industry is not just important, it is essential. This is why this debate is so important. This industry and its supply chains and the businesses that are attached to it runs through every single part of Wales. So can I thank all of the members who have contributed to this debate so far. It is critical that this place recognises the importance of this industry to Wales and hears the concerns that are coming directly from the industry. So can I thank Paul Marr and Paul Davis. The both of you have explained clearly today the impact of the policies that we're talking about here and the impact of those policies on the tourism industry. in your constituencies. We must never forget, members, that when this place passes down legislation, introduces new taxes or burdens industry with more red tape, there are real people at the other end. Can I thank Louise Emery? Her knowledge, experience and years of promoting this industry, not just with words but with direct action, has been remarkable. We both share the view that the tourism sector is a key pillar to the economy in Wales, but Louise has gone further and she has shone a light on how this government can work proactively with the industry. As we've heard, this industry can be key to us tackling issues such as youth unemployment. Particularly with all of the talk of NEETs, you would be hard-pressed to find an industry more experienced in providing youth employment opportunities than the tourism sector. Louise has shown also how on these benches in reform, we recognise the importance of sustainable tourism. We recognise that this, like any other industry, can have an impact on the area that they operate in. However, to address this, we need targeted local action working with local stakeholders. We don't need nationwide regulations or more taxation, an approach that amounts to taking a sledgehammer to the issue. I'd also like to thank my colleague John Clark for highlighting what the industry itself is telling us. They have still not seen a return to pre-pandemic visitor numbers, and the challenge that this industry has in attracting visitors here against our international competitors in Europe is stark. With all that in mind, we must accept that surely our best way forward is to work with the industry to break down cost barriers so businesses can better compete with international markets. A visitor levy won't do that. As already highlighted, most overnight stays are already subject to VAT, and in comparison to our European rivals, we are already taxing overnight visitors at a much higher rate. Applying a visitor levy on top of VAT will simply be implementing a tax on top of a tax. Additionally, this approach will hit working and low-income families hardest. It will have little impact on the high-end tourism across Wales, but will dramatically hammer more affordable holiday options and smaller businesses. Governments of the past have had the approach of trying to tax or regulate this industry into growth. That will never work. I'd also thank Steve Rodway as well. You're absolutely right. The industry has spoken. The 182-day rule is too restrictive and it is damaging the industry and the people that work within this sector. I now want to turn to the amendments that the government has put before us. In the amendment, it says that they will keep the 182-day rule under review. Members, we've heard today about the pressures the industry is under, and we understand the importance of this industry to every corner of Wales. Saying that you're going to keep it under review is not good enough. The industry is struggling. It needs our support, not a government holding response. Also, what I will mention is it's been brought up today that the 182 rule would help address the housing crisis in Wales. It hasn't. We still have a housing crisis. We have a housing crisis because we've had decades of a Welsh Government failing to build enough homes. Please don't try and scapegoat that to the tourism industry. If you want to address the housing crisis in Wales, get on and build more homes. Then the amendment says that the visitor levy is about giving local councils a choice, introducing the levy to help fund improvements to the tourism sector locally. This is a false narrative, members. As someone who has spent the last 4 years in local government, I know firsthand the pressures that councils are facing. Any monies from this levy will not go to tourism investment. If you put this power in local councils' hands to levy additional taxation on local businesses, they will use it to ease their financial pressures, mostly in education and social care, not pressures caused by the tourism industry. Additionally, as the government should well know, there are already provisions in the local government funding formula to support councils to deal with tourism-related pressures. Councils with a high number of tourists already receive an uplift in funding. So if you're concerned about councils managing tourism-related pressures, you want councils to invest in the tourism sector locally, or want to protect council services, then fund councils properly. Do not scapegoat this again to the tourism sector for Cardiff Bay funding failures. Members, we have heard that the sector is a vital component of our economy in Wales. And we've heard how this slate of legislation is burdening it. We have the opportunity to tell the industry that we stand with them. Members reject the amendment and support our motion.
Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gwrthwynebu. Gohiriaf y bleidlais o dan yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Rydyn ni dod nawr i cyfnod pleidleisio. Oni bai fod 5 aelod yn dymuno i mi ganu'r gloch, symudaf yn syth i'r cyfnod pleidleisio. Na. OK, yn gyntaf te, dan eitem 6, dadl aelodau, gwasanaethau ophthalmoleg, galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Gwyn Williams. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 75, ymatel 14, yn erbyn neb yn erbyn. The motion is agreed. Felly nawr, rydyn ni'n mynd i'r pleidleiso ar eitem 7, dadl Reform UK. Galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Llyr Powell. Os gwrthodir y cynnig, byddwn yn pleidleiso ar y gwelliant a gyflwynwyd i'r cynnig. Agorwch y bleidlais. Wyth yn ymatel, does neb yn ymatel, yn erbyn 51. Mae'r cynnig wedi ei wrthod, felly rydyn ni'n symud i welliant 1, galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Helydd Fychan. Agorwch y bleidlais. Blaid 51 yn ymatel, neb yn ymatel, yn erbyn 38. Mae gwelliant 1 wedi ei dderbyn. Ni'n mynd nawr i galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 51 yn ymatel, does neb yn ymatel, ac yn erbyn 38. Mae'r cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio, wedi ei dderbyn. Diolch pawb. So we now move to today's short debate. Could I ask members who are leaving to do so quietly and calmly before we begin the debate? Diolch yn fawr. Symud yn nawr I ddadl heddiw a galwaf ar Matthew Jones I siarad am y pwnc a ddewiswyd ganddo.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyfle I drafod mater sydd yn holl bwysig I fi, sef yr anghydraddoldebau iechyd sy'n bodoli yn yr ardaloedd glo. Byddai roi munud o amser a gobeithio mwy I Sarah Evans yn dibynnu ar pa mor hir dwi'n parablu mlaen. Mae'r angen I daclo'r anghydraddoldebau hyn yn ein cymunedau ni yn un o'r rhesymau blaenaf penderfynais I sefyll fel aelod o'r Senedd. A rwy'n diolchgar iawn i'r ymddiriedolaeth adfywio meysydd glo am ei cefnogaeth wrth baratoi i'r ddadl hon. With a population of around 750,000, almost a quarter of Wales's population live in the South Wales coalfield areas, covering much of the valleys, extending from Carmarthenshire in the west to Torfaen, the eastern valley. This area has been slower to recover from the decline of the coal industry than many other former coalfield areas in Britain. The former coalfield community in my constituency extends down from Blanavon to Pontypool, with a population of almost 25,000. Pontypool, my Brof Mebyd, and communities across Torfaen are proud places with a strong history and identity. Post-industrial communities like these have yet to fully recover from Thatcher's deindustrialisation. Austerity has only made this worse. In this area, inequalities are clear to see. They're a living scar. To highlight some of the inequalities, I've seen data that compares the two council areas within my constituency. These comparisons are not intended to dismiss the very real challenges faced in Monmouthshire, but to illustrate the inequalities that exist between neighbouring communities. Cancer incidence in the Torfaen coalfield wards is higher than the rest of my constituency. Similarly, chronic conditions are 5% more common in the Torfaen wards. Mental health conditions are present in a third of GP cases in the Torfaen wards. And premature deaths and long-term illness are much higher in Torfaen than in Monmouthshire. So too are PIP and universal credit claimants. This makes the residents in Torfaen much more vulnerable to UK government benefit changes. But every statistic represents a person, maybe struggling to find work, a family, maybe struggling with the health of one or more of its members, a child going to school hungry. 2 points, though, that are particularly important to me, which have had a direct impact on my family, and I'd like to reflect on, are cancer and mental health. People in the most deprived communities are more likely to be diagnosed with cancer and significantly more likely to die from it. The evidence shows that lower screening uptake and wider social inequalities continue to drive these outcomes. And in a previous life, I worked on a campaign to increase the uptake of screening for breast cancer in Wales. This need still remains. When it comes to mental health, the picture is not as clear because data is patchy at best, as we heard yesterday. What's more, official statistics don't encourage us to look at mental health through the lens of the former coalfield communities. But the evidence we do have points in a clear direction. A 2026 study published in the Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health found that people living in areas with a stronger history of coal mining in Wales reported poorer mental health than people living in non-coalfield areas. That link was strongest amongst the generations who lived through the decline of the coal industry, but it continues to shape mental health across generations today. I was proud to hear the Deputy Minister for Social Care and Mental Health and Women's Health yesterday outlining her commitment to improving mental health provision. We know that waiting lists for mental health services are too long, and third sector partners are playing a vital role in helping to alleviate some of these pressures. Places like Tidy But, a small community-based charity in Pontypool, who are providing counselling sessions to those who need support. I only wish that there were more opportunities for counselling, as we've lost too many people across the way, including my own family. We know that health barriers do not stop at the clinic door or at the end of a waiting list. For many people, poor health is made harder by everything else going on around them, not having enough money, struggling to get to appointments, living in a home that is not suitable, feeling isolated, or simply not knowing where to turn. Take transport. In Blanavon, people supported by the Coalfields Trust have spoken about how difficult it can be when there is no community transport. For someone going to Velindre for chemotherapy or radiotherapy, treatment can mean travelling up to 5 days a week for several weeks. If they rely on hospital transport, they can be picked up hours before their appointment and get home hours afterwards. And unless there's an approved clinical need, they may have to make that journey without a family member or a carer with them. For someone who is already exhausted, vulnerable, and immunosuppressed, that's not a small thing. It affects their well-being, their quality of life, and sometimes even the choices they feel able to make about their treatment. This is what inequality looks like in practice. Where you live and what transport is available to you can shape your experience of cancer care. Housing is another example. The Trust told me about someone they supported whose cancer treatment was put on hold because the housing was not suitable for safe treatment and recovery. In that case, the wrong home became a barrier to their healthcare. Then there's money and food. Another person supported by the Coalfields Trust was going through cancer treatment when their household income fell because of their diagnosis. They were helped to secure a Macmillan grant and emergency food support was arranged while longer-term solutions were put in place. That kind of practical help can make a real difference. It can take away some of the pressures that are stopping people from focusing on their treatment and recovery. And I'd really like to invite the Minister to come and see some of this work that's happening. Finally, there's isolation. Often people feel anxious or overwhelmed after a diagnosis. That's especially true for people living alone, older people, and those who do not have a strong support network around them. In those moments, practical help with benefits, transport, housing, money and social connection can make a real difference to someone's confidence and well-being. There are so many more barriers that I could go into, but time is limited. I've not had the chance to talk about respiratory issues, for example, or the work that's happening as part of the Plaid Cymru Welsh Government's 100 Days to improve funding of GP services, ensuring people have access to primary care when needed. But one thing that does definitely need mentioning is the economy. So many aspects in that vicious circle we've mentioned can be altered with an economic uplift. More local shops can make it easier for people to get those essentials, and cafes and pubs can all build communities. Local enterprise can play a key role in reducing inequalities, and coalfield areas do not lack enterprise. There are some fantastic local businesses based in Blanavon, including a new fruit and veg shop, some amazing cafes and community enterprises, and of course Blanavon Cheddar Company, who was crowned champion in the local food and drink category in the Welsh Countryside Alliance Awards recently. These businesses and other entrepreneurs want to make a difference in their community. They must be supported to do so. Evidence tells us that former coalfield communities continue to face significant social, economic and health disadvantages. Lower employment, higher levels of economic inactivity linked to long-term sickness, poorer health outcomes and deeper concentrations of deprivation are not abstract policy terms. They are the lived reality of communities like those in Torfaen and across the South Wales coalfield. And of course, not every challenge faced by former coalfield communities is unique to those communities. Poverty exists in rural Wales, in urban Wales, and in communities right across the country. But what we see in the coalfield is a significant concentration of disadvantage, shaped both by present-day deprivation and by the long shadow of industrial decline. I'm so pleased that this government has a focus on preventing ill health, because if we only intervene at the point of crisis, when somebody's already ill, already out of work, already in unsuitable housing, or already struggling to cope, then we're not tackling inequality at its root. We're simply managing its consequences. There are no quick fixes, but there is a place to start. We start by properly understanding the coalfield, its history, its strengths, and the specific barriers its communities still face. We start by recognising that prevention cannot be a slogan. It has to mean shifting resources earlier, closer to communities, and towards the conditions that keep people well in the first place. If we're serious about tackling inequality, then that preventative approach has to include extra effort in places where inequality is deepest. People are right to feel that they've been left behind. They're right to feel that the promises made to post-industrial communities have not always been matched by the investment, attention, and ambition needed to change outcomes. Former coalfield communities do not need sympathy. They need fairness, focus, and a government willing to match the pride and resilience of those communities with the resources and long-term commitment they deserve. Diolch yn fawr.
Sarah Evans.
Diolch, Llywydd, and can I thank Matthew for giving me a minute of his time today to speak in this debate. In a debate like this, it would be easy and entirely justified to dwell on the injustices of the past. But while we must acknowledge that history, we also have a responsibility to look ahead. There is much that could be said, but like Matthew, I want to focus on one aspect in particular, and it is one that Matthew has already mentioned, and it may seem a little left field, but that is the role of our town centres in supporting healthier, stronger communities. The insecurities of the post-mining economy in South Wales brought new health challenges, compounded by the degeneration of town centres that once fostered association and community, that once housed places that gave people connection and purpose. Communities have paid a high price as a result of their loss, reflected in rising levels of isolation and loneliness, as Matthew so eloquently mentioned, leading inevitably to poorer health outcomes. This is why the regeneration of our town centres is an economic question, but also, in part, a public health intervention. Some coalfield communities have managed to avoid the hollowing out of their town centres, and while not without their challenges, they're doing more than simply surviving. My home of Treorchy was recognised as the UK's High Street of the Year in 2020. And awards aside, if we're serious about tackling health inequalities in our former coalfield communities, then surely we must also be serious about rebuilding the places that bring people together and restoring that culture of communal life that orbited the old industries, thereby combating loneliness and isolation. As Matthew said again, there's plenty of local initiative and imagination, and I'm confident that our government will provide the support to enable this generation to support improved health outcomes for our coalfield communities. Diolch.
Galwodd ar y diproi gweinidog dros iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol i'r ymateb i'r ddadl. Nerys Evans.
Diolch Llywydd. A dwi'n croesawu'r cyfle yn fawr i ymateb i'r ddadl yma mwyn dangos pwysigrwydd y cymunedau global i'r Llywodraeth yma, ein dealltwriaeth fel Llywodraeth newydd o'i anghenion arbennig nhw, ac amlinellu sut fyddwn ni'n cydnabod hynny ac yn gweithredu yn ystod y tymor yma. A dwi'n gwybod bod y materion yma'n bwysig iawn i'r aelod fel ni wedi clywed y pnawn yma. Dwi'n diolch i'r aelod am gyflwyno'r materion yma, a fi'n edrych mlaen i weithio gyda fe yn ystod y tymor i dynnu sylw i'r materion sy'n gwynebu'n cymunedau global ac i gweithredu i gair bwlch iechyd anerbyniol sy'n bodoli. Mae'n nodweddiadol hefyd, mae dyma'r ailwaith mewn pythefnos i ni drafod anghreddoldebau iechyd. Mae hyn yn adlewyrchu pwysigrwydd mae'r Senedd newydd yma a'r aelodau newydd yn rhoi i'r pwnc sy'n galonogol iawn, ac mae'r pwysigrwydd hynny wrth gwrs wedi rhannu gan y Llywodraeth, a ni'n amfylchio yn hynny. Dyma'r tro cyntaf i ni gael ffocws gwirioneddol ar iechyd ataliol mewn Llywodraeth. A fel ni wedi clywed wrth Matthew, mae'r elfennau amrywiol yma sy'n plethu ar draws pob un maes portffolio yn sicrhau bod ni'n mynd i cael lens ataliol yn y penderfyniadau i ni'n cymryd. Mae'n ffaith anghyfforddus ond rhaid i ni dderbyn yng Nghymru heddiw, mae lle mae person yn cael ei geni, ei magu a'i byw yn cael dylanwad dwfn ar ei iechyd. A pa mor hir a gallwn nhw disgwyl byw a faint o flynyddoedd o byw mewn iechyd da. A does unman yn dangos y problemau yma sy'n gwynebu na'n cymunedau ôl lofaol. From Blaen y Gwent, Torfaen, through to Merthyr, Rhondda Cynon-Taf, Caerphilly, Neath Talbot, Swansea and part of Carmarthenshire, we see that families and communities that helped build modern Wales now experiencing social, economic, environmental and health challenges. These communities powered the Industrial Revolution and fuelled the prosperity of Wales and far beyond. They produced the coal and steel that helped shape modern Britain. They built strong traditions of solidarity, resilience and community that they remain a source of pride today. But our industrial heritage has left a legacy. The health inequalities that we see today are the result of long-term social and economic change. They have been shaped by our industrial past and by the decline of the industries on which many families and communities depended. The economic hardship, unemployment and underinvestment that followed are responsible for that legacy, affecting opportunities, well-being and health outcomes across generations. The inequalities we see today did not happen by chance. They are a result of political choices made by many years by previous Welsh governments and successive Westminster governments that failed to give enough priority to closing the gaps that our communities continue to face. Gaps in wealth, gaps in opportunity, and ultimately in health. Too many people have been held back by circumstances beyond their control, and those inequalities have been allowed to persist for far too long. This government is determined to change that. We are committed to understanding the challenges people face, tackling inequality wherever it exists, and making fairness the foundations of everything we do. Ensuring that reducing health inequalities is embedded across every part of government is my responsibility, Because, as we've heard, improving health cannot be the job of the health service alone. It must be at the heart of every decision we make. Too many people in Wales can expect to spend far fewer years in good health than they should. In just a few years, healthy life expectancy has dropped by over 2 years for men and 2.5 years for women in Wales. This isn't a gradual change. It's a clear warning that the nation's health is getting worse. And the challenge is particularly acute in the South Wales coalfields, where healthy life expectancy is below the Welsh average for both men and women. In Cwm Taf Morgannwg, girls can expect just 55 years of good health and boys 56 years, which are the lowest figures in Wales. This is just simply not fair. It's about people spending longer periods of their lives living with illness, people losing their independence, families facing hardships and more pressures on our public services. In some of our most deprived communities, men live 18 years less in good health than those of the most affluent communities. 18 years less in good health. And for women, the gap is 19 years. That is the legacy that we are dealing with. The gaps we see in healthy life expectancy are much more than about health alone. They tell a story about opportunity, economic security, and whether people have access to the things that help prevent ill health and support healthy lives. That is why this government speaks as one in our focus on prevention and promoting people's physical and mental health and well-being across everything the Welsh Government does, and why my role, the first of its kind in devolution, was created. If we want healthier populations, we must look beyond hospitals and GP surgeries. Health is fundamentally shaped by our homes, our schools, our workplaces, and the strength of our communities. Action on poverty, housing, education, and employment is also an action on health. And tackling the root causes is essential if we want to reduce inequalities and help people live healthier lives for longer. We need to help individuals, families and communities across Wales to be their best. Our communities are strong and resilient. They are best placed to shape their futures. That is why this government's commitment to prevention is also a commitment to fairness and empowering communities to build on their strengths, support local leadership and create healthier, more prosperous future for generations to come. And there are encouraging signs of change across the coalfields areas that we can learn from and we will build on. The Coalfields Regeneration Trust, which I must declare an interest, I used to work with them last year, who my colleague talked about earlier, provides a strong example of community-led change, supporting jobs, skills and community development in former mining areas and helping communities build healthier and more prosperous futures. And their work in tackling health inequality is to be championed and built on. In Gwent, Wales's first Marmot region is bringing partners together to tackle the root causes of poor health through action on poverty, housing, employment and community well-being. This involves adopting public health expert Sir Michael Marmot's 8 principles which aim to eliminate unfair and avoidable differences in health, which can be caused by where people live, what kind of job they do and how they're treated in society. Places such as Torfaen have been at the forefront of this work, demonstrating how coordinated action across public services and communities can reduce inequalities and improve health outcomes. The Torfaen deal provides a clear example, built around shared ambition for a fairer, healthier and more resilient borough. It brings together residents, public services and community partners to co-design solutions to local challenges, focusing on the things that most shape health. I've been lucky enough to meet the Chief Exec of Torfaen Local Authority, Stephen Vickers, who is a leader in this field, and I would urge everybody interested in the Marmot principles to meet him and to see the brilliant work that they're doing to embed reducing health inequalities across all decision-making across that local authority, from planning to delivering of services to building resilient communities. Torfaen has recognised that health is created in our homes, in our schools, workplaces, neighbourhoods and not just in our hospitals. And it is exactly the kind of preventative, community-led approach that can help narrow inequalities and improve health outcomes for future generations. The Health Equity Wales initiative is helping accelerate this change, working in partnership with and learning lessons from local authorities, health boards and communities from across Cardiff, Denbighshire, Merthyr, Neath Talbot, Torfaen, Blaenau Gwent and ACT. Together, this growing number of partner organisations are committed to strengthening the ability of all places in Wales to act on health inequalities. Last month, I visited the Happy Healthy Gwent initiative in Blaenau Gwent, where I saw firsthand the impact of a preventative approach through social prescribing. It was a powerful reminder that improving health is more than just treating illness. Initiatives like this can improve well-being, strengthening community connections, and for some people, provide the first step towards building confidence and moving closer to employment. By listening to local people and building on local strengths, we can create healthier and fairer communities. Ultimately, our ambition is simple: to ensure that no community's future is determined by its past, and that places which contributed so much to Wales's prosperity are given every opportunity to share in Wales's future prosperity. Llywydd, the debate that we held 2 weeks ago about health inequalities in Cardiff was important because it reminded us that health inequalities remain a reality in modern Wales. Yet we can see something else: communities with enormous strength, deep resilience and a determination to build a better future. And we owe it to those communities to untap the potential and build on our strengths to spread prosperity to our coalfield communities and to all parts of Wales. Next week in the Siambr, I'll be setting out my priorities for public and preventative health in Wales. The challenge before us is not simply to treat illness more effectively, it is to create the conditions across government for better health for all. Because good health should never depend on wealth. Because where someone is born should not determine how long they live. And because the gap between the healthiest and the least healthy communities in Wales is not inevitable. Mae'r Llywodraeth hon wedi ymrwymo I fynd ar afel ar pethau sylfaenol sy'n achosi iechyd gwael. Mynd i'r afael ag angryddoldebau ble bynnag maen nhw'n codi, a'n siŵr bod yn gwaith atal yn ganolig i'r gwaith na mewn Llywodraeth. Fel y gallwn ni adeiladu Cymru lle mae pawb yn ein cymunedau global, neu unrhyw le arall yng Nghymru yn cael cyfle I byw yn hirach ac yn iachach. Hoffwn diolch i'r aelod am dod ar dadl yma heddi. Dim dawt bod ti'n mynd I fod yn cynrychiolydd gryf ac angerddol I dy gymunedau. Fyddwn ni'n hapus iawn I ymweld â'r prosiectau ti wedi sôn amdano. Dyna yw ein helgais ni fel Llywodraeth, a dyma mae'r gwaith I ni'n benderfynol o'i wneud. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch i'r Proi Weinidog. Daw hynny a thrafodion heddiw I ben. Diolch pawb.